Good evening and welcome to the August 13th meeting of the Glendale City Council, called to order at 6:04 p.m. May we have roll call?
Council members Brotman,
Here.
Garpetian,
Here.
Kasakian,
Here.
Najarian,
Here.
Mayor Asatrian.
Here. And may we have your report?
Next is the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I always usually do.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Repeat after me. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the invocation.
Let's begin by acknowledging that we are standing on the ancestral lands of the Gabrielino Tangwa people. I will now read from the 5th chapter of the Gospel of Matthew. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they will be shown mercy. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. May our actions and decisions be guided by humility, justice, mercy, and peace, and may we always uplift those who are on the margins. Thank you.
And may we have your report, please?
Yes. The agenda for the August 13, 2024 regular meeting of the Glendale City Council was posted on August 8, 2024 on the bulletin board outside City Hall.
Great, and what's next?
Next are presentations and appointments. Item A is agenda preview for the meetings of Tuesday, August 20th, 2024 by Assistant City Manager John Tartalian.
Good evening, Mayor Asatrian, members of council. Next week in the afternoon, we'll start with a special meeting of the City Council with one item on there from Community Development. That will be the Community Development's annual report for fiscal year 23-24. For the evening meetings, we have one consent item. That would be from the City Attorney's Office regarding approval of legal services agreement with Pierce Law Firm for services associated with property acquisition, eminent domain advice, and litigation. Under action items, we have a number of items here from Community Development. The first three, in fact. The first would be preservation and reuse of the former Rockhaven Sanitarium site. The second item will be regarding alfresco on-site dining in private parking areas. And the third item from Community Development will be regarding seeking council's declaration of city-owned property located at 303 North Maryland and 210 North Maryland Avenues as exempt from the Surplus Lands Act, as well as declaration of preferred development objectives for lots 30 and Montrose Lot 3. Community Services and Parks will bring forward a lease agreement for a wireless telecommunication facility located at 1880 Loma Vista Drive. We'll also bring a report seeking to initiate a code amendment related to development standards for accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units. And the last item that evening will be from Public Works regarding the Glendale Beeline's comprehensive operational analysis and integration study.
Great. And what's next?
Next is item C, appointment to the boards and commissions. Brotman 7/30/24. The first person is Chris Lowry, GWP Commission. Next is Alejandro Parajon, Audit Committee. Daniel Paul, Historic Preservation Commission. Stefan Charuchtian, Planning Commission. Erasto Ongeko, Junior Building and Fire Board of Appeals. Haran Avanesian, GWP Commission. And this is appointment to the boards and commissions by Garpetian 7/30/24. It's Haran Avanesian, GWP Commission, and Andre Ordibekian, Transportation and Parking Commission.
All right. I'm sorry, but before you move on, I do want some clarification on this before there is a vote. So when this item came up a couple of weeks ago, when we voted on it, during that time, I had time and again asked if there is a way. What I was looking for, I was happy with the panel system. What I was looking for is a fair system to ensure that any new council member that comes in has equal opportunity in the future, not just with Mr. Karpetian, but in the future to be able to have the same opportunities as any sitting council member that has already made the appointments. I had the opportunity a couple of days ago to sit with someone that actually walked me through how that actually can be. I based my decision off of the fact that I asked several times during that meeting if that is possible under the panel system, and I was told that it's a no. And so, provided that I'm one of the council members that voted in support of this, I'm trying to, number one, find out how the process would be if that information was provided, and there is understanding that it can be done, how we would go about doing the panel system with the new way of making sure that all council members, current and future, have the same opportunities.
You ask me?
Yeah, I'm assuming that that would be a you question.
Okay, Madam Mayor, you could obviously ask for this item to be brought back as one of the council members who voted with the majority to change the system. As far as I'm concerned, somebody would have to show me how. I think we explained we couldn't figure out a way it was doable, and if it was, it would be very challenging. But again, I'm happy to sit with anybody who could explain, give us a proposal where it might be feasible to do both. So I'd leave it to you. I mean, these are on for consideration at this point, but
Okay, so if I took the next week I can also walk you through, because they walked me through it, and I'm happy to have that person walk us all through how it can be done. How would we proceed without, because I want to make sure that it's actually doable.
Sure.
And walk you through it, along with the city clerk's office before moving forward with anything. But again, my decision on that was based solely on making sure we're creating a fair system that allows for any new incoming. So before we take a vote and
understood.
take in new commissioners, I need this clarified.
The only thing I would suggest, since they're on the agenda and Councilmember Brotman has put them forth and Councilmember Garpetian has put nominees forth, I would, suggest you ask them if they're comfortable putting this off. Otherwise, it would have to be a motion, and they can make their motion and move forward. I mean, it's up to the entire council how to proceed at this point.
Okay, would you be open to giving me 1 week?
No, because we discussed this issue several times, and there is no panel system currently the way it's designed. 3 of the council members voted for 15 or 10 to 12 or 15 commissioners. They appointed them. Then they sat on 5 or 6 or 7 panels and appointed 5 to 7 more commissioners on the different boards and commissions. So we currently have council members who have maybe 22 commissioners, and personally I have 0.
Okay.
And the way we discussed all of this to death, and we came up with the idea the fairest way is every council member will appoint his or her council commissioners. We'll go from there. There is no other way around it. Panel systems, unless you're going to clear all the commissioners and start a panel system that everyone, but that's going to take a very long time, and it's unnecessary. We're doing that already.
So I really.
We removed,
Okay.
we said everyone will appoint his or her commissioners, and that's the right way of doing it. Now we're coming back again, and somebody said something it's a fair way of doing panel system or.
Councilmember
just-
Garpetian,
Yeah.
I based my decision on the fact that it would not give any new council member, current or future, the same opportunities. I recognize that I'm asking for 1 week to sit down with our city clerk and our city attorney, and if it's a no-go, then it's a no-go. But
If I
But
may, rather
again-
than having a discussion, either, right now, these items are on the agenda, either a motion is made to move forward and do it, or they get put off.
Okay.
We can't have an extensive discussion about whether to bring this back. It's either, you can
Okay.
provide direction to bring it back, or you can move forward with the nominations. And I apologize, but
I recognize
Yeah.
that we're now having a discussion we shouldn't be having. I'm just trying to figure out my own vote on this based off of, yes.
So, Madam Mayor, I was not here for the adoption of that ordinance. I believe it took place at the meeting that I missed. I was planning, first of all, I'm one of the people that does believe that there is a fairer and more equitable, like just a more transparent way of appointing board members and commissioners versus the one-to-one, very, what I believe, politicized system of patronage. I think that having a panel of council members that are selected with an order and that puts us on panels together with our colleagues helps bring more collaboration, more transparency, and helps attract a wider pool of candidates versus people now
Point of
coming to
order.
individual.
Point of order,
But-
Madam Chair.
But so.
Point of order
my-
has
my-
priority.
My,
Point of order has priority.
I'm sorry.
my
Point of
comment was
order
going to be,
has
I was
priority.
going to
Please.
abstain.
If I may.
So I was going to abstain from all of these votes regardless. And my other point
Councilman-
of clarification is,
Councilmember-
as a council member.
Councilmember Kasakian, can you please? Councilmember Najarian.
Point of order is that before us is the reappointment of several commissioners. A discussion of what you're perhaps alluding to should not be taken at this place, at this time. It should be put on the new business agenda and go through our proper format that we all have agreed on. So that is my point of order, that we're violating the Robert Rules of Order by doing it in this manner.
Okay, so I was asking a question which led to a discussion for point of clarification before I made a vote today. So, and I respect if I have to bring that as a new business item, then I guess that's what I'm requesting.
I want to respond specifically to the question that I was asked, which is whether I would be willing to pull my nominations for a week, and the answer is yes. So we can pull all of mine if that's something that is acceptable.
Sure, just a couple of things, right? There'll be a couple-step process before I bring it back, but at least next week you'll know whether or not
Yes.
you're going to re-agendize this matter. But
So,
I'm
and-
guessing
and-
Councilmember Garpetian doesn't have the same view, so.
So, and if by next week the answer is that no, that cannot be done, I would be more than happy to pull my new business item. Okay. All right. Councilmember Garpetian?
I have 2 nominations on the floor.
All right. I'm going to be abstaining from the vote. May we have roll call?
Oh, you need a,
It does need a second.
Motion and
They
a
don't-
A
second.
motion and a second?
Just needs a motion.
Okay.
Because they're nominations.
And again, my abstention is not for anybody that is part of the list. I'm just trying to make sure that I was provided the correct information before making that decision.
I'll make the nomination, I'll make the motion.
Is there a second?
No, it doesn't.
we don't need a second.
Okay, roll call?
Council members Brotman,
Abstain?
Garpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Abstain.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Asatryan.
Abstain. All right. Then it'll continue to next week?
Well, they didn't pass, so when we come back and bring back whether we decide to agendize it or not, if the vote is not to re-agendize it, then those nominations will be put back, be nominated again.
All right. Next item?
Next are consent items, including minutes. The following are routine and may be acted upon by one motion. Any member of council or the audience requesting a separate consideration may do so by making such request before motion is proposed.
I'll move the consent calendar.
Do I have a second?
Second?
All right, roll call?
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Asatryan.
Next item?
Next are city council and staff comments.
All right, who'd like to go first?
I'll go.
Councilmember Najarian.
Yes, I'd like to put up for appointment for next week's meeting. Hopefully, it will make the agenda for next week's meeting. For the Audit Committee, Edwin Balin. For the Building and Fire Appeals Board, Zaven Hanessian. For the CDBG, Ronnie Garibian. We didn't figure out the civil service yet, I believe.
We do have I mean,
Did we figure that? I mean,
yeah, so Councilmember Garpetian has one nomination, as do you.
okay. For GWP Commission, Nina Jasmadarian. For the historical, Chris Cragnotti. For planning, Taline Shavazian. For sustainability, Hai Khartoumian. For transportation and planning commission, Zare Amirian. Thank you.
Who's next? Anybody else have comments? Go ahead.
First of all, I guess it's good to be back. I missed you guys, sort of, and I commend you for toughing it out through a very, very, very long meeting, all of which, both the afternoon session and the evening session, I watched in its entirety. I tried to do it in the same time that you did, so I could stay up till 2:30 a.m. listening to all the comments to get the full effect of it. I thank you all for leaving so many items for me to come and weigh in on today. But I did want to bring up some issues that I was expecting to have discussed at this meeting. One of them is the vendors that are popping up all over the city, taking up sidewalks, impeding the public right-of-way. This is an issue that I've talked to staff about. I'm hoping that it's coming back soon. And in that category, what I'll say is there have been a couple of individuals, one of which is a merchant on brand who has been repeatedly cited for having a sandwich board outside of his business by our code enforcement. And while we have businesses that are still trying to claw their way back from the abyss of that COVID put everyone in, it seems to me somewhat ludicrous that we are citing our brick and mortar businesses for having a sandwich board on a sidewalk while we aren't ticketing or enforcing the law for individuals who are taking up entire public right-of-way on sidewalks around this city. So that seems to me absolutely illogical. I would like to, at least while we consider this issue of what we do with the sidewalk vendors, which I have many, many strong opinions on, to at least, and I've talked to Mr. Calvert, I've talked to the city manager's office, to put an abatement, to put a stay on the enforcement of the sandwich board or the advertising on sidewalks of our brick and mortar businesses, and to work with them and figure out how we can help them promote their businesses versus trying to punish them for trying to promote their businesses. So I don't know if that's been a case up in the shopping park. I know that I've heard at least one complaint from someone in the on brand. So that's one. And then the other item I wish to bring up is that the Armenian American community lost a great figure. I can't necessarily request that we adjourn the meeting in his memory this evening, but I would like our next meeting to be adjourned in the memory of Zaven Khanjan, who was executive director of the Armenian Missionary Association of America. For those who knew Zaven and knew his family, he was someone who was wholly dedicated to the welfare of the community, a man who lived by Christian values, walk the walk and talk the talk, both here and in Armenia, where he dedicated much of his time in doing philanthropic work. He will be sorely missed. I hope that we can get a proper bio to do him justice and adjourn in his memory at a future meeting. Those are all my comments. Thank you.
Like to go next?
Yeah, I'll go. I had two other people I was going to put up for nominations, so
Okay.
I'll just name them now, and they can be included in the list, perhaps next week or later, depending on how we settle this. But one of them is sitting here, Diane Lambalot for Commission on the Status of Women, and the other is Arlene Vidor for Arts and Culture.
All right. Councilmember Garpetian?
Thank you. I wouldn't hold my breath on these nominations because who knows what happens next week. So I'm going to be short in the interest of time. I attended a few of the National Night Out events. They were pretty good. This is an event that brings all the community members together. I went, I believe, to 4 of them. The ones that I couldn't make it, I apologize. Hopefully I'll switch off next year and go to different ones. Question for City Attorney. The request that the mayor made today about the commission appointment, it has to be done at the end of the meeting where our council new agenda items are, and you need, what, 3 votes for that?
Correct.
And if it, let's say if it doesn't
Well, it's
pass.
3 votes to agendize it, and it
If
would
it
be at
doesn't
the,
agenda, if you don't have the votes to agendize it, what happens at that time?
then it won't be agendized. And
Next week, we can take a vote on commissioners.
right, you could also, we could agendize these nominees that were made tonight, along with the nominees that were made tonight. And the council can decide to take up that new business item before those items, and then if it isn't agendized, you move forward with the nominations. And if-
Okay. Thank you.
I'm happy to move up the item to the beginning of the meeting.
Or move it back. You can move it back too. It's either way, either way.
No, that's fine, that's fine. I mean,
All right?
that's all I have for today. We have a heavy agenda. I don't want to go on and on about the events and everything that I've done. But I agree with Mr. Kasakian about the street vendors. That was another thing I was going to ask. I remember we passed an ordinance, and they had to have they have to register with the city, have certain permits, they have to display their permits, and some of them have now outdoor seating next to their setup. And a restaurant wants to get two chairs or what have you, few outdoor sitting seats. It's very difficult to go through the permitting. It's not fair at all. And we need to enforce the laws that we have. I know the state is trying to tie our hands in everything we do and, just supersede our laws. But look, sometimes we have to do what we have to do. I think this has to be controlled and taken care of sooner than later.
Councilman Garpetian, we are having a study session on the 27th to go through our ordinance, go through some of the challenges that our state law makes it difficult to enforce that state law, and then also describe, there are things that we are doing, and we'll go through that as well. And then also discuss maybe some things we can add to our enforcement scheme. So we'll bring that.
To add to Mr. Garcia's comments, the study session will also include issues with homelessness on our streets.
Okay, thank you.
Right. I do have a couple of updates I do want to give. On Saturday, the Comprehensive Community Health Centers put together a health fair and Children's Appreciation Day. It was an opportunity for disadvantaged families to get free physical exams. GUSD was also present. I had the opportunity to meet with them prior to the fair. They had requested if we can formalize some sort of partnership with them for future healthcare events. And I know this is something that Councilmember Najarian has brought up in the past, and it's in the pipeline. But they also have a lot of data and materials and programming for issues related to men's health. And so I'd like to see us coordinate at least a discussion as a starter, see what that looks like. But that parking lot was full of families and kids from GUSD, and so just want to commend them on that. I believe it was yesterday, I also had a meeting with the LA County Office of Immigration and Supervisor Catherine Barger, along with our staff, in asking to see if we can put a resource fair together for the refugees and recent immigrants from Armenia, Artsakh, Ukraine, and Russia, I believe, is also an issue. One of the things we also learned during that call was our GCC partners, the Carfield campus is completely full when it comes to the classes for English as a second language, as well as because Armenian Americans don't, or Armenians in general, don't even, can't be identified on the census, they're going to be looking at requesting a budget for, specifically for the Armenian community that's coming in from Armenia and Artsakh, to see what resources they can pool. And I'm hoping that the resource packet that we put together, they already have one for them to incorporate anything that Glendale has, but they are open to doing a resource fair, and so I think it would be worthwhile for us to just identify a location and partner up with them, and they can bring in the resources we need for that community. This is something that I've mentioned to our city manager, but the the state is putting out $200 million for solar programs for folks that are in the CARE program. There's going to be an opportunity for families that are in that program that have single-family homes to get free solar on their properties. And I want to make sure that as that program is coming out, our staffing is done in such a way that we're able to process these solar applications faster. Because my understanding is each of these solar companies can have 20 active participants at the same time. And so if we are reaching out to the different solar companies and encouraging them to come to Glendale, the minute, for example, it drops to 19, they can, they can add one more. And what I don't want to end up happening is they're submitting it, but our residents end up losing out because our permits are taking longer than they should. So just for this time being, like just figuring out how we're like restructuring staffing or anything that may take longer than it should. And I feel like Mr. Calford wants to say something.
Mayor, council members, most solar permits at this point are now instant.
Okay.
So we shouldn't have an issue with that unless there's some significant change or significant electrical need.
Okay, great. And then lastly, this is for the small businesses across California. You can now receive grants up to $2,000 per employee through the California's Paid Family Leave program. For businesses with 51 to 100 employees, you'll receive up to $1,000 per employee utilizing for paid family leave, and then $2,000 per employee for organizations that are 1 to 50 employees. More information is available at californiapfl.com, and the applications are now open, so anyone that's interested can apply. And then I know that we have the climate adaptation plan on the agenda today. Councilmember Garpetian had requested that we have a study session versus just hearing a report, provided the length of the report, and I agree and support him in that. And I just wanted to see if there's interest, given the number of things that we have coming up, if there is interest and willingness from my colleagues to maybe have a special afternoon session, not on a Tuesday, where we can just come in for the climate adaptation plan.
And the reason for my ask was I went through half of it. It's over 700 pages. It's not something that you can sit here and get a report and make a decision. That's the reason.
So it seems like I'm seeing nodding heads on this, so
Yes,
City Manager Galanian, if you can.
Sure, Madam Mayor, we'll work with the consultant as to their availability. They're the same consultant who also did the building electrification ordinance, so if we can combine the two, then we can have study session on both of them at the same time.
I don't want to drag it out too far, because my
Right.
understanding
The
is
sooner
that
Right.
it would add costs for the consultant, so just work with our schedules. All right, what's next?
Next are community event announcements. We have an oral communication. We have 5 speaker cards. Our first speaker is Corey De La Cola.
Good evening, Council. My name is Corey DeCola, and I'm here regarding a community event that I'm personally excited about. I've provided a slide for viewing while I discuss the details of this event. So the Glendale Police Department is putting on a traffic town hall meeting August 21st, 2024 at 6 p.m. They ask that you please join them where they will discuss the scope and severity of traffic issues through current traffic collision data, proven strategies to reduce traffic-related injuries and fatalities, practical steps that can be implemented to enhance traffic safety. The meeting will be held at the Glendale Police Station Community Room located at 131 North Isabel Street. Again, that's at 6 p.m. and it should go till about 9 p.m. Wednesday, August 21st. Mark your calendars and we will see you there. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alec Bartrosov.
Good evening. My name is Alec Bartrosov. I just wanted to let council and the public let you know that there's an event coming up on Saturday. This is a partnership with the City of Glendale and Metro on the Bus Rapid Transit project. If folks are curious what urban planners do, we're not just sitting around playing SimCity, but we are trying to help identify how folks in the community can get around. This is a first last mile strategy to help determine how folks can most easily get to the future BRT stations. And if you're not aware, that is the dedicated bus lane on Glen Oaks that is going to remove a travel lane. And so this is an effort to help identify what those challenges are, those constraints are, to get folks from where they're trying to go, their destinations, to the bus stops along the BRT corridor. This is along Glen Oaks, Central, Broadway in the city of Glendale. And so this is just an event to bring people out, to make them more aware of the project, and help identify what those challenges are for them to get to those stations, whether they're walking, biking, they have ADA needs, et cetera. So there's two components. There's a walking component, if you want to walk to the bus stop and those transit stops. There's an audit for that specifically. And then there's a specific audit at the same time for people who are riding on bike. So I left out the details because the event is capped. We've already reached the RSVP totals for the evening or for the day, but it's on Saturday, and I just wanted to let you know that we're very excited about this event and looking forward to helping figure out the best ways to get the maximum usage of this project. Thank you.
Where is it going to be?
Can I ask a question?
Where is it going to be?
I believe we're meeting at the Doran Mini Park.
And what's the gift card for? I mean, I would have participated if there was a gift card.
Those are for folks who are participating, and unfortunately,
Just kidding.
Yeah, you can reach out to Metro if you want to jump in.
Sure.
Yeah, I was going to ask something similar. So, in other words, if we haven't signed up for this, we can't participate.
I'm sure.
What does participation mean? Can we just show up and just observe?
It is an audit, so you're going to be walking around, exploring stations, observing the streets. So it is an active workshop.
I see.
I'm sure as council members, if you want to participate, you can. You can reach out to me or with Metro staff, urban planners that are not playing SimCity. I'm sure you can figure out a way to get in there.
Okay.
I have a question. So who's sponsoring this? Is Metro doing this?
This is Metro.
And do you work for Metro?
No.
Oh. Is Glendale Walk Bike? I mean,
Walk Bike Glendale is involved.
In what, aside from plugging SimCity game, what role do you have? And what organization that you're a part of is participating in?
Walk Bike Glendale is helping promote the BRT.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think before we move on, if I can ask staff to get me, set up a briefing for me for the BRT. I was not on the council at the time, and I want to get a full picture of the project and different phases, because I'm hearing different things from folks.
Right. Madam Mayor, I think it'll be best to coordinate it with Metro staff who have in the past provided presentation to council, so we'll coordinate with them.
Thank you.
They're more knowledgeable than we know on the surface what's going on, but the details. they will
Whoever it
provide.
may be. Okay. Thank you. All right.
Our next speaker is Mike Mohill.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mike Mohill. Artie, welcome back. We, at your Glendale Community Newsletter, have received reports that Ellen Asatrian was stopped by a Glendale police officer on July 23. There were also reports that Ellen used her position as mayor to receive special treatment to be given only warning for her violation. It is believed that that the stopping officer sought and received approval for this special treatment by command staff up to and possibly including Chief Sid. Residents concerned about this inappropriate conduct filed a Public Records Act request for documents and body cam and audio footage. These requests were denied by the city attorney. Let me repeat myself. These requests were denied by the city attorney, claiming there is an ongoing investigation involving the mayor. Is this mayor being investigated like the city attorney claims? And if so, for what crime? Or is this a cover-up so the public does not get to see what really transpired between Ellen, the stopping police officer, Glendale Police Department command staff, etc.? I have also in front of me the public records request for all council members, including our city manager and city attorney. Mike, would you please send give this to staff?
You didn't say anything.
All right, because there have been some absurd accusations made, City Attorney, can you speak to the ongoing investigation?
Without,
Okay,
yeah.
just, before you do, I am going to say, I don't know what the process is, maybe I should. I actually wanted to pull the video myself and post it as a public service announcement to make sure that you put your sticker on your car when your car is registered, okay? So, because it would have been like a video that says regular Wednesday when you get pulled over for forgetting to put the sticker on your car, even when your car is registered. But, so that is the crime in which, and about Mike Mohill is speaking of, but please do speak to the investigation, or the claim of investigation, because I don't know what that is all about.
Mayor Satrian, just briefly, I can speak only briefly. Generally, with respect to Public Records Act requests for body-worn camera and those types of, there is an exemption under the Public Records Act for material relating to investigation. So at one point, it was an investigation. If any individual is pulled over, that's an investigation. They have to investigate whether any vehicle code violation or criminal activity occurs. At that point, it's subject to that exemption. We do not disclose it absent some extenuating circumstances. So it's not to say there is an ongoing investigation, but pursuant to that exception, we always withhold those particular video
So
recordings.
my second question would be, because, this isn't the first time I'm hearing, obviously, when there was a public information request made. How does one, I'm interested to know who and how it was that led to this now conspiracy about me committing a crime to get out, on not having the sticker on my car and now making severe accusations that tarnish my reputation, and there's something to that.
Mayor Satriani, I don't know that I don't have that information, and I don't know that we ever would be able to pinpoint how information gets out or whatnot. So I can't speak to it, and I wouldn't pursue it absent somebody presenting me evidence that there was some improper activity.
Okay, and then because there was also questioning about the video not being released, and for the record, I never mentioned who I was. I would never do that. But the video not being released, can you speak to why the video was not released?
As I noted, that particular information is typically not released when made pursuant to a Public Records Act request. We can certainly look at whether it could be released. One of our issues always with releasing body-worn camera, any type of video information such as that is whether we set a precedent by releasing in one instance but not in other instances. So that's our primary concern.
Okay, all right. I would, I know, Mr. Mohill, you come up here and you talk about your newsletter, but, you know, I've been thinking for a very long time to maybe make a little gift for you to present to you at the city council. I remember the first email, one of the first emails you put out, which headlined "The Woke Women of Glendale," and then it was just a lot of incorrect information about me and my family, trying to paint me as someone I'm not, which actually led to a lot of women reaching out to me during my campaign saying, like, we got so excited to see the headline, only to see that it was a trash email. And so I wanted to take that email and frame it next to the one that says Mayor Asatrian wants to bring diverse voices, and gift it to you, because every time you attempt to tarnish my reputation with false information and exaggerations, there's a whole group of new Glendalians that come forth in supporting that, didn't even know that I was mayor. So thank you for your service.
Well, I have a question, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
I'm not here to defend Mr. Mohill, but, so, whatever the reason for the traffic stop was.
I already said what the reason was.
Whatever the reason was.
I already said what the reason was.
Okay. Are you a member of the Glendale Police Department? I don't think you are. Whatever the reason was, be it as minor as a taillight that's come out, the question, the concern is not that that infraction was severe, but that the claim is that through the use of your position, you were not given a citation or anything else. And when these folks, apparently, I don't know who submitted this, asked for the body cam to confirm that, they get an answer from the city attorney that says there is an investigation going on. So I don't, I don't agree with Mr. Mohill. I take your word that what you were stopped for was a minor thing, but the issue that they're concerned about is, was there a special privilege given? The only way to make sure that wasn't done was to get the body cam or the video. The city attorney says you can't have it. There's an investigation.
Can I ask a question?
What? I mean, don't blame them for it.
So,
It's right here in black and white.
Madam
No,
Mayor,
I know that
if
you also
I may.
inquired Councilmember Najarian about this, trying to make it into something that it's not, and I know why you're doing that, as you have continued to do that for a very long time now. But what I will say is that I'm so not using any of the privileges that I didn't even know. The letter that you have in front of you is a letter I have never seen. So you
just
have
got it.
more information in your hand.
From Susie Abaja. Who just handed this to us? Someone just handed this to me, highlighted.
It's what Mr. Mohill handed out.
Someone just handed
Okay,
it
well,
out.
all right, well, I've been having this conversation. So this is the first time I haven't looked at it yet. I don't even know what the city attorney responded to or not responded to. I purposely didn't even have that conversation with process and steps, because this is so funny and ridiculous. So I'm gonna leave it at that, but I think Councilmember Brotman, you had a question.
I was just going to ask, do you also take her at her word that she didn't identify who she is when she was stopped? Or are you saying that you don't believe her?
I'm saying that to get the body cam, we're refused apparently by the city attorney that says there's an
You say you don't believe
investigation.
her?
Did
You're
she
saying
yell at
she's
us,
lying?
Attorney?
No, she's saying that she did not disclose who she was when she was pulled over.
What I
Do you believe
believe
that? Do you
doesn't
believe
matter.
that? Okay, so you don't. Okay. All right, just want to establish that. Thank you.
If we had the camera, we'd know for sure.
I think that there was, you're basing it off of a precedent that you hadn't released some other council member or?
No, it's just a precedent. We do not turn over records of investigations. Period. Every.
There is an investigation.
I didn't say that. I never said that. I said at one point there was an investigation. Very simple.
So could I ask for the video?
We'd have to discuss that. I'm not sure.
Okay, because I would proudly post that video, and I would encourage everybody to use it as a public service announcement. So let me know if I can release that video. Welcome to Glendale, where getting pulled over for not having your sticker turns into a, I don't know how many minute discussion and some accusations. All right.
Our next public speaker is Susan Bruselian.
Good evening, council members, staff. I want to express my grave concerns about how the city conducts its community outreach, particularly when it comes to highly controversial projects. One current issue involves a list of groups on an Excel spreadsheet that supposedly participated in the development of a very contentious project. However, it's important to note that the majority of the leaders of these groups didn't respond to an initial email invitation sent to them in the fourth quarter of 2022, nor did they attend any of the workshops for the project's development. This raises a serious question. How can the city claim that these groups participated in the development of this controversial project if they never responded to the invitation and never attended any of the workshops? Furthermore, I understand that a few groups that did participate in some of the workshops were never presented with the final draft of the project, nor were they notified when the final plan would be brought before City Council for a vote of approval. This lack of transparency is extremely troubling, to say the least. Additionally, I've learned that 28 of Glendale's HOA organizations, including mine, College Hills, were not invited to collaborate on this project. Why weren't they considered? These organizations represent a large number of the city's population, and the residents of Glendale deserve to know why the 28 HOA organizations were excluded from the list of invitees to collaborate. This exclusion does not establish proper public outreach and undermines the trust between the city and its residents. Given these concerns, I strongly urge the council to delay the vote on this project until proper outreach is conducted. The residents of Glendale need to be fully the residents of Glendale need to be fully informed of the project's impacts and deserve the same amount of time, at least 18 months, to provide input, just like the select groups that were seemingly handpicked to participate. This project needs to be put to a vote by the Glendale residents, as it will affect all residents and business owners within the city. As you may have figured out, this pertains to item 8C on tonight's agenda, where public comments are not permitted unless the matter substantially changes. However, due to the lack of proper public outreach, there are valid grounds for indefinitely postponing the vote until adequate public outreach is conducted. Thank you for listening, and please do what's right for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final comment is by Melina Melkonian.
Council members, Mayor, thank you for your time. My name is Melina Melkonian, and I'm a resident of the Royal Canyon and Greenbrier area. We'll be having a town hall meeting to update and follow up from our November 2023 town hall meeting that we organized, that some of you were present at. The meeting is regarding security issues and items concerning city residents. The meeting will be held on August 28th at 6 p.m. at the St. Gregory Armenian Catholic Church, which is located at 1510 East Mountain Street in Glendale. We have extended an invitation to both police chief and fire chief, the city manager, and all the city council members. And we hope that you will all attend for this important update. Thank you.
I plan to be there. Thank you. Is that it?
That's all.
Okay. Next
Next is the adoption of ordinances. A, community development regarding ordinance extending by an additional 1 year in interim urgency ordinance number 6011, prohibiting issuance of entitlements and/or permits for establishment of new or replacement retail uses selling firearms or ammunition. Kasakian 7/16/24, moved from July 30th, 2024 council meeting.
We've already made comments and all that. Councilmember Kasakian, did you have anything that you wanted to say?
No, I mean, I
We're
would,
just waiting for you to come back for the vote.
Sure, I'm happy to make a.
Okay.
So does a new, fresh motion have to be made on this?
Yes, because it was introduced
Was it
previously, so it needs a
introduced?
motion
Then I'm
second.
happy to make the motion.
Yeah, I'll second it.
All right. Roll call?
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
Abstained.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
No.
Mayor Asatryan.
Yes. All right.
Madam Mayor, members of council, just for the record, that item does not pass.
So what is the next, what happens to this now?
Well, the moratorium will expire, I forget when it expires, but it will expire, given that it's not being extended. And so at that point, I mean, obviously, staff is still working on the actual zoning changes. But under the state law, this particular moratorium required 4 votes.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I don't know if there's an opportunity to reconsider. I know that the item was voted on, it hasn't passed, so I don't want to belabor the point, but I do want to urge my colleagues, Councilmember Garpetian, who abstained, and Councilmember Najarian, who voted no, to reconsider this because it does allow us the opportunity to be in control of what we are allowing in the city in terms of this is not disallowing anyone from being able to purchase a firearm in the city of Glendale. This is not taking away anyone's Second Amendment right. It is simply giving us the ability to determine, how many gun stores we want to have in the city, to be able to come up with a process of issuing permits like we would do most other businesses if we chose to. Other cities have limited, the number of cannabis shops and licenses they issue for that. I believe that it is reasonable and important to do that. So I don't know if, I'm sure Mr. Garpetian, I know you must realize that the abstention counts as a no, but if I can urge you to reconsider, I think this would be a great service to our community.
Well, I wasn't here when this vote was taken. When was this ordinance put in place originally?
It was last year, if it would have, this is the second year,
We
so it
had
would have been
over a
last year.
year to come up with zoning changes or all the amendments that we wanted to do. And personally, I'm not a big fan of moratoriums unless it's completely necessary. And every time you put a moratorium in, you give leverage and advantage to people who already have that business, whether it is gun stores, whether it is drive-through restaurants, whether it is banquet halls, whatever those are. So I think, how many applications do we have right now do we have any applications that are in the queue?
Councilmember Garpetian, we wouldn't accept an application right now because we have the moratorium in place.
Okay, so before you had the moratorium in, did you have way too many applications? Because there has to be a reason for every action. It has to make sense. Common sense is number one, right? Did we have like 50 applications that was coming in at the same time that it triggered the necessity or need for a moratorium?
We had no applications in place. The justification was based on the per capita number of gun shops in our city, which happened to be one of the highest in the region.
Glendale is highest in the region?
One of the highest.
I believe Burbank has more gun stores than Glendale, and their population is almost half of our population. I don't
capita
know.
is based on number to ratio of population. I did not say it was the highest. I said it was one of the highest.
Okay, I understand that. Okay.
May I? I have a question. We've had the moratorium in place for a year. I know staff's been backed up, and the reason that you've asked for this extension is so that you can complete the work that I believe you've started, have you? And what timeline would you need to complete the work? Because I think by not extending this moratorium, we're potentially throwing out work that you've already begun, but let us know.
We have done some analysis. If you recall, when we first came back for the request for the extension, we are considering whether or not we need to bring on additional consultant, if you will, to look at the legal ramifications of whatever we're proposing. If the moratorium is extended, it does not necessarily mean we'll take the entire year. If we are able to get that work completed beforehand, and council passes whatever change happens to be proposed or accepted, that's when the moratorium would terminate. If you recall, we did the same thing with the hotel moratorium. That one, we completed the work early, and that moratorium finished early. In terms of timeline, my apologies, Councilmember Brotman. I'd have to go back and take a look at that before I could give you a guaranteed timeline. My hope would be by the end of the year, if not shortly thereafter.
So you're seeking time to finish the work?
Correct.
That you've started?
I mean, I hope that, my desire, Madam Mayor and fellow council members, is that staff would still continue along this path of bringing something back to council, even if my colleagues don't see it fit to support that moratorium in the interim.
So I was under the impression, because of Councilmember Garpetian's comments last week, that, this item was coming back because we were looking for that fourth vote, which we didn't have, and I wish there was clarity in that last week. Or 2 weeks ago, and we wouldn't have to be doing that today. I'm happy to have staff still work on that and bring it back. And I don't know if you, where do we go from here?
If neither of the council members who didn't vote yes is willing to entertain a motion to reconsider, this time the item has failed, and obviously staff will continue to work on the zoning changes that they were working on, and you'll have to move on to the next item.
All right. I'm seeing no reconsideration. Next item.
Next are action items. Action item A, City Clerk, regarding consideration of support of state bills recommended by the Commission on the Status of Women. 1, motion providing direction on bills as recommended by the Commission on the Status of Women. I'd like to call Dr. Sophia Arman, who staffs the Commission on the Status of Women, to give the staff report.
Good evening, honorable council members. I'm grateful to address you this evening. I have the privilege of staffing the Commission on the Status of Women. As an advisory board to the City Council, one of the functions of the Commission on the Status of Women is policy recommendations. At this time, the Commission on the Status of Women is recommending support of 6 bills to Council for your approval on behalf of the City of Glendale. These bills were recommended based on the CSW's adoptive legislative platform. For the year 2024, the state legislature returned on January 3rd, 2024 to begin the second year of the 2-year legislative session and had until February 16th to introduce new legislation. For newly introduced bills, the legislature had until May 24th, 2024 to pass bills out of the House of Origin. The legislature has until August 31st, 2024 to pass bills and send them to the governor for his signature. On May 13, 2024, the Commission on the Status of Women voted to recommend support of state bills. Today we have Kira Ross, our legislative consultant, here to list and answer any questions on the 6 bills supported and recommended by CSW still pending. Please join me in welcoming Kira Ross, who will be joining us virtually.
Good evening, and thank you very much. There's a list of 6 bills before you, and these have all been supported by the Commission on the Status of Women. The 6 bills include AB 2295, dealing with removal of the statute of limitations for specific criminal cases involving sexual abuse, as well as AB 2319, which is the California Dignity in Pregnancy and Childbirth Act, and AB 2339 on extending telehealth for reproductive health care to Medi-Cal patients. AB 2467, which would require insurance companies beginning in 2025 to provide health care coverage for menopause. AB 2476, which is an alternative payment program for child care services. And AB 2515, which is a bill on menstrual products and the inclusion of PFAS in those products. I will note all of the bills except for AB 2339 are on the appropriation suspense file that will be taken up this Thursday. They are on the suspense file because they all incur a cost to the state of $150,000 or more. So we'll know the fate of those bills on Thursday. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions on the bills.
Great. Do my colleagues have any questions?
No. I just have a general question about the suspense process. So 5 of these 6 bills are on suspense, and I think you said there will be a decision whether they're released for a floor vote in just a few days. Is that right?
It's on consent calendar.
That's correct. Yes, there are hundreds of bills that are on the suspense file that will be taken up this Thursday. And just generally, bills, any bill that has a cost to the state general fund or what is called a cost pressure or indirect costs to the state general fund are put on the suspense file. Then the appropriations committee and leadership have the ability to look at them all at one time and make those decisions. They'll take up that suspense file this Thursday after floor session.
Okay.
And we'll see what happens.
So do we have enough time, if we indicate support tonight, to make sure that that information is in front of the chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee before these decisions are taken?
We do. I'll make that phone call in the morning.
Okay. It used to be our own Senator Portantino, but now I think it's Caballero as the Appropriations Chair.
All right.
I have a couple questions, if I could. Currently, hi, Kira, this is Ara Najarian. On 2295, what is the current statute of limitations for that? I thought it was like 20 years or more, a la Bill Cosby and Harvey Weinstein type of cases. I mean, it's significant currently, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe it's until 40 years old if it occurred before the person was 18 years old. So they have until they're 40. In this case, there is a certain subset of cases that they're asking to have the statute of limitation removed in its entirety. It would only apply to cases that were either committed on or after January 1st, 2025, or if the statute of limitations has not expired as of January 1, 2025.
So it's removed in its entirety? There would be no, at any time in someone's life, they could say, I was a victim? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I mean, okay.
A victim as a minor, though, right?
Yes, it only applies if this
Minor
person was
victims,
a minor.
okay.
Kind of sucks. Right?
2319, I'm not sure who that applies to people who are regularly assigned to positions where they interact with perinatal patients, to receive training not to give bias against the patients they're treating? Is that how I read that, or am I missing it?
Yeah, sort of. So the bill applies to anybody that works essentially in an obstetrics type setting. So if they're in the hospital dealing with pregnancy and childbirth, and what it's really about is it's bias training, but it's really making sure that the people that work in those units are aware of the cultural differences that may come up during pregnancy and childbirth. And so there are certain religions and certain cultures that have certain practices associated with pregnancy and childbirth that they would like those to be followed. And so this makes sure that people that work in those units and work in those areas are aware of those different kind of cultural differences.
Okay, I see. Cultural bias, not bias due to the pregnancy.
Yeah.
Because the way it's described is, well, it wasn't making sense. That makes sense to me now. 2339, telehealth, reproductive health care. Are we talking about, what are we talking about? What kind of telehealth? Can you give me an example of?
Sure. So this is telehealth appointments that people that are low income may not. So it's someone that might not be able to get to the doctor for some reason. This, in the case of Medi-Cal patients, gives the option for a telehealth appointment. So they can meet with a doctor or a nurse practitioner via telehealth as opposed to having to go into the doctor's office.
And that's currently not available or not compensable?
Not available to Medi-Cal patients. So this is funding from Medi-Cal patients. It's, depends on your doctor and your healthcare system. It may already be available in certain areas, but not necessarily available for those people that are on Medi-Cal.
Okay. 2467.
Yeah.
Let's see, require health care to include coverage for treatment of perimenopause and menopause. Is that a gender-neutral statute?
Yeah. I mean, what it does,
Because they say men can
healthcare-
go through menopause too, right?
I don't know enough to know
I hear they
how that
can.
works, but it's certainly
Don't ask me why.
general neutral.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that's, it's not specific and excluding any
No.
person from that.
Frankly, it's any person that would have the issues that would occur during menopause. So it's a symptom base that they have to address the various symptoms and the various issues that might come up. So it's not,
Okay.
if a man has hot flashes, then they could get something to address hot flashes.
On the last one, 2515, the PFAS chemicals, are there restrictions? Are we closing a loophole, or is this a first attempt to remove PFAS from personal hygiene products?
It's the first attempt specific to menstrual products that would be overseen by a department. Certainly, we've done a number of bills in the legislature that they have banned PFAS from other types of substances. This is the first one specifically going after this particular class of products.
Okay, hopefully that'll extend, because there's other products, cotton and gauze and other types that hopefully don't have those chemicals in there as well. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I have a question. I have a quick question. I was trying to find these bills online and read some of them because it's really extensive. AB 2339, when I typed that number in, it says legislation effective January 1, 2023, housing element emergency shelter. What is the difference between these two? Because that bill is talking about extends the definition of emergency shelters to include other interim interventions, but not limited to navigation
Different
centers.
year.
It's a different year.
Yeah.
It's a different year.
So it's the same bill number in different
no.
year?
Yeah,
They
so-
recycle bill numbers.
Yeah, yes. So bill numbers
Okay.
repeat themselves every 2-year cycle. So we're coming into the end of the 2-year cycle, and we'll start again in January in a new 2-year legislative cycle. So you
Okay.
can have duplications of numbers over the years.
So the one that was approved in January or took effect in January 1, 2023, that gets recycled in January 1, 2024 or 2025?
2024, it started again. So this bill was introduced in the beginning of 2024, February 12th. To be
Okay,
exact.
thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Looks like we have a card. I mean, before we take the speaker, I just wanted to say thank you to the Commission on the Status of Women and to our lobbyist. I do hope that we can get the support letter in time. I would also, I mentioned this during the staff briefing, but when I had first gotten elected, I talked to staff about our own restrooms and the menstrual products in our restrooms, and took some time, but we have them in our restrooms now, and they're free. But I think looking at AB 2515, depending on where that goes, I think two things. One is staff was going to look at if the county is going to be implementing anything anytime soon that makes it a requirement. And then number two, the current products that we have in our restrooms now, I think every woman can attest to this. I'm guessing there's PFAS in there. I had asked staff to see if it was a cost issue with the brand and the type of pads and tampons there are. If we can take a look at that and see if it's not, then would love to see something where we're replacing those as time comes. So with that, I'll take the speaker.
Mayor Satrian, we have one public speaker, Mike Mohill, on this item.
This will be fine.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mike Mohill. I have a question. Why do we need a women's commission? You know, President Kennedy, back in the 60s, was the person who suggested a women's commission. That's a long time ago, and women have come a long, long way. We have Vice President Kamala Harris running for the presidency. Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House. We have women captains of industry. But you know we don't have any captains of? Teenagers. We need to have a teenagers commission and a men's commission. Because you know what? Men are going backwards. Men have fewer rights today than they had years ago. There are fewer men going to college. Did you know that? And if you're white, it's even worse. This commission of women stuff, I'm sorry, it's passé. Spend your money someplace else. Women are captains of industry already. How much more they want to be? They want to be the President of the United States. God bless her, if she wants to be that. But she has that right. And she's a politician. And Nancy Pelosi, she's a politician. We even have Ellen Asatrian, she's a politician. There are women up and down all walks of life who've made it in the business world. But guess what? Here's the problem with women who want to go up the ladder. You're going to get the same diseases as men had. Diabetes, heart condition, thrombosis, you name it. Instead of dying after your husband, you're going to be dying right with him because you have the same stress that a man has. It's not funny, Mayor Satrian. It is really not funny. But it's a sad reality. We do not need a women's commission. We need a men's commission because they are falling backwards. Why don't you change your hat and say we need a men's commission, not a women's? Thank you.
Is that all?
That's all.
Well, that is what you call tokenism. When you can point to single women in different places and be able to name them all. When this entire dais has women over and over and over and over again, just like all the years past when you walk up and you see those photos, that is when we know that we've come to a place where in our city, we are in equity with men. I have a lot to say on this, but that's where I'll keep it, so.
Maybe you should agendize it.
Yeah. It's coming.
Okay. I think you should agendize it and
It's
talk about
coming.
it, because just making this small, short remarks about.
Well, I don't like going on and
everything
on, Councilmember Carpetian, so
No, I know,
I've said
I
my
know. I
piece. If
think-
you'd like to go on and on, then be my
No,
guest.
I mean, if you're talking about this dais, half the community is women. They can pick and choose and vote for all these council members to be women if they wanted to.
I'm happy to invite you. I'm happy to invite you.
Let's
I'm
agendize
happy.
it and talk about it
No, I'm
if you
happy to
wanted
invite you to some events that talk about the difference between men and women on the campaign trail. All right, next item.
Well,
Oh,
I'll make a motion to
yes, sorry.
approve these bills for support recommendation from the council.
Have a second?
I'll second.
Roll call?
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Aye.
Mayor Asatryan.
Yes. Next item.
Next item is action item B, Public Works regarding urban forestry, tree planting, and maintenance program contract increases. 1, resolution dispensing with competitive bidding and authorizing the city manager or designee to amend contract 8000974 for city tree services with West Coast Arborists, Inc., increasing the contract amount by $40,560 to $11,618,220 for the purpose of planting 104 trees as part of the reimbursable United States Department of Agriculture Forest Service grants subject to budget approval in fiscal year 2024-2025, fiscal year 2025-2026, and fiscal year 2026-2027. 2, resolution authorizing the city manager or his designee to execute Green Latinos Urban and Community Forestry Program subaward agreement for City of Glendale's canopy improvement to plant 104 trees and perform a comprehensive citywide canopy assessment.
Mayor Asatryan, member of City Council, I'm going to invite Lauren Click, our urban forester, who has a brief presentation for you on this item for your consideration.
Good evening, Mayor Satri and members of City Council. We're excited about this grant opportunity from the U.S. Forest Service. This is a $100,000 grant. It's fully reimbursable. The program is designed around planting trees in South Glendale. It's a small planting program of 104 trees. And another component of this is a digital citywide canopy assessment, where the city would be able to get data on past canopy coverage and how that's changed on a granular level that we can decide over the last 10 years or more. This program would also enable us to choose the best, most ideal places to plant trees, so where one tree would have a larger benefit than in other locations based on factors that you can determine through digital mapping. There's also a large outreach component to this program, as it is a pilot project where we would do direct outreach to the small neighborhood, the small portion of the Glenwood neighborhood, which has been selected based on some factors that the Forest Service was asking in terms of population burdens, pollution burdens, to plant trees in this specific area. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Councilmember Brotman?
Yeah, thanks for this, and congratulations on obtaining this this grant. So what does it mean when you say it's reimbursable? That means we spend the money, we do the planting, and then we seek the reimbursement, right? That's all that means? Okay. As far as the canopy analysis tools that we're getting, is that going to allow us to understand how our private tree canopy is behaving? Because we've talked about this before. I know we have no protections over non-indigenous private trees. We can plant, tons of city trees, but if private trees are getting eliminated through development, we may be going backwards. So is this a way for us to assess how much canopy we're losing through development so that we can perhaps try to make that up through additional, municipal activities?
Councilmember Brotman, correct. In short, the level of data granularity can go down to the census tract level, or we can approach it in larger ways. That's something the city can determine, and that would be inclusive of everything within that area, so public, private trees, and that's where the age range. So I think the oldest detailed data is from 2010 or 2011. And then the data would actually update during this program. So we'd have a current snapshot and could compare the loss of public and private trees during that time.
Okay, I'd be very interested once this is in place for, for a memo, a report, however you want to present it, to just analyze some of those trend lines. Thank you.
Do any of my colleagues have?
My hand up.
Okay, please go ahead. I'm not seeing.
Yeah,
it.
that's okay, that's okay. So, you said the neighborhood that we chose is Glenwood area? Glenwood, north of Glen Oaks, that area? Yeah, because, and you also mentioned South Glendale, and I just want to mention, that's not South Glendale, it's North Glendale, but nonetheless, I know you did the research and you know where it's needed the most right now, and maybe you chose that area because of that. So, the trees, what kind of trees are these?
Members of the City Council, Councilmember Garpetian. So that's part of our outreach program. There's, I believe, maybe 20 or 30 different species that are possible in this area. And so the outreach component would enable residents to receive a letter to select which of maybe 1 to 3 trees they would like to have planted in front of their property and within the city property and the parkway.
Okay, so these are the ones that we're going to choose. Are they the ones that protected in Glendale or native to Glendale? Or there are trees that I personally really like, they're canopy trees that they grow sideways, if you will, instead of really tall, so create more shade. Is it, what kind of what do you have in mind as far as
Correct.
trees go?
So most of these areas, the parkway space is limited, which does limit the size of the tree. So that means some of the taller, narrow trees might not work in this area. But what we look at when we determine possible trees is the amount of growth space. And so if it's a 4-foot parkway, you're looking at a tree that's maybe 30 feet tall to avoid future issues with infrastructure damage or just too large of a tree for the available space.
Sure, okay. And it says the cost of trees are $40,560, and the tree canopy analysis is $52,000 for 3 years. So they analyze those trees, the canopy trees, every year? Is that how it works? And it's 50, because the cost of analyzing the tree canopy is 30% more than the cost of the trees itself.
Yeah, absolutely, Councilmember Garpetian. This is there's going to be 2 analyses during this 3-year period. One is our current analyses in terms of where we were and up to this time. There'll be another analysis when our new data comes in. That would be, I believe, in 2025 or 2026 rather. And in terms of the deliverables for this project, it's an ongoing process. So some of this is just the analysis of the canopy, and then there are other tools such as the analysis I mentioned where we'd be able to determine where specifically, if there's a certain number of spaces to plant trees, where should we target our existing resources to plant trees elsewhere across the city of Glendale.
Okay, and the type of trees that we're going to choose, are these the ones that absorb the most greenhouse gas from the atmosphere?
Generally, that's the goal, the largest tree for the space available, but I think that the better term is the right tree for the right place, where we want to plant the right tree, not too big, not too small, so we can get the best benefits.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, I see none. Do I have a motion?
No cards.
Oh, do we have speakers on this item?
We do not have cards on this item.
Thank you to
Okay.
staff.
Well, I will move, what is it, a resolution, 2 resolutions? I'll move both resolutions then.
Second.
All right, roll call?
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Alsatian.
Yes. Next item?
Next is action item C, community development regarding project update bicycle transportation plan continued from July 30th, 2024. Public comment taken on July 30th, 2024. No additional public comment will be taken unless the matter substantially changes. 1 motion providing direction on the update of the bicycle transportation plan.
So, couple of comments on this. We had made we had asked our questions and made our comments, and I granted everybody 3 minutes to speak last time on this item, which led to a 5-hour and 20-minute comment period. Because we were in a deadlock, we were asking Councilmember Kasakian to watch the video, and if he had any questions, that he would be able to raise them. And so I think I want to first pass it on to Councilmember Kasakian to ask any questions, make any comments, given that we've all already done that. And then I will be turning to our city attorney to guide us through the rest of it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let me first ask our city attorney what, I honestly came to this prepared to not ask questions because I had briefings with staff after having watched the meeting to better understand and get clarification. What type of questions is the council even allowed to ask at this time without having to open up this and revisit the whole issue?
Madam Mayor, members of council, because the public comment was taken at the prior meeting, under the Brown Act, the council can proceed without taking further public comment, provided that the matter doesn't substantially change. So in my view, that you can ask questions, you ask clarifying questions. Obviously, if there was some brand new information that you wanted staff to provide, that there might be an argument that you would have to provide. But again, the language in the statute just says the matter can't substantially change. So if you're voting on the matter that was submitted to you, or something that comes within that matter, obviously a reduced project or reduced plan, I should say, that's certainly within your purview as well. You just can't take some action that's not part of the agenda or is not, the public didn't have an opportunity to discuss at the prior meeting.
I understand. So a couple of the things that I think that bear repeating, because up until last week, even after a 5-hour deliberation, there were still messages and individuals on social media and other platforms that were claiming that this is a $500 million expense or cost to the city. And so I would like staff to once again here on record, perhaps in a more calm setting, explain the range, the 100 million to 500 million, the information that staff had put in the report and what the actual information is, I think, for everyone to clearly understand what the cost implications of this are.
Mayor, council members, you're correct. The range that was estimated was $100 to $500 million. That is not just for the bike lanes. The error in that report was that we stated that it was not for additional improvements. It does include everything. As I stated the prior meeting, whenever we do facilities such as bicycle lanes, it's a dig once philosophy. We want to make sure we pair that up with other capital improvement projects such as a road repaving, maybe it's improvements to the sidewalk, things of that nature. Those costs also estimate those elements as well. So if we're repaving the road, if we're putting new ADA curb ramps in place, whatever it may be. So all of that's factored into it. And the reason why that range is so large is that while this plan may call for, let's say, 46.5 miles, I believe, of protected Class 4 bike lanes, the council has the ability to choose going forward as those projects come forward to do less. Therefore, the cost starts to come down. So therefore, that's why that range is set like that, because we don't know for sure that we're going to do all of those facilities just like that. So that estimate wraps in all of those improvements. Again, anything dealing with the road, gutters, curbs, ADA curb ramps, things of that nature. It is not $500 million up front. It's not $100 million up front. Do keep in mind that this is a phased plan. It's over a 20-year period. Also, you'll note, and Daniel could probably speak to, or Mr. Hernandez could speak to this as well, a lot of these projects we obtain outside funding for, right? State funding, federal funding, grant funding to do these facilities. All in all, protected bike lane Class 4 cost estimates somewhere between $750,000 and about 1.5, 1.75, depending on how that lane is protected. That's per mile. So that's essentially a fraction of the overall 500 million number that we see in there.
Okay, well, I hope that this instance, as well as what transpired, is a cautionary tale for staff to be very careful and meticulous, especially when dealing with such figures and presenting them to council and to the public. I'm sure it's a lesson that won't be soon I hope won't be soon forgotten. In terms of the consultant that was hired to do the work, there were concerns about the consultant's place of origin. Can you please clarify and tell me who Borough Herald is and how they were selected, and I believe there was mention that they had a local presence, but if you can clarify that for me as well.
Burrow Happold is the name of the firm. They specialize in engineering and transportation planning. It's a multidisciplinary company located all across the country. Anybody who works in, say, engineering design, it's similar to, say, an HNTB. These are large companies that are spread across the country. The consultant that was here is from New York City. That is where he is stationed out of, but they also have an LA office. They also have LA staff that worked on this. That was done through a selection process, an open selection, competitive one. We brought the RFP to City Council here on February 15th of 2022. As part of that, we presented that they were involved as well with the Verdugo Wash. That was part of the presentation. The City Council voted 5-0 to approve that contract. It later voted to approve to amend that contract so that they could participate with the Vision Zero work as well. If I may also add, there were some comments earlier about our PDT. We came in October of 2021, sought City Council's approval for the composition and who we were planning to reach out to as part of that PDT.
If I may make a point of clarification on that. You said this council, it wasn't this council. I actually did not, I did not vote for that consultant. As a matter of fact, at that time, it was Councilmember Najarian, Councilmember Paula Devine, Councilmember Kasakian, Councilmember Reja Gajanian, correct? And
Correct on, yes, I believe all of those actually. And my apologies, yes, yourself as well as Councilmember Garpetian were not part of that council at that time.
But it was a 5-0 vote. I did go back and actually watch that meeting since I wasn't present, and it did have a 5-0 vote. So I think that anybody claiming that they didn't know and didn't know that it was also tied to Vision Zero, there was a case made by staff, and there was actual discussion on that during that meeting. Councilmember Kasakian?
Well, thank you for that. Now, I did find a moment of levity with Mr. Najarian's Pace Picante sauce commercial reference to New York City. But can you please clarify whether this firm has done work in other areas in the region? And my understanding from my own research is that they've also done work for the MTA, correct?
Correct. They have been on a number of projects across the region. That's one of the reasons why we were familiar with them. They, here in Glendale, they worked on the Verdugo Wash. They've also worked on other transportation plans. I believe they had a role in the Los Angeles River project as well. They had disclosed to us that they are on essentially a retainer with LA Metro as a subconsultant to HNTB. That's for transportation planning services, engineering, specific to some of the stations that were being proposed.
Okay. You know, I can just say my comments, and I'm satisfied. I watched that meeting, and I've spoken to and heard from a number of people on this item, and it's interesting to me how many people can watch the same meeting and draw different conclusions from very clear statements and facts. And I understand that, you know, there are people who've taken a great interest in this, and I'm appreciative of that. As I mentioned, well, after my absence and my return, I watched all of those meetings and give everyone credit here for staying through a very long meeting. And I also give credit to the public who took time from their schedules to come here and voice their opinions. I've read the staff report. I was briefed on it. I had an opportunity to meet with individuals in the community, both those who oppose and those who support the proposed plan. And after viewing the record and materials, I see no reason to oppose the proposed plan. And I have this to say on this. First of all, it saddens me that there are individuals or groups in this community who either by name or most of them anonymously feel the need to tilt the scales of decision-making in their favor by attacking or insulting members of this community. And this is not exclusive to any one side of the group. This happens, unfortunately, to individuals of opposing ideologies. It occurs on both sides. Now, when I bring this up with folks and I say, well, you know, there are individuals who say this, both sides will say, well, they started it first. They doxed us. They made memes with our faces and insulted us. Both sides are wrong. And as a city, we're better than this. We're better than what you're unfortunate neighbors and individuals who hide behind these anonymous accounts are dragging us into. During the Olympics, one of the members of this revived NBA Dream Team, Kevin Durant, was asked about his feelings on patriotism and playing for the United States. And I thought his answer was something that I think most Americans nowadays can agree on and probably can apply to our own city. He said, a lot of BS happens in our country, but a lot of great things happen too. And I think that's accurate, especially for where we find ourselves as a city today, as we talk about what issues are before us. I know there are some who love to press that panic button, who want to rush to social media. In fact, some of these comments will probably end up there tonight before I've even made it home, with various epithets and nicknames for me. So be it. They love to promote their own agenda, promote themselves, or simply engage in some of the basest and most pathetic and sad types of displays. They pretend they are spreading news and information, but they do it without context, without verification, and without, I unfortunately feel they don't do it with the sincerity of bettering our community. And we all, including the very people who engage in this behavior, suffer because of it. Some of us have said that Glendale is a car city. That's one of the comments that was said, that bicyclists are given too much attention as part of this plan. One woman called in and asked if any of the council members rode bikes to work and to meetings. One of my colleagues said he did. Another is an avid bicyclist. As for myself, I'll say this. I used to ride a bike in Glendale. I used to. I have lived in Glendale since my folks moved here when I was in the 4th grade. I learned how to ride a bike in Glendale. And there was a time in this city when children, rode bikes everywhere. We were a city of bicyclists. And for some reason, over time, we lost this. And it is surprising that so many of us are okay with this, and not enough of us are asking why that is the case. We used to ride our bikes to the school. We used to ride it back. We used to go to the playground. We used to ride it I remember riding it to the Legacy comic book shop. We used to ride it to the Galleria and to the Eagle Rock Plaza and back. Not just me, a lot of kids rode bikes in this city. And today we don't see children or families riding bikes. But we do hear the sarcastic refrain, where are the bicyclists? Where are the bikes? Every time you see a lane, you ask, where are the bikes? Instead of asking, where are the children on the bikes? We did it ourselves. We did it over time. We chose cars over our children. We banned people's ability to ride on sidewalks and forced them onto the roads alongside cars that are large, fast, and dangerous. We shoved our children indoors, sheltering them from the outside world because we prioritized the automobile over our kids. So much so that we sprouted a cottage industry of sign makers who print signs that most of you have seen around the city that say, drive like your children live here, which people still to this day ignore. I'm sure most of you have seen those signs in our neighborhoods. Drive like your children live here. Why is that sign even there? Because the car has taken priority over our kids. We have an opportunity to improve our collective quality of life. It may not be easy or convenient at first, but it will bear fruit if we stick with it. We need to have a way of ensuring the safety of bicyclists and pedestrians, and it's not an either car or bike and pedestrian proposition. There is room for everyone to coexist. The plan before us was drafted to show how a bike network can be laid out in a city to accommodate safe routes. It's a guide for potential improvements that will go through numerous steps before implementation, as staff has mentioned. At that time, groups, businesses, residents, and others will be able to speak up, make recommendations and changes. That's how it's supposed to work, and that's how it will work. There is no cost associated with this plan at this moment. If none of this is implemented over the next 20 years, then it's $0 for bike paths or pedestrian safety. If some improvements are made, it still falls far below this figure of $500 million that continues to circulate in the community. And that people who like to peddle in fear and who like to peddle in this misinformation, which has become a buzzword as well, like to do. The plan clearly lays out areas where paths are needed and where we, as elected officials of the city, will determine if the plan can work or not in collaboration with the community and with the neighborhoods and with the businesses. I will say this much to those who read the plan, who understood it, and who came to council and acknowledged that they understood the plan better after having been riled up. To those who read the plan and who saw what it was really about, thank you. I hope others will follow suit. The consultant identified 3 areas of Glendale as they relate to biking: the flatlands, the south region where it's mostly flat, the hilly areas, and the very hilly areas. I will personally say that I don't believe we should make the hilly or very hilly areas necessarily a priority. Let's focus on the areas where we have the densest population, where we have the schools where kids can bike to, and that we can support a bike network. When we have spoken about bike sharing programs in the past, right here from this dais, our focus has been on the flatter areas of the city for good reason. It's most conducive and easiest to get around on a bike and connect to other bike routes in neighboring major cities like Los Angeles, Burbank, and Pasadena. The outreach and engagement on this and many other city initiatives, I agree, is still lacking. But I believe that the work necessary to move this plan forward was done. And although there is still more work to be done, we should strive to do better. But to those who claim to not have been contacted, there are 2 points on this. Some of you were, and then others, we can't include everyone. However, there are many more people who now know about this today than they did before the process was first initiated. So to say that people are unaware of this now, whether for the right reasons or the wrong reasons, everyone sure as heck knows about it now, even if they are still unfamiliar with all of the details and the facts. We do as much as an organization as we can, and city staff should work with as many groups as have come forward. Those who have expressed a genuine concern, who are not just here to rile their neighbors up, we need to engage, well, even with those folks. We now know who is interested in this issue, and the next time any of these proposals come forward, any of the time when the city street improvements have to be made, these are the individuals we need to communicate with. So having said this, I am ready to vote on this, and I look forward to getting regular reports and hearing about the continued outreach efforts.
Right. I do have a couple of comments on this. Just for clarification purposes, because I brought this up during the last council meeting. When we talk about communication and community outreach and engagement, provided that even after the clarification and discussion, there was not only an action alert that still presented this as a $500 million project, I'm asking our city manager and our staff to actually put out proactive information on this through our sites. During the last meeting, Mr. Galania, you said you guys are going to get together and figure it out. A great example is actually there was an incident that took place, and the Glendale Police Department actually took to their social media, used the footage and clip to do an education piece on their profile. And so when I talk about proactive communication, we have reached on this specific topic, so much of misinformation is out in our community that sometimes it's going to be difficult for us to kind of bring it back and make people understand, because they've seen so many different things on this. And so I really am asking staff to put resources together in a palatable way that explains that we are not voting on all these bike plans today, that this is not something that's costing us $500 million for bike plans, and any other clarification that's needed based on the misinformation that was out there. And because there have been some wonderful clips about me noting the misinformation during the last meeting, just a point of clarification from our city attorney, who can maybe define the difference between misinformation and disinformation, for those that continue to disseminate misinformation, and at this point, after the meeting, disinformation, because those two things are very different, and I never used disinformation last time.
Yeah. Madam Mayor?
Well,
I'm sorry, I'm not really sure if that's a legal question. I mean, generally
no, just
speaking.
I think it would be nice to hear the difference, because they made it sound like misinformation is the same thing as disinformation. I never accused anybody of doing it on purpose to cause harm.
Sure. I mean,
Because that was part of our report. But then, you know, of course, they took it and they spun it in that manner after the clarification was done. And to have put that out, again, tying it to $500 million, then actually, for me, becomes disinformation.
I do support there used to be a facts page, and I believe that there's need for that once again, not just on this item, but a number of items. As we see folks filling certain vacuums in the community, and without having the regular coverage of the news press and other publications. I mean, the CV Weekly and the news press do their best, but, we're seeing individuals who claim to be journalists or who are, who claim to be the purveyors of accurate information, and that's not the case. So I think it's important. It's not to say that the city is always right. The city does make mistakes, but in terms of information, people should have the ability to easily access the accurate information and the facts.
Councilmember Sakin, I'm not just looking for the facts page. I'm looking for an education campaign that also includes just what it is and what it is not.
Sure.
And so in a format that is palatable and understandable by the public. So
I would support that as well.
Let's take this up later.
right.
The other thing I would say is that, I want to add a few more things. I've mentioned before that in this city, we do have issues. The one thing that everyone I spoke to agreed on is that car travel speeds, the quality of our drivers has deteriorated. We have issues with drivers who do not follow the road, so much so where there is a social media account dedicated to some of this, right? Part of the issue, I believe, is the removal of driver's education from our high schools. It was removed some time ago. Our kids are not, our young students are not learning the basics of driver's education. And I'm willing to even put our own city dollars into our public schools to help with that if that's what is required. If the public schools can't do it, then let's seek grants. Let's find ways of supporting that to bring back driver's ed. In speaking to one of the individuals from the schools, one of the administrators, someone who used to be a teacher of mine, he reminded me that the police and fire department used to do bike safety educational programs at the elementary school campuses. They used to go to the campuses, put up cones, have kids drive through them, and then receive a bicycle permit or driver's license equivalent. Like they would get a little decal on their bicycles explaining or letting people know that they went through this bike safety program. I don't know where that's happened, but certainly doing that, educating young people about bicycle safety is absolutely critical. But it's no use educating them about how to ride bikes if then their only options are to ride, in the streets. We need to decriminalize or to allow individuals to ride bikes on the sidewalks. We need to widen our sidewalks wherever we can afford to do it. We need to make it easier for neighbors to add speed humps and speed bumps in their neighborhoods where they wish to have them. The onerous process by which neighbors have to go through to put traffic calming measures in their neighborhoods, it has gotten to a point where people sometimes wonder what's even the use that they have to put up with cars speeding down their roadways in their neighborhoods, causing even more havoc. So we need to make that simpler. And lastly, I will say this. Brand Boulevard's test project was done with the best of intentions, but I'll be the first to say that it's fallen significantly short of its intended goals, both in terms of its appearance and in terms of things that we need to change and tweak. There's a lot of work to do, but that was the purpose of that project, for us to learn from it, to use the money that was allocated to the city of Glendale to do something with a stretch of Rand Boulevard that would help us understand how we can do things better and how we can implement some of the elements of it in other areas where they can have a greater benefit to the entire community. I hope that regardless of whatever side of this argument you're on, you agree that we need to slow traffic down, we need to slow driving speeds down, we need to make sure that we don't create a city where we're fine with pedestrians and some bicyclists, but mostly a lot of pedestrians just being victimized by some of the unsafe driving that occurs. So I believe that this is one part of that initiative and project. We need to make the city safer. And with that, I don't know, do I need to make the motion?
Councilmember Karpetian noted that he has a
Sure.
comment.
All right, that's the last of my comments on this. Thank you.
We're going to open it up for comments.
I mean,
All right.
Councilman Karpetian. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Najarian?
I did it while you were in the back room, Mr. Garber.
I mean, he did ask.
So,
All right.
I guess we're being a little bit philosophical today. I won't quote Kevin Durant, but I'll quote Abraham Lincoln that said, a government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not and should not perish from the face of this earth.
Here's what I found.
And so what that means to me is that we, as public servants, have to be accountable to you, the public. It means that we have to actively involve and invite the public to be part of the policy formation and implementation. And that is where this bike plan, this could have been any other plan in the city. The fact that it's a bike plan, and there are pros and cons for that, is almost secondary, because we talk about outreach. We talk about outreach. In the past 2 weeks, I've received probably close to 1,000 emails from members of the public, a vast majority of them opposed to the bike plan, acting as though, and rightly so, this was the first time they had ever heard of it. But wait, you say, we had outreach. We had a project development team. So I'm not trying to dox anyone, but on the project development team, we heard 2 weeks ago from the folks from Montrose. Andre Ortebegian said they were not given a significant representative body of our community. They were not given a chance to be involved. The Kiwanis Club, Mike Swan, not involved. The Glendale Chamber of Commerce, that represents the businesses in this city, Judy Kendall, wrote a letter. They didn't have a chance to get involved. The Glendale Homeowners Coordinating Council, Grant Michaels, said, oh yeah, I came to a meeting, but I was expecting some sort of summary, something that I could take back and give to my Homeowners Coordinating Council and let them discuss it and provide further input. And aside from the Glendale Homeowners Coordinating Council, there are 28 some other neighborhood organizations, neighborhood homeowner councils that were not involved in this. The Glendale Association of Realtors were not involved. The Armenian National Committee, I do not believe was involved. Who did come in were, we've heard from them. We heard from Alec Bartrasuf from Walk Bike Glendale. Go Glendale, the Transportation Management Association was there. We heard from people like Eli Lester, who was there and played an active role. We heard from Cole Bazemore, from the Sustainability Commission, who was there. We didn't hear from the Auto Club, Mary Ann Kim. I mean, I presume that if there are two sides to this issue, the Auto Club would be on the other side. We heard from the Glendale Environmental Coalition, Jack Walworth and Paul Rabinoff. You played an active role in the development of this policy. Safe Streets for All, Mike Schneider, who's an incredibly powerful advocate for bicycling, played a role in it. We had some staff. We know that this bike plan is supported by our community development director, and staff isn't going to go against them. In fact, even one of the staff members had their bike plan T-shirt on when it was being presented 2 weeks ago. Rafi Manukian, I'm not sure why the city treasurer has a role in this, except for the fact he's an avid bicyclist. My point is that this was not outreach. This wasn't going to the members of the community and asking for their input. There were select activists, and I'm not saying that in a bad way, but you've got a position and you advocate for it, but there was no one on the other side. The only thing we've heard from the other side are these 1,000 emails saying that they were not part of the process and they don't want the bike plan. So that's where this whole process failed. Aside from the report that gave us a totally bogus number that we're now backpedaling and trying to plug in and say, well, it's a range and all that. That's the problem that we have here. I can't support something that is so opposed by members of this community. To do so would be tone deaf to what the community as a whole wants. That's my problem with this. Are there certain adjustments to the biking plan? Do we want to take away parking? Do we want to give a class 1 lane? That really is secondary. The failure here is not having the community involved. And in San Francisco, that liberal city to the north, recently the mayor, London Breed, the progressive mayor, pulled the plug on bike lanes in Chinatown. And why? Why did she pull the plug? Because the outreach efforts were insufficient. Staff admitted that they didn't take the outreach seriously. And the mayor said nobody should be caught off guard when their streets are going to change. And the lesson from this is that San Francisco is drawing is that it's going to take a long time for San Francisco to repair its relationship with its residents by going this way and forcing that bike plan upon them without proper community outreach. So that's my problem with this, council members. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Garpetian?
Okay. New definition for community outreach. Stop going to outside special interest groups and get their opinions first. Get your community involved. You want to have a survey done? Look at all the emails that we received. Look at all the comments online. These are people who just got to know about this project. Don't go to special interest groups that they have funding from state behind them to push these projects. No one has talked to the businesses along Glendale Avenue, Colorado, Broadway, Central, Pacific, Brand. None of the bike community members went to these businesses and said, this is what we want to do. If you want to do an outreach, reach out to them as well. So that's number one. There are 18 HOAs that were not involved, maybe 28, I have the number wrong here. Who attended that PDT meetings? I don't know how many members are there, but there's like 20 or 30 of them, or maybe more. Only the advocates and activists who are pushing this project forward. a majority of special interest groups, not my constituents. My constituents, they don't want this project. I'm telling you straight out. We can pass it tonight. We can do whatever we have to do. You're going against 99.5% of the community. Cycling, let's be honest with each other. Cycling is not a way of transportation in Glendale. It's not. And I'm sure you didn't come here with your bicycle tonight. That's for sure. Tell the community the truth. Look at La Crescenta Avenue. As soon as the residents on that stretch found out, what did they do? They're going nuts. No one has told them what's going on that street. That we're taking the traffic lane out on both sides. We're taking street parking in front of your homes. No one has told them that. They said it's safety, we want to make improvements, traffic improvements, traffic light change, all this pedestrian safety, safety for all these catchphrases, fancy statements, but none of them, no one told them what's going on that street. Very carefully and cleverly, Verdugo Wash project was included in this project. Verdugo Wash is a separate project. The $6 million that they're spending on studying it, but somehow it ended up in this plan. So if you go to north, you have Verdugo Wash, you have Cañada Boulevard, and you have Verdugo Street or Verdugo Boulevard, all showing type 4 bike lanes. And it's saying, oh, we study all of them and see which one is more sufficient, and we'll go that way. Paris, you just came back from Paris. What's the population of Paris? 2.2, 2.3 million. They have proposing only 100 kilometers of bike lanes. Not all of them are type 4 protected lanes. That is 60 miles. You're proposing here 91 miles of a smaller city, which is 1/10 of Paris. No city has this kind of a project. And as far as $100 million to $500 million, that number was not put in here by the community members. It's in the report. Am I correct or am I wrong? The number is in the report, right? 100 million to 500 million?
Right, that's the range.
Okay, so let's talk about that number. These are the new items that I went back and I watched the tape from, was it last week or 2 weeks ago?
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, and I also watched the tape on January 9th that most of these decisions was pushed forward and only 3 members of the council were there, and I will get to that quickly. So 100 to 500 million, if it's more for road improvements and portion of it is bicycle infrastructure, fine. But if you have La Crescenta Avenue, which is 1.5 miles, and it's $20 million, give and take, maybe 18 to 20 or 22, that includes the bike infrastructure. You have 90 miles of new road improvements, including bike infrastructure. Just do the math. It's gonna be almost $2 billion. Not 100 million or 500 million. And that doesn't include the Verdugo Wash. Verdugo Wash project, with today's money, is several $1 billion. We're trying to build a elevated platform into 9.5 miles of elevated platform into the wash that doesn't even belong to the city. It belongs to the Corps of Engineers, and they're managing it. That project is several $1 billion. And I don't know if we are changing the zone in Verdugo Wash to be able to use it as recreational or what, that's another thing. Community outreach. Staff members, of course, they have individually, they have the right to like or love whatever they want. They have the right to be an activist on their own time or advocate for a bike project or what have you, but not when they are representing the city in public arenas. They can only present the project. They cannot push for it. And that is number one. I attended the meetings that was scheduled. I attended one of them. I missed one. November 12th, 2023. It was at Adult Recreation Center. And there were maybe 15 people there, and there were 2 guys with a bike. I was one of them. None of them came with their bicycles. All the advocates, none of them were there with their bicycles except me and one other gentleman. And let's look at the community meetings that we had after the what is the name of the committee? The PDP, PDT?
PDT.
Sorry? PDT.
Project development.
Right, project development team. So I'm looking at the 2023 schedule. This is the community part. Let's say we take your word. We sent emails. Somehow, miraculously, none of the big organizations in this town wanted to be involved. They didn't respond. They didn't say anything. Look at the community meetings that this consultant who's from New York and doesn't know anything about Glendale has scheduled. Earth Day celebration, shaping the future of energy. Bike to work, mayor bike ride, go Glendale bike safety day. These are all the community events that they organize to reach to the members of the community. You see why they're going crazy right now? Because this has nothing to do with average Joes who live in the city. When they say we didn't know about it, this is the reason. And go to the other one, the one that was on phase 2. Glendale Annual Fall Festival, Youth and Student Workshop, Teen Workshop, BTP Open House number 2. And that's the one that I went to, which was on November 12th. So all this talk about the children, I raised 3 children here. They were born in this city. When they were younger, they rode their bike, not on major streets. They didn't want to go to school with their bicycle. They rode their bike around the house, around the neighborhood, in safe streets, which is secondary streets. But now they all drive. They go to work, they go to university, they go to school. They can't do anything with their bike today. They can't even go to Nordstrom and buy something and come back on their bike. And they don't want to. You're trying to shove your idea into people's throats. And that's what's wrong about this plan. List of the projects, page 207 to 210. Now I have to make my comments. I mean, you.
Councilmember Garpetian, we had already made comments during the last meeting, so I'm asking.
These are new
They're not.
information. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Because I went back. Yes, they are, and I went back. You may stop the public from speaking, but not the council members. That's not right. That's not right.
I'm not trying to, allow me to finish for a second.
ahead.
Are you,
I'm listening.
okay. How much more time do you need?
3 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 to 4
right.
minutes, 3 minutes. I'll try to cut it short.
Thank you.
I mean,
I don't need it to be.
take as much time as you need.
Sir, I'm running this meeting.
Well, it's a point of order. We have no
Okay. All
rules
right.
restricting comments by
No,
council members.
Unnecessary friction up here.
Councilmember Garpetian, please continue your
Thank you,
comments.
thank
Thank you.
Pages 207 to 210, it tells you, and it's all buried in this report, where these projects are, where the bike lanes are going to be. It's 118 projects. And it's not that 118 streets. One project can be 5-6 blocks. It's 118 projects. It's going to affect every part of this city, and mostly major roads that people travel around. And you want to stop that because the intention behind this is not bike lanes. The intention behind this is this movement to get people out of their cars. And you have no right to do so. This is not in our purview to get people out of their cars and try to change their lifestyle. If they wanna ride their bike, more power to them. They wanna ride their cars, more power. No one has to dictate who can drive or not not drive, what kind of a car drive, what part of the town they can go, and it's coming soon, what time you can do laundry in the evening so you won't get charged.
I mean, point of personal privilege. We're getting comments from the audience that you've kicked people out for before. At least give a warning, I would recommend. I think it's Mr. DeCola who's
I'm not, okay.
making snide
So
remarks.
please, everybody, keep your
I'm trying to
comments
find
to yourself, so
one page
Councilmember
here,
Carpet can finish, and
if
we
I
can get through this
if I
together.
may. 226.
Please don't speak out of order. If you have any, if there are issues, the signs note that you can approach the city clerk or one of the police officers.
And let me continue. Please, I don't want this to become something that it shouldn't. I understand you have your right. You speak. I'm willing to sit here and listen to you again tonight, both sides, if you wanted to. That's me. I think we should. I don't have a problem. If it's even a minute, 30 seconds, I'm willing to listen to you guys. And I don't want this to turn into an unnecessary argument and friction. We all have differences of opinion, and we are just voicing our opinions. That's all. Nothing against you or nothing against the people who are for or against it. This is my comment, and this is my opinion. It says, page 226, lane reconfiguration of Figueroa Street in LA. It said that it reduced the car traffic by 11%, but it also decreased the bicycle traffic by 4%. I don't understand how does this help? It's just, I went through this whole report and I picked the things that it's interesting to know, so people who have the time, they can go take a look at it. So just to be fair, I went back to January 9th meeting and watched the meeting, almost the entire thing, and there were only 3 council members present here. Because I asked staff, why is this many type 4 bike lanes from 5, 6 miles or 10 miles, we went to 90. They said, the answer to me was, council mentioned or said, aim high at January 9th meeting. And I went and looked at it, and I watched it to see what did council say at that time. So Council Member Satrian at that time said, have a wider community outreach, their calendars, different events, community events, which was one is the Vartavar, which is the water festival, Filipino business community. Also, you mentioned to have flyers and put them in the Thursday folders. None of this was done. Community outreach, average Joes. Council Member Kasakian mentioned find out from big businesses who have employees in Glendale, why don't they ride their bikes to work and around town? I don't think that happened. And Councilmember Kasakian also mentioned that there's an acronym that is called SMART, that every project has to look into, which was specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. I spent time to watch everything to be fair when I make these comments. That was a very long meeting. This is what Councilmember Kasakian said. There were zones, several zones. It says ideal places, zone 1, 2, and 3, which is on the flat part of the area. But yet, the consultant went back and got a box of crayons in different colors and marked every street in Glendale. Councilmember Kasakian also indicated that let's build it and people will come, then we would worry about what we can, about our what we envision for the future. Over time, we work on the areas and let's bite off what we can chew. These are Councilmember Kasakian's comments on that meeting. No one said go aim high and go after all the major streets. Councilmember Brotman, at that time he was the mayor, mentioned that they received a letter from Walk by Glendale, and that letter indicated to do all this work, and that's why it was put in there. Councilmember Najarian was not present. Councilmember Devine was not present. So just to close it off, and there is a lot of talk about it's dangerous, people drive, and dangerous drivers, too many accidents. Do we know what our VMT is in Glendale?
Councilmember Garpetti, in regards to,
The vehicle miles traveled
total?
in the city of Glendale?
Not offhand, we would not have that information. We're still updating our circulation element.
Okay. So we have another item tonight, which is another 800, 700 and some pages. It's in there. It's page 350. 1,230,370,632 passenger vehicle miles traveled. And commercial vehicles miles traveled, 47 million miles. These are the numbers that it's in our report. So if you, when you want to measure something, you have to have both sides. If you look at the 1,230,000,000 miles traveled in Glendale and compare that to the number of accidents that we had, unfortunately, no fatalities in last, I don't know, 7, 8 years since 2015. So since 2009, we had one fatality. Of course, one is one too many, involving bicycles, right? So if you put that against that, you can't say, oh, we killed it, no one wants to ride, because this is how the community is. You can't change the nature of people. I know there's a push to change the fabric of this community, but it's not going to happen. It will not happen. You have 34 collisions involving bicyclists, and it doesn't tell me if they are from Glendale or not. I don't know people who are in these accidents are from Glendale or not. And you're penalizing the entire community because of these few numbers, and we have, our daytime population is 400,000, and they all drive there. Our transportation records indicates that. Our the bus rides, the Beeline and everything indicates that how low our numbers are. So people who come to Glendale, they don't come with their bikes, they drive here. So these accidents, they're all included in there. So what I'm saying is, don't try to, I mean, there is no urgency in this to pass this massive plan tonight. Do a community outreach. Go out there for a year and talk to people and see what they want. This is not going away. This is going to be done when there's a capital improvement plan, a road project. And just to mention, all of these road projects, most of them are supported and funded by gas tax. The same people that you don't want them to drive, they have to drive for the city to collect the gas tax and spend it on the roads. So my point or position has always been, as long as you do not take a traffic lane, remove a traffic lane, or remove a street parking, more power to you. I'm all for it. Let's go and work on it and make it safe for all. But removing a traffic lane unreasonably, without having any records as to what this plan will do in 20 years, how many people will be driving in 20 years, if this plan is riding their bikes in 10 years or 5 years, the consultant had no answer for it. So the idea, if you build it, they will come, it doesn't work. Just look at Glen Oaks Boulevard and look at Ocean View. We have bike lanes there. Unfortunately, there is nobody there. Not because it's not safe. Maybe we should think that they don't want to ride their bikes as much as you guys believe. So that's where I'm. I cannot support this project the way it's proposed tonight. And I think the community is being getting the short end of the stick if this thing is passed the way it is. And with no community outreach, none whatsoever, except the advocates or activists who more than half don't even live in Glendale. And that's a disgrace. I'm done, Madam Mayor. Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you. Councilmember Botman.
I was hoping we didn't have to do this. I don't know, it'll be less than what Councilmember Garpetian just had, so I promise you that. But you know, it's hard to sit here and hear this, all this bike hate is it's crazy. It's 2024. We're still having these same old, tired arguments about something as basic and beneficial as bike infrastructure. It's pretty mind-boggling. And I want to break down some of the absurdity that I'm hearing here. But before I do this, I want to ask Mr. Calvert to clarify a few things. Are we passing a bike plan tonight?
Councilmember Brotman, we are not. We are going to be using whatever map and direction council gives us today to put into our EIR, which will go into our draft plan, which will come back at a later date, and then go into a final plan as well.
Okay, so we are not passing a bike plan tonight. Let's make that clear, okay? Mr. Garpetian, let's make that clear. Because you talked about passing a bike plan tonight. That's not what we're doing, okay? Number two, can you remind the council and the public that the Verdugo Wash project is not part of the bike plan? I mean, I don't think it should have to be said again, but it keeps coming up from this dais, so let's make that clear.
The Verdugo Wash is in the original bike plan. It is in this draft map as well. It is a separate project, though. It will go through its own separate analysis, separate design. Same thing in terms of cost analysis, things of that nature. That is not factored in as part of this because that is a separate project with its own separate stream of funding.
Right, and it's in the map just like the BRT is in the map. Is the BRT part of the bike plan?
Not.
It's also a separate project, just the same.
Correct.
Okay, the third thing, or the next thing is, can you please respond to these comments we're hearing about all these people not being invited, all these people not participating in the PDT? Can you remind us of the number of emails you sent to people, the number of times you tried to contact people, the fact that at least one person who says he wasn't involved from the Montrose Shopping Park Association sits on the Transportation Commission and heard the presentations about this multiple times, knowing full well that there was a PDT and never once said he wanted to be on it. So can you please repeat that?
Yes, Councilmember Rotman. We did get approval from the City Council, I believe it was in October of 2021, to form a PDT. In that, we provided a spreadsheet of who we were intending and thinking of inviting. Some names were added on based on that feedback. I'll touch on just a couple specifically, though. MSPA, they were brought up earlier. MSPA, Kiwanis, the Chamber, the Realtors Association, Homeowners Coordinating Council, as well as the Auto Club, they were all invited. They were part of the original invite list.
Was it just one email that they got?
No, our first email went out in November of 2022. I believe it was the 16th, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 22nd. It was asking who we sent an email to provide a delegate that we could then put on the PDT later on. We had provided until sometime in maybe mid-December to respond to that. Despite not receiving responses, we also did follow-up calls as well. Despite not receiving responses, another 12 emails went out to everyone that was on that list. We continued to invite everyone that was originally on the list, correct? Emails or invites, I'm sorry, calendar invites. We continued to invite everyone on there that we had originally identified to each meeting, and then we still sent the packet materials to them as well for the next intended meeting. I will say that Judy Kendall did send an email earlier today stating that she had not seen the emails, but she did know they were there. We had a conversation about them. We've in fact talked a little bit more about how we can make sure that we reach a broader group amongst all these organizations. I will also say that Grant Michaels actually set up the presentation that we did with the Homeowners Coordinating Council. He also sent an email today saying the GHCC does not have specific comments as a consensus was not reached on the aspects of the plan. Neighborhoods were encouraged to comment directly. We were relying on some of that distribution. That's why we went through the GHCC to try to help disseminate that information. But yes, total of 13 emails if you count the invitation letter.
Okay, thanks. I think it's important for that to be out. And you know what they say about you can bring a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. People have to take some responsibility when they're invited to things to step up and not wait till things have developed and then say, we didn't know about it. Okay. I want to address kind of some of the nonsense I'm hearing. First, this idea that we're catering to a small group of cyclists. Okay, let's be real. The overwhelming majority of our transportation spending, overwhelming majority, goes to roads that move cars. It's been that way for a generation. A teeny tiny sliver goes to active transportation. By designing roads almost exclusively for cars and investing almost all of our transportation dollars in moving cars, it's no surprise that most people drive. We've made it convenient, and we've made the alternatives inconvenient. What we're doing now, what we're attempting to do now, is ever so slightly level that playing field. We want those who can't afford a car, can't drive for physical reasons, or don't want to drive, to have a chance to be equal members of the society. And if you remember, we had a speaker 2 weeks ago who quoted from the census data that 13% of households in Glendale have 0 cars. And in some census tracts, it's as high as 30%. You know, we spend a lot of money on people with disabilities, ADA, right? And I think that's the right thing to do. But what's the population of people with disabilities in the city of Glendale? I looked it up. It's just under 10%. Do we say, no, there are not a lot of people with disabilities, screw them? No, we don't say that. But when it comes to bike lanes, I mean, people freak out about what's really a small amount of money. And I'll mention again, on La Crescenta, the portion of that $15 million project that's associated with bike lanes is about $760,000, I think. Okay, that's what we're talking about, folks. I'm sorry, but the arguments about bike lanes are pure selfishness among folks who have what they need and they really don't care about anyone else. Second, we heard Mr. Najarian make this argument that there's this silent majority against the bike transportation plan, that there's this organic upsurge of concern, that all these hundreds and hundreds of emails are somehow organic, heartfelt, sincere. I'm sorry, that's nonsense. We did get a lot of emails, but they were almost all just click and sends. In fact, if you notice, most of them, probably 90%, had the same typo in the headline. People aren't even bothering to fix the typo. Do you think they're reading the email? No. What this tells us is it's easy to get a lot of people to send emails if you lie to them. Okay? And that's what happened. We have people with websites like Armenians of Glendale, and I'm looking right at the person who runs that back there, Mr. Najarian's sister, pushing out a bunch of lies and getting people.
Please. I need you to please quiet down. I need you to please quiet down. Thank you.
I'm stating facts.
I need you to please quiet down. Thank you.
Okay.
Insult my sister, if that's what you're doing.
I said she put it out. Is that an insult? Does she?
You meant to insult her.
No, I meant to point out that what's really happening.
She was lying.
Councilmember.
Yes, she did lie. Yes. Okay.
Monsieur
I didn't
Kubian,
invite you to the
Monsieur Kubian.
podium, I'm sorry.
You're not. Monsieur Kubian, please sit down. And please consider this your warning. Thank you.
Okay.
Yours. Thank you.
So, in contrast to those click and send emails with the typo in the headline, we had 130 emails from people who actually identified where they live. By the way, these click and send emails didn't tell us where these people are from. God only knows whether any of them are from Glendale. But we got 130 emails from people that were all written individually, okay? Bespoke emails talking about their own personal views from their own personal experience. And they also said where they were from. And I would say 90+% had Glendale addresses. Okay, so all this nonsense about people outside Glendale, you know, that's, anyway, it's just bullocks, as they say. So if we want to talk about the true sentiment of the city of Glendale, I think the true sentiment is very strongly in support of this type of a bike plan, okay? That's the reality, okay? The latest email screed that went out just a few days ago, or maybe yesterday, has this really laughable line, which says, "We will have blood on our hands if we approve the plan, because bike lanes will slow emergency response." Well, guess what? Anyone who spends any time studying best practices around urban transportation planning knows the following. 1, bike lanes do not impact emergency response, especially when you go from 4 lanes, when you go from 2 lanes in either direction, 4 lanes, to 1 lane in either direction plus a center turn lane. There's research on this. I sent it to our city manager. If anybody wants it, I'll send it to you, okay? Bike infrastructure reduces speeding and improves safety for all road users, including drivers. This is well known. Look at the research, okay? If anyone has blood on their hands, it's those trying to stand in the way of smart urban design and hold on for dear life onto a flawed transportation model that is one of the primary causes of premature death in this country. And by the way, you can look this up too, the United States has, by orders of magnitude, the highest death and injury rates among any developed country. I wonder why. Another fallacy we hear is that bike lanes are bad for business. In fact, the research here is also clear for anybody who bothers to study it. Cities with robust bike infrastructure experience higher business revenue and higher property values than cities that don't have such infrastructure. And that makes sense. Businesses thrive when more people are on foot or on bikes because guess what? They're more likely to stop, shop, and support the local economy. Instead of driving through neighborhoods, people on bikes engage in the neighborhoods. And if you ask any realtor, you'll know that properties with higher walk scores sell for more. That's why they advertise them. Walking and biking are the same in that regard. Then there's the ridiculous claim that no one bikes. Well, it's ridiculous first because it's wrong, but there's a hint of truth in the fact that there isn't as much non-recreational riding as there should be. And why do you think that is? It's not rocket science. It's because it's dangerous and inconvenient. Make it safe, convenient, and enjoyable, and people will bike. The data backs this up. There's no reason to think Glendale is any different from anywhere else. In fact, our climate and our topography are more conducive to bike transportation than many cities with much higher levels of ridership. Remember, the bike transportation plan is a roadmap. It's not a blueprint. It's a vision of where we want to go. There are many redundancies in the routes. For example, just one, because it's near where I live, Cañada and Verdugo, parallel. Are we going to build out both of them? Unlikely. But we want both of them in the plan because we want options. Each project will be decided on its merits after extensive analysis of traffic patterns and road geometry, and after public outreach, and after identifying funding sources. If the impact on traffic or parking of developing a particular segment is too great, we'll focus elsewhere. The plan doesn't commit us to any particular project. The way CEQA works, guys, is that once we go through the EIR process, we can take things out, and I'm sure we will. But we can't put new routes in, and that's why there are 90 miles in there. That's why it appears so ambitious. Well, it is ambitious, but it gives us 100% flexibility to decide if, when, and how we implement. I could go on, but I don't see the point, because I think for many people, and not all, but for many of the people that are kind of on the forefront with all the Instagram posts about this, with the 500 million and the blood on your hands, it's not about bike lanes for them at all. It's about politics. It's about finding an issue to hammer your political opponent. It's about the nationalization or magnification of what should be common sense local decisions. And sadly, it's part of a whole with the attacks on our school system, the anti-LGBTQ bigotry, and the localization of right-wing social media hate. I'm tired of it, and if the last school board and council elections were any indication, the public at large is tired of it too. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Garpetian, I'd really like to wrap it up.
No, I
Is there a
understand.
new comment?
Yes, yes.
Is it something you've said this week or?
No, I haven't.
Okay, I'm going to allow for Mr. Calvert to clarify some points, and then you can have the floor, and then if you can, would it be okay if you can limit it to less than 1 minute? Or is it?
These are new things that I just got a text that to
You had
mention
a lot
that I
of
have to
time
make.
already.
I have every right to have any time that I want. It's not up to you to decide
Can we
how much
please?
council
Okay,
members can speak.
I'm having a conversation with you. I'm just
yeah.
trying to gauge.
So let's, again, as I said, I don't want this thing to be anything other than it is. It's a discussion. There are differences of opinion. Don't bring national politics in here. Don't bring all
Okay,
this,
so.
mix everything
All
together.
right.
Because I know that's what they.
There's, Mr. Garcia, can I get a point of clarification? Deliberation versus comments?
Madam Mayor, it's essentially the same thing. I mean, obviously, if council members have questions or comments, and then until someone calls the question, which you don't have a motion yet, debate can continue.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Psaki
Pardon?
made the motion.
Okay, is it a second? Yeah. So,
I'll
and then
second the motion.
Somebody would need to call the question.
Well, I would like for Mr. Calvert to make his, or if it's going to be short, go ahead. And then Mr. Calvert.
Glendale Association of Realtors was mentioned. They received the first email. The board, this is what I was asked to say. Their board decided not to get involved because this is not like somewhat real estate related. But it doesn't mean that they're for the project, that they mentioned that to me. They said, just emphasize that. Also, they're members of their association individually. They have every right to come out and voice their opinion for or against this project. Also, as far as the number of cyclists in Glendale, I think the easiest and best and fastest way, put it in our books that everyone has to register their bike, get a license plate, and we would know how many cyclists we have in Glendale that own a bike. That's another one. And as far as the EIR goes, does the EIR determine if you need to remove a traffic lane or not? No. It doesn't, right?
We will be looking at that later on. That does not look at the geometry specifically in the EIR.
And the
This is to
EIR
get to that
doesn't-
next level.
Got it. Sorry to cut you off. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying that that is not included as part of the EIR because we're not at a
Mr.
design level
Calvert,
yet.
I'm so sorry to cut you off. People are speaking. If you can please not do that so we can just wrap this up. And if our city clerk and staff can also pay attention, because, I mean, I've said this several times now, and I'm just trying to get through this meeting. So if we can keep an eye on who it is, because I guess the policy requires for me to give the warning to the individual. Thank
And
you.
also, the EIR doesn't project what the cost of any project is, right?
That's part of the work that we're doing now. That is included in the EIR, yes.
It isn't. Okay, thank you. And also for Mr. Botman, I would like to know which cities are out there that we can look into if they have implemented this kind of a plan and the business community kind of benefited from it, reduced the traffic collisions, it improved the quality of life. I would like to know which cities are there. I'll be more than happy to go with you and visit their cities, see where they implemented those plans, where their bike lanes are, talk to the community members, and maybe bring a similar plan to Glendale. If it's out there, I'd like to know. And I'm not against cyclists or bike lanes. I'm just telling you what is being relayed to me by my constituents, and that's all there is to it. If there are cities that they really have have done this plan or similar to it or implemented such a thing, I'll go with you. I'll drive.
Okay, all right,
Let's go. Let's go take a look at them.
okay, deal.
Yeah, I'll drive because I don't think they're close to us. I'm not gonna ride by
We might
bike.
have to, we might have to fly, but,
That's okay.
but
That's
we can
okay.
drive.
That's okay.
There's some
too.
we can drive.
That's okay. Too.
All right.
And again, I apologize to everyone if it came a little bit on a rougher side of me, but it's just everybody's passionate about it, and Mr. Bachman as well. I mean, there is nothing personal here. It's just differences of opinion. That's all. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for indulging me again.
Anytime. Mr. Calvert, do you have any clarifying points that you'd like to make?
No, just I answered those questions there from Councilmember Garpetian, so I think.
Okay. So before we go for a vote, we are not voting on a bike plan today. We are not allocating $100 to $500 million to a bike plan or any sort of plan. I do agree that there has to be some sort of disclaimer maybe in the future, because if I was the general public looking at just the wording of this document, I would think that, yes, this is a plan that we're adopting, okay? So this is what I see as a vision document that perhaps can have a disclaimer, or staff can come up with something that clearly notes that we are not committed to any of this. This is just a overarching bike route network is what I would call it. And with respect to the emails and comments online, my background is advocacy. I've always loved getting input from the community. I would be ecstatic, and I don't care if it's a click and send. What I do care about is that the click and send is based on factual information. I recognize that our residents and our businesses are busy, so if there is an advocacy effort to inform our constituents, I welcome that. I welcome the partnerships that come along with that. What is concerning to me is that there is a flyer or a V for Vendetta type of video that says that this is a $500 million bike project. Click to send an email, which is factually incorrect after it's been clarified, creating panic in our city. I can't take that. And as a matter of fact, what I would like as part of that education is for staff to grab all the email addresses of the individuals that sent us emails, and you can do that from the back end, and include those individuals in the community outreach you're going to be doing moving forward. Because it is our responsibility, I've said this time and again, to educate our community, and when we leave a void, other people fill that void. For general comments like 99.5% of the people don't want this, or no one on the other side was invited, that's actually not the case. And I would request that we stay away from such general comments and look at ways in which we can actually bring our communities together instead of continuing to tear up the city based on false information. So with that, I know we have a motion and a second.
Can you repeat what the motion is? You said it's a vision, it's not a plan?
Bradley, you want to?
So I don't know, I would say that I don't know what you come up with for the future of how you do the education part of this, but I think it really is important for the general public to understand that this is not something that we have approved with funding. I could see that as a person from general public reads it as bicycle plan. There is no note on there that says like these things haven't been approved. I don't know how you would phrase that to ensure that it also safeguards us from having conversations and getting grants and funding in the future. but there has to be some sort of education or disclaimer or something somewhere that we can reference as a city.
Mayor and council members, what I would recommend is when we come back with our draft plan, that we come up with a language that obviously satisfies the council's interest in that regard. Also mapping out the full timeline of what it would take for a project to go from that bicycle transportation plan into actual implementation. But that is something that we can bring back and ensure that all of you have a chance to participate, give direction, provide feedback.
All right.
So can city attorney tell us what the motion is tonight? If it's not, we're not approving a plan, are we just, is this a note and file because of the report, or what is it?
Motion providing direction.
It is a motion providing direction. I think whoever the maker of the motion is, would need to say, my understanding is it's providing direction to proceed with the environmental review and preparation of the plan, and along with the other elements that are outlined in the report.
Yes.
That's your motion?
And you said report, you mean in this plan?
In the plan that's attached to the report.
Yes.
Yes, and I second that, yes.
All right. Roll call, please.
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Karpetian,
No.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
No.
Mayor Asatryan.
Yes. Next item?
Next item are item 9 hearings. Hearing A, Community Development regarding appeal of a portion of Historic Preservation Commission's conditional approval of design review case number PDR-003119-2024 for the property located at 1239 Rosemoyne Avenue. 1, motion to sustain Historic Preservation Commission's decision to approve the project with all original conditions of approval imposed by the commission. 2, motion to modify the decision of the Historic Preservation Commission to approve the project by removal of 2 conditions of approval. 3, motion to modify the decision of the Historic Preservation Commission to approve the project with any alternative combination of conditions of approval. 4, motion to continue the appeal, directing the city attorney to draft findings, reversing the Historic Preservation Commission's decision and denying the project.
Could I ask my colleagues if we can take a 5-minute recess
Absolutely.
and break before? Yeah, okay.
Can I speak on?
I mean, why not? I think, I mean, I can open it, all right. We'll be right back, okay? Thank you. Are we on? All right, welcome back. Okay, we're opening the public hearing. Can you please, who's speaking in the back? Ms. Yakubian, I had already given you a warning.
It wasn't her.
Oh, you were raising your hand, I thought. Who's, okay, all right. Can you please, I'm just gonna keep giving warnings to people, I guess individually. Let's get through this meeting together. Thank you. All right. I open the public hearing. Mr. Galanian. Yes, she already read it.
Yes, Mayor Sajian, member of City Council, I'd like to introduce to you our new planning associate sitting at the monitor. This will be his first presentation, so be nice to him. His name is Eric G. Welcome, Eric, and you can take over the presentation. Thank you.
Welcome to the Glendale family.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. This is Planning Associate Eric G. presenting for the appeal case at 1239 Rosmoyne Avenue. The appellant in this appeal case is the property owner and is requesting to remove 2 of the Historic Preservation Commission's conditions of approval for the design review case that was heard on April 18th, 2024. The subject property is located in the Rosmoyne Historic District and is identified as a district contributor. This is the photo of the existing property. It includes a lot of facade characteristics that defines the elements of Spanish colonial revival architecture. We see decorative vents, Spanish clay tiles, the stucco, the wood grills, balconets, casement wood windows. The proposed plan seen above is the existing plan. In the below, we see the proposed addition that focuses mainly towards the rear. That's limited views from the public street. It also includes addition to the garage, pool, and a detached patio, includes the replacement of all windows. And here we see the floor plan. So the first floor plan on the right, we see the outline of, in the purple is the proposed addition, and in the left is the proposed finalized version. The second floor. In the second story addition, we also includes the enclosure of the balcony. Here we see the elevation, and the left is the proposed, and the right is the photo of the existing with the story poles to indicate the outlines of the proposed addition. And the sides. And here we see a perspective view of the overall scope of work, with the left showing the proposed and the right of the existing. So the HPC conditions of approval included several, total 6. Mainly, they were to preserve the historic characteristics that were mainly visible from the streets. The appellant is appealing 2 of these conditions. They are contending with the rest of the conditions, which includes the decorative, preserving the existing decorative gables, the gable vents, preserving the Hollywood driveway, and the stucco to be smooth stucco, and the applicant has worked with staff to reduce the covered patio for zoning compliance. So the first appeal, the condition is the second floor balcony shall not be enclosed. Staff found that the front balcony to have originally been an open balcony and the roof covering was a later alteration. This is evident from the awkward moments such as like the stucco ceiling and the return on the wedge going backwards to the house, the placement of the columns with some of them being pilasters and only one real column. The interface between the roofs were evidence that this covered patio was originally an open patio. This information was included in the staff report and discussed during the hearing. The Historic Preservation Commission agreed with staff's recommendation to keep the balcony open to preserve the front facade that is most important to the historic district character. The balconies or the sleeping porches were a common feature back when this home was during the time of the construction. And altering or closing the balcony is not an emblematic character or style historically. The next condition that is being appealed, condition 4, the following windows that were immediately visible from the public street were to be preserved. These were original wood windows that were immediately visible from the street. The Historic Preservation Commission stated that the original wood windows are essential features of any historic property and they should be kept where visible from the street. So the basis of appeal, to summarize the appeal, the appellant states that the Historic Preservation Commission's decision to require the preservation of existing original wood windows and the front balcony are not compliant with the building codes, and that the owner intends to enclose the balcony and replace all wood windows with aluminum clad wood windows. To get more specific into the basis of appeal, the appellant states that the Historic Preservation Commission violated specific provisions of law and exceeded its authority by virtue of any of the provisions of the law. This is a general statement. There was no specific code that was cited. The Historic Preservation Commission also has no purview over the California Building Code or the California Historic Building Code. These codes also do not require non-conforming windows and balconies to be brought into conformance, so they were not in violation or conflict with the Historic Preservation Commission's conditions of approval. The next basis of appeal, that the Historic Preservation Commission failed to fulfill mandatory duty. As discussed in the previous appeal, the Historic Preservation Commission does not have purview over the California Building Code and the California Historic Building Code. The next basis of appeal, refused to hear or consider certain facts. The appellant states that the Historic Preservation Commission refused to hear or consider certain facts regarding the safety, security, and noise concerns of the balcony and windows. The Historic Preservation Commission did not address the safety and security concerns of the balcony as it was not within their purview. Again, the safety and security concerns are addressed within the building code, and that is under the city's building officials' purview. The Historic Preservation Commission also did not find the noise reduction argument as compelling and indicated other methods of meeting energy efficiency for the windows while keeping the original wood windows. The next basis for appeal, insufficient or inadequate evidence. This was also a general statement with no specific provisions of law nor any further details or explanation. And the appellant contends to have new evidence of material facts not previously presented, which if considered should change the ruling. This evidence that the appellant has brought was the information regarding the originality of the balcony. This was, as mentioned earlier, included in the staff report and discussed during the hearing, during the April 18th hearing. The appellant also cites the California Code of Regulations, Title 8, Section 3209, Standard Guardrails. This code is for occupational safety and health standards in the workplace and does not apply to single-family development. Again, the CBC and the CHPC does not require non-conforming windows or the balcony to be brought into conformance. Based on this analysis, staff recommends that the City Council sustain the Historic Preservation Commission's decision to approve the project with all the original HPC imposed conditions. And that concludes staff report. Staff is available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have someone that's going to be presenting from the applicant? All right. Do my colleagues want to ask questions before? Or, okay. Well, why don't you please come up? Hi.
Thank you, Eric. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Lermont Tekopian.
Apologize. Madam Mayor, do you want to set the amount of time for this?
How much do you need?
I'll try my best to finish this through this.
How much do you need?
Say 10 minutes at most. Is that okay?
Do you need more?
I will try to finish this in 10 minutes.
Okay, so why don't we set it at 15 maximum, and then we can take it from there.
Okay. I have my architect here. His name is Edgar Marcosian. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to address. As far as the code that I had cited, actually, that was inaccurate, and I do apologize. I do have the correct code cited. I can pass around for council members' review. I can control. Thank you, sir. And if I may, here's actually the correct building code in relation to residential. So if I may pass this out. I will also outline in my presentation.
You are the homeowner, correct?
Yes, I
You're
am the
doing this,
homeowner, and I know we have many items to review, so I'll just get started. Introduction. I've been a resident of Glendale for over 30 years and grew up in the Ross Point neighborhood. I admired the historical character and elements of all the charming Spanish colonial homes in Glendale, truly known as the Jewel City. I'm here to appeal the Historic Preservation Commission regarding Condition 3, as mentioned, to retaining the existing front windows, and Condition 1, retaining the second-story balcony of my home. I am seeking your support and approval to replace the existing single-pane annealed glass windows and enclose the front second-story balcony with new windows. I've already conceded to all the other conditions. While I greatly appreciate the efforts of the HPC to maintain the charm and historical integrity of our homes, I am concerned that some decisions seem to be purely based on aesthetic preferences and may not comply with current residential codes. This is where I see an opportunity for thoughtful enhancements which comply with safety codes, provide security, and maintain the historic appearance of our home. By adding windows to the balcony and replacing the existing windows with double pane tempered glass, we can achieve a balance that honors our architectural heritage and meet current standards. I kindly ask you to consider my suggestions, which I believe will enhance the beauty of our beloved community and address the safety for my family. In this slide here, you will see 3D renders. The balcony windows, as shown, will match the existing windows, and so will the new windows will have the same shape, look, style, and size as they did before. Here's a Photoshop edit just to give you a better visual. It's less futuristic and more realistic of what I have proposed. Regarding the existing window, there's numerous concerns that I want to address. Starting with safety, the existing windows are not tempered. They pose a risk of serious injury to children who can easily run into the low-sitting, single-pane, annealed, fragile glass. There's a security issue of the annealed single-pane glass is not burglary preventative and is easily breakable with a simple nudge. There's the noise concern. Ross Point is a busy road, as we all know. The existing windows fail to mitigate the traffic and car noise, especially from vehicles with loud exhaust driving uphill and downhill. They're lacking energy efficiency. These single-pane windows lack weatherproofing, allowing sunlight into the front-facing bedroom, living room, and dining room. The old windows do not have climate control with air conditioner and heater running 12 months out of the year, given current harsh California weather conditions. Another issue is maintenance. All old wood windows suffer from termite damage, paint peeling, resulting in constant and costly repairs, which is difficult given the scarcity of companies who actually work with such outdated windows. One other issue is functionality. Old casement windows are in swing and difficult to open or put furniture around without constant damage. Old casement windows latches have easy to turn open clasp and are also safety hazard to children. New windows with crack handles do not easily open, are less accessible, improving safety, quality, and durability. And the code that I've cited regarding the windows, International Residential Code, IRC R308.4.3, when the bottom edge of the front windows less than 18 inches above the floor are less than 18 inches above the floor are considered hazardous. My front-facing windows, almost all of them are at, I believe in the next slide we'll see, is below 18 inches. In the Ross Point district, many homes have approved and upgraded aluminum, fiberglass, and even vinyl windows. For a solution, please consider premium quality replacement aluminum clad with wood windows that closely match the existing ones, feature the same simulated divide lights, colonial grills, style, and size. Ensuring uniformity and energy efficiency, tempered double pane windows provide long-lasting durability and maintain curb appeal, all while directly mimicking and preserving the appearance of historic characteristics. Here are the windows from the outside. As you can clearly see, they're warped and deteriorated. In the next slide, you can see the windows in the first story and second story, all below the minimum requirement. If you look at this last image, it's actually of my current residence where my child plays. I have to put up these gates. I can't even open the windows. What would I do in this case? Put up gates and not have the open inward swinging windows function? It's truly a safety concern, and I believe that these windows need to be replaced. Regarding the balcony, if it's even considered a balcony, same safety, security, noise, functionality concerns, and it's not up to code. As handed to all of you is the updated and accurate International Residential Code that requires guards and open-sided walkway surfaces, including stairs, porches, balconies, or landings, shall be no less than 42 inches. The current balcony is only 32 inches. That poses a major safety risk. And I have a 2-year-old and another young child on the way. So to maintain the integrity of its original design while addressing the balcony's current issues, its low-hanging roof and 32-inch wall height poses safety hazard and contributes to a claustrophobic and dimly lit space. My vision is just to transform this area into a sun-filled reading nook that not only increases functionality and living space, but also improves curb appeal through aesthetically pleasing and historical compatible modifications. By introducing windows, we can preserve the Spanish architectural character while offering a more engaging street view, enhancing privacy, ensuring a year-round usable space. This change would address noise issues, provide better insulation, make the space safer, more energy efficient, and maintenance-free. The choice of the windows support these goals, offer durability, and a visual appealing design. Within half a mile radius, I found a few Spanish colonial revival architectural homes with the same second-story window design. Most of these examples have original features and appear to have been designed with windows. Although some may have been added at a later time, they are all true to having Spanish character, and my proposal confirms with the beautiful style. Here's one up the block on 1341 Ross Moyne. As you can see, close up, that seems to be original and true to style. Another one is 1347. As you can see, I think by those wooden spinal details, it also seems to be original and a true characteristic feature. Here's one on 1016 East Mountain. I don't want to be redundant and bore you guys, but I do want to point out that this is an original looking characteristic and true to style. Here's one that was an open house, and you can see it's got the original clasp, the in-swinging casement windows that also appear to be original. Here's one more. And another one. In conclusion, Spanish colonial revival homes often have smooth finished stucco exteriors, terracotta red clay tile roofs, arched doorways, and decorative features. We're committed and excited to preserve all these elements and details, including the existing front door, Hollywood driveway, decorative vent, sconce lighting, Juliet balcony, porte cochere, wooden gates, ironwork, and wood turn spindles on the front small window. My suggestion for the windows prioritize functionality, safety, and maintaining consistency with the homes in the historic neighborhood. I look forward to your guidance and approval to proceed with this project that holds great personal and community value. Thank you for your time and consideration. 6 minutes. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
I don't have, well, who has questions? I can wait.
I don't have questions of the gentleman, although I thank you for your time and for coming and
I
presenting.
have questions for the gentleman, but do you
Go
have
ahead.
questions for the
Yeah,
gentleman? Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, and I'm sorry if this was in the report, when did you purchase this house?
I purchased a home in November 2023.
2023, so about, 2 years, no, about
Less
a year.
than a year.
Less than a year.
Almost a year.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay.
And
Just for my own knowledge, because this is something I've talked about time and again when it came to like just historic properties and specifically windows. I remember when we were talking about the historic districts, some of the callers, and I've seen this time and again, who are young families trying to change windows. Do you have an estimate of what the cost difference is between you doing the repairs and or getting new wooden windows versus what you're trying to get?
So I'm under the impression, and if you want to correct me on this, Mr. Platt, I may be able to replace the glass and attempt to put in double pane tempered glass, because that's my biggest concern. However, these window frames are an inch and a quarter, and there's difficulty in getting that replaced or repaired. So it's more so if it's actually doable and if somebody's willing to do the repairs versus what the cost would be. But I would assume that the cost would be relatively similar. It would cost just about how much it would be to replace the entire with the frame.
Okay, because, I mean, I've heard from other constituents who have had issues that when attempting to order brand new ones that are more to match like to like for the wood windows that are there, that it's extremely costly because they're custom made, and the materials and the companies that are used are far and few.
That's also very true if we're talking about actually replacing to identical wood. Like I mentioned, it's definitely costly, but the biggest challenge that I may face, and it might not even work, is the depth will not be sufficient for them to replace, and because there's a certain amount that they can fit into the original frame. Are we talking about completely taking out the frame, not just from the hinges, the entire frame, or are we talking about replacing from the hinges? Because if we replace from the hinges, you have 1.25 inches to try to squeeze and fit and modify and install. Because I've also been open to that suggestion and option. I currently have, as shown in the image, have these single pane anneal glass. And just the other day with the earthquake, it just shakes. Like you can hear it. And same goes for this house that I bought. And Mr. Botman, going back to your question, this isn't a home that I bought to buy and rebuild or a development of any sort. I've grown up in the area 2 streets over. This has been a dream home. There's a beautiful pecan tree that caught my attention. And that's why I love the house and I purchased it. And I have a growing family, and there's massive estates around the neighborhood, which I'm sure there'll be commentators that'll discuss and have issues with the size and maybe the mass, but that's not relevant, and I don't want to waste your time. But this is something that I intend to live in for the rest of my life. And I'm very noise sensitive, and it's not just me. Right now I have a tenant in there, and they can hear the coyotes at night through these thin. And mind you, I also want to make a note. These are front-facing windows, and I did my best effort to design and keep the way of keeping the facade as staff recommended. In order to do that, I had to preserve and keep the structure of my child's bedroom and my master bedroom to the street facing. It's not like it's behind the back of my house where I can say, okay, maybe it's an area where there won't be no, but I know this is going to be a constant issue. And there needs to be some sort of resolution, and especially the fact that.
So the bedrooms, I'm sorry, just for clarity, on the statement you just said, so your bedrooms face the street?
Street. Second floor bedrooms face the street. The living room and the dining room also face the street. And then there's the other question of energy efficiency. The sun's coming out in that direction, and it's beaming through the house. They do not serve any kind of energy efficiency.
Okay. Yes.
I just wanted, when we're finished, I wanted to see if Mr. Platt could maybe respond to this question about, is it possible to retain, the true wood, maybe the original, maybe not the original, but something that would be in keeping with the character of this type of house?
Mr. Akopian's correct that you can't put the thicker double pane glass in almost all existing wood windows. But for Marisatrian, we've approved replacement windows in many scores of historic district homes using the type of windows Mr. Akopian's proposing, or even fiberglass windows. The only windows that we don't approve at staff level in historic districts are vinyl windows, which are prohibited in the historic district design guidelines. Staff supported, when we went to HPC, the windows that are being proposed, but HPC itself chose to look at maintaining the front windows.
Okay, so staff did support the window changes and
Yes,
HPC
which
said
is
no.
consistent with our standard policy of allowing window changes
Okay.
in historic districts.
So I mean, I was actually going to ask about that because I think that part of with all the code changes and stuff that you were going to bring back, I think one of the items was looking at how we allow for some simple modifications to homes, especially I know that I had mentioned windows. That's still coming back, right? That hasn't been done yet?
No, Mayor and council members, we actually are pegging windows to be a point of conversation. Sometime in September, October is when we plan on bringing that second batch of kind of process improvements, and that is, I know that's one long consternation for some council members as well as the public, so we'll come back with that for discussion.
Okay. So I mean, so we should expect that part to be coming back in September? October?
September or October, somewhere in that range.
Okay.
Could I follow up, just because I want to
Yeah,
make sure I
absolutely.
fully understand this? So, I mean, is there a compromise? Is there a way to replace the current windows with windows that have tempered glass dual pane, but have them be made out of real wood or something that looks close to real wood? So, so that it looks okay from the public right of way?
Yeah, and in my opinion, aluminum-clad wood windows look okay. We can get those close to what the old wood windows look like. Never going to be exact, I don't think. The grid lines can be very close. The way these are constructed, they have a wood kind of frame. Each window sash is made of wood. And then there's a thin layer of aluminum on the exterior face of the window that gives it protection from the elements a little bit better. New wood's not as good as old wood, so that's kind of a useful thing. And then it has something called simulated divided lights. So instead of each pane of glass being surrounded by the wood grid, it's large sheets of glass that then have a grid applied on the outside, applied on the inside. And then there's a little piece called a spacer bar in between the two pieces of glass, so that visually it looks like the piece is going through the glass. So it's a way that the window industry has tried to work with historic neighborhoods or people who just like that look to get the benefits, the energy benefits of the dual pane glass, but still try to get close to the original appearance.
Okay, that answered my question, thanks.
Can you go back to the slide where the gentleman had for the enclosed balcony?
The examples or his own
Yeah,
house?
no, the example, not this one. There's some that, for me at least, looked identical. No, I think it was the first one.
Further back?
Like that, I mean, this one.
This one?
I mean, this to me, can you walk me through how this is allowed and what he's asking for is not allowed based on this conditions?
Every example he's shown is a retrofit. All of those, I believe, and HPC also believed when they looked at the same pictures, were done at some point after construction. Usually these balconies, especially at the fronts of houses, were open, and they really help define the massing and help pieces of the building hang together in a way that's very picturesque. There used to be this thing called sleeping porches that were screened-in balconies that were usually on the back or the side of the house. And over the years, most sleeping porches get enclosed similar to these. But this is, I don't want to say never, but I'll say this was rarely a feature, an original feature of Spanish colonial houses. And our goal through historic districting is to take things back closer to original rather than move forward away from that. So that's been our goal overall.
Okay. Do my colleagues have questions?
I have a couple of quick questions. So the window issue is either wood clad or fiberglass. You know, some of the fiberglass windows these days, when you paint them from outside, you can't, driving by, you can't even tell if they're wood or fiberglass because it's closer to wood than maybe wood clad, because wood clad comes with, I don't know, a pre-finished aluminum on it. Or maybe they're they can be painted too, right?
Like fiberglass can be painted, yes.
How about wood clad? Wood clad cannot be painted.
No,
Aluminum.
aluminum you
It
can
could-
paint
okay.
ultimately.
So-
It's hard to paint vinyl.
Right, I understand. So are we treating this property or this design as a historic property or as a contributor?
Well, historic properties under CEQA contributors are historic properties under CEQA, but we always acknowledge, the individual properties in districts aren't in themselves Glendale Register historic eligible properties. The goal of districts, of course, is to use the guidelines that we've established, that council's approved, to kind of just monitor changes to make sure that they're in keeping with the historic appearance. And that's why many, many years ago, we made a decision to kind of a little bit step beyond the guidelines in terms of window replacements, because we recognize the energy value and that it's just probably not good for the city to be telling people who care about helping with climate change issues, energy consumption issues, not to replace their windows. And we found that some fiberglass windows and a lot of the aluminum clad wood windows are good substitutes for the original wood. Now, there will be many preservationists and many community members who will tell you that that's completely wrong and that we're doing the wrong thing. And I think that's why Mr. Calvert's bringing the issue to council, so that we can kind of weigh all the alternatives and have a public discussion about that.
And did they provide you with a sample of the material board as to what kind of window or the material that is going to be
I believe we
used?
had cut sheets, and I think on his presentation he showed part of that. And we've reviewed lots of windows, and some windows can come closer than others, so we actually look at them pretty carefully, because not every window solution that's out there is going to come close enough to the historic windows to kind of meet our goals. But we've never had a situation where we just can't meet it, except for steel casement windows, which are a really tricky issue in terms of replacement and the cost of replacement.
Yeah.
And we can talk about that whenever, September or October.
And the balcony issue, I mean, as far as the railing, if it's 32, you can always install a railing on top to make it 42 or what have you.
We've done that at several historic properties.
That is compatible with the rest of the railing around the house. I don't think that is the most deal-breaking issue, if you will, because aesthetically it will look the same as the rest of the house. And it will provide that security, 42 inches that you need, so people won't fall off of it, because 32 is very low. Even adults will go overboard. Sure. So the staff was okay with the windows and the HPC. What was the reason not to? Just because it's not wood, or?
I think in the preservation community nationwide, windows are a big issue, and replacement of windows are seen as a very bad thing. We made the decision to try to balance, homeowner, property owners' needs and interests in environmental issues, as well as cost savings with energy efficient windows, with keeping the look alive. This is something we wouldn't do for Glendale Register properties, for example. So if you have a Glendale Register property and you have the Mills Act, we're not going to say, oh yeah, go ahead and change out all your windows. But specifically in historic districts, we felt that this was an appropriate compromise.
And also, whenever you get a chance, if you can put the rendering for the front, we get the finished product basically versus.
With the balcony?
Yeah, here it is. Yeah, that was it.
I think this one's probably a little better.
No, just go back one, please. Yeah, because I want to see the finished product and the existing one, basically.
Okay.
We didn't have that in our packet, and it's really difficult on black and white copies to understand it completely.
But the coloring and stuff is also off, right?
So are they proposing to change the front living room window to arch window, or the other one has arch? The existing is arch window, but because of the awning, we can't see it.
Yeah, the arched is the existing.
It's existing.
Yeah,
Okay.
and they make arched aluminum clad wood windows, so we can replace that.
So basically, they're keeping everything the same as far as windows goes, the same design, same scale or mass and scale, or the same size windows, just replacing it with wood clad or something that is very close to
As
the
close as
existing one.
possible. It will never be
Right.
exactly the same.
Right.
And the operation will also be different. The windows will swing out instead of swinging in. That's very common these days. A lot of companies don't even make in-swinging windows. And we've just accepted that as the reality of how windows are made these days.
Is the existing one swinging out?
The existing swing in this
Swing
house.
in.
Yeah.
The new one swing out.
The new ones swing out.
Okay.
One benefit of that is people use screens. When you have out-swinging windows, the screen is on the inside.
And you don't see it.
You don't see it. So you actually can see the details of the windows better when they're out-swinging instead of in-swinging.
I have those. They're very nice because the screen is inside. You can take it out and clean it easier too. Yeah. Okay.
And then he was talking about, I think, on the second floor for,
I don't know about the balcony. We'll discuss it, but
no, in reference to the kids' room, and him having to put the gates on now because of the windows.
That's his existing house, I think, not this house.
I will face the same challenge with this house.
Madam Mayor, you can't, he's
Yeah,
going to
okay.
have to speak when it's his
Yeah,
turn.
please go ahead.
Yeah. Mayor, to answer your question, yes, that's my current residence, and I have to put up a gate for safety reasons. And if I were not approved, I would literally have to cage up the entire front windows.
Okay.
And how's that historically pleasing?
Okay. Thank you, sir.
no, let me ask.
Do you have a question? Okay,
Yes,
please go ahead.
If you replace the windows with the material that you like, do you still have to put railing in front of it?
If it's
new.
The new ones, no.
Okay, that's
We
what
won't
you're
be doing
talking
that.
about. If it's
Yes.
new, you don't have to
the
put the
new,
rail.
no, yeah.
Okay.
And it won't be steel or fiberglass. They will closely mimic, they will be aluminum wood-clad windows, which is.
That's something that I think
and
you
I-
can work with the
yeah.
staff and the historic preservation.
And down to even the simulated lights, I believe it's 7, 8, or 3/4. They will be identically matched, and it'll have the same grid lines and number of panels and glasses. Regarding the balcony, Mr. Garabedian, I know you mentioned and proposed putting an iron rod. I mean, I don't have the exact measurement, but as you can currently tell, yes, we all agree it's awkward, and it's already claustrophobic, as you can see, because from what we believe, that overhang was, from what I was told at least, may have been put in at a later time. And for a solution, why don't we put in these windows, and it'll address the safety issue, and it'll be more conforming to a Spanish character. Now, it's to my understanding, we're trying to keep the facade, but this is a minimal change. We've already agreed and addressed that the home is not original. In 1977, the previous owner did an addition to the left rear part of the house with permits, and we also agreed that these overhangs are original. I mean, if we really want to go back to what's original, if we go to the last slide, I have
I'd like to see it.
photos of Ross Point neighborhood. There was no homes. I mean, there's these small modification and details. This isn't another ground up, non-conforming modern house. This is simply, I'm doing addition to the back, and I'm giving it a refreshed look to a home which it well deserves, being 100 years old. So my proposal for the balcony will solve the issue, and I can utilize the space as actual square footage. Now, it doesn't function as a sunroom, as a balcony. It doesn't function as a courtyard. I mean, it serves no point, and the windows will be a solution for all of the other concerns that I mentioned.
I have a question. Did
Go
you
ahead.
say that the top portion was added after? It's not part of the original house?
From what I believe, and I'll let Mr. Platt confirm on
Which
that.
parts of the house are original and which ones have already been,
The front facade is very original, except for the patio cover at the front entry and the roof over the balcony. Those were added at some point. There's no permit record. We don't know when that happened. In a historic district, these were in place when the survey happened. So they're just accepted as features of the house. We don't make people take them off just because they're not original. The commission told Mr. Akopian when they were saying that they weren't able to support the windows, they said if he wanted to remove the roof, that we could work with him on that. But if he wants to keep the roof, he can also keep it.
All right, Councilmember Najarian has a question.
Yeah, just a question, Jay. If this house wasn't in the Ross Moyne Historic District, how would our analysis be different than we are now?
We would allow vinyl windows without question. They wouldn't have.
We would.
If this wasn't in the district and wasn't identified as historic in any way, which it wouldn't be because we've already looked at this and said it's not a Glendale Register level property, you could put in vinyl windows. You wouldn't have to include grids. You could enclose the balcony outside of a district. If the
So that's my problem. That's my problem with historic districts, by the way. I know I've complained before. And I think the Verdugo Woodlands is planning some meetings. I hope you tell each and every attendee, and hopefully it's a broad outreach, and use this perhaps as an example, that were this not in a historic district, we wouldn't be sitting here today. He wouldn't be begging us to permit a balcony enclosure and the vinyl windows.
Jay, would it wouldn't even require DRB approval to cover that, to enclose that balcony? Like assuming it wasn't in a historic?
If we determine the house wasn't historic and that they had the FAR, because we're actually creating floor area there, yeah, it would be.
Thank you, Josh.
Sure.
So we talked about the windows, the balcony, and you said staff was initially okay with putting in the
Replacing the windows.
replacing the windows with, you said aluminum?
The aluminum clad wood windows.
Aluminum clad wood windows, okay.
Yeah.
What was the staff's position on the balcony?
The staff's very opposed to that enclosure of the balcony. And so that was one of our recommendations as a condition for HPC, and HPC agreed with that.
Okay, so you had very different perspective on these two elements, okay.
Right.
I think that's all I have.
I think, thank you, Jay.
Okay.
So, I mean,
Madam Mayor,
I'm gonna close the hearing.
I think there are cards,
Or there are cards?
or
Oh, are
cards
there-
and colors.
Mayor, there are 3 cards and 2 colors.
Okay, did you have anything else you wanted to add before we take in?
I just want to note that I wasn't given a true solution for the balcony. I believe I was also proposed the railing idea, but as I mentioned, my reasons why. So if you would accept my proposal, I would greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take the speakers and callers.
First speaker is Benjamin Sato. Benjamin?
Digin Tamara խնդրում եմ չենք խոսում. Thank you.
Hi there. Thank you so much for your time. Number one, I wanted to once again welcome the homeowner to our neighborhood. I live a block away. The house as it stands today is beautiful. It is certainly in need of repair, as mine was when we purchased our house 6 years ago. I would encourage the council and the mayor to very carefully consider any proposed changes. We are in a very unique neighborhood. There are very few neighborhoods in California that remain intact. Ross Moyne is largely intact. Contrary to Councilman Najarian, I would encourage everyone to go to these meetings and vote for the historic districts because they are disappearing. We've had homes bulldozed nearly in the middle of the night within the last year or so. We've had modifications made at will within the last year. These neighborhoods disappear and they die generally by 1,000 paper cuts. The architect that has been hired to work on this plan is very skilled and has come up with beautiful designs, but they are part of that process of slowly losing the thread. We see double doors installed. We see pianos and giant entrances put into homes, and this is happening little by little. Thankfully, this is being done the right way with appropriate historic review. I would like to suggest as well, and I'll wrap up quickly, I know we have very limited time this evening, the point about in-swing windows being difficult to get, that's a bunch of malarkey. There are companies all over the region that can provide these in Douglas fir, swing in, swing out, however you want it. From a safety perspective, replacement wooden windows or serviced wooden windows with single pane tempered glass are available. The sleeping porch, there's no reason for that to be a safety issue. If you have concerns with children, simply install a latch on the inside above 48 inches or a deadbolt at the top of the door. They're very simple, pragmatic solutions. The many examples of changes similar to this that were not permitted that have been done is simply an example of something that was done wrong in the past, which should not equate to it being done wrong again in the future. Whenever you replace these windows with modern glass, the glass looks different. Yes, that's acceptable, but going to double pane and triple pane, they look very different. Given where this house stands today, it's a beautiful home. It is in need of some love, of course, as the homeowner wishes to put into it. But this is a multi-million-dollar home and project as a budget, so I don't think we should be worried about the cost of one window solution versus the other. It's an expensive home. It's a home that is on a heavily trafficked street, of course, but that was known when the house was purchased. The limitations of the house were known when it was purchased.
Thank you, Benjamin. Your 3 minutes is up.
Okay, thank you very much. Just imparting several of the neighbors, I will wrap up in 30 seconds. Everyone else has gone very long
I
tonight.
recognize that. No,
So-
sir,
so-
sir. Sir.
I'd be done already.
okay,
All that I want to suggest
Is the
is that
microphone off?
Microphone's off, so you-
folks read.
Okay. Stop, sir.
Sir, your 3 minutes
Sir.
is up.
Thank you. But Mr. Garpetian had a question for you. Yes, but I mean, no, I don't know.
I have a question for you regarding the windows, right?
Yes.
If the windows are not, I had these old wood windows and I shave them every year and put soap in the middle that had these weights that double hung windows go
Yeah.
up and down and operate, right? I like them. I didn't mind it. Not everyone can do that, but the wood windows that they're very old and they're not working properly and you can't open, you can't air the house. Do you and your neighbors have an issue with staff working with them closely to install new windows that it's matching 98%, 99%?
I have no issue with that, but multi-pane fiberglass windows aren't 99%. They are ish. They start to make a home a bit of a theme home.
Okay. No, they're not talking about just fiberglass. They're talking about wood-clad windows, which is the most expensive type of windows you can purchase these days.
Solid wood windows are the most expensive windows you can
Okay.
purchase.
Okay, got it. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. And sir, the public comment portion is 3 minutes. I don't need you to come back up, but.
I'm sorry,
it's
that you're
three-
addressing
It's just 3 minutes. It has nothing to do with the person that filed the application.
All that I was
Thank
gonna
you.
say, just many-
Thank you, sir.
many
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir.
Thank you.
Sir,
Benjamin, thank you.
all right.
Next speaker is Alan Durham. Alan, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi, Mayor Satrian, members of the council. Councilmember Najarian, the HPC community meeting for Selva de Verdugo is actually this Thursday at 5 o'clock in the Municipal Service Building, I think room 106, if anyone's interested. And I'm interested in seeing, that'll be the first time that the new streamlined community meeting, HPC hearing all in one, kicks off a historic district application. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. Anyway, I attended this HPC meeting when it was originally heard, and the appellant, who I think has done a really good job, did get permission to make a very substantial addition. So these are sort of minor aspects of his
restoration and expansion. I just wanted to say I'm not against aluminum-clad wood windows if they closely match. I did want to correct some statements that were made that I thought were misleading, and I don't want people to take them as fact. Original windows wood windows can be easily restored. City staff can direct residents to a bunch of companies here that do that type of restoration. And I've seen restored windows in people's houses. They still remain single paned. But also there are window films that reduce your light by only maybe 5%, reduce heat transfer by 75%, don't change the look of your windows from the outside. So that is one way you can mitigate single pane windows not being energy efficient. Also, there's an environmental cost to ripping out old wood windows and putting them in landfills. So from an environmental aspect, that's a downside. Excuse me, I'm having an allergy attack. Also, there are so many companies now that still make wood windows, aluminum-clad wood windows, fiberglass windows. It may be more expensive than vinyl, it definitely is, but it's not hard to find manufacturers for that when you do want to replace something that looks in kind. And I do oppose the balcony being enclosed. That is not a feature of the original Spanish style, which had voids and masses and dimension. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public comment is by Kathy Bauer.
Hello, City Council. I believe several neighbors here have emailed concerns. Many are very, very concerned about what's happening here. Those of us who live in and around the Ross Moines Historic District understand the importance of historic districts. No doubt, investors are looking at the properties in our neighborhood with an eagerness to develop and flip houses without consideration of consequences to the surrounding residents, environmental and otherwise. One of the purposes of an historic district is to prevent this. Many residents work for years to attain historic district status in Ross Moines. My understanding is that the guidelines for Glendale Historic Districts were written by a 19-member advisory group. We are proud of the historic district signs displayed in our neighborhood, that many worked so hard for, and we all abide by the guidelines. The new owner of 1239 Ross Moines knew all of this before purchasing the property. Everybody knows this is an historic district, all of us newer people there. We are a diverse community, and we respect this. We have this in common. We feel strongly about our historic district guidelines. Decisions regarding 1239 Ross Moines are not to be taken lightly, and to be honest, I am surprised that so many changes were already allowed at the hearing in April. I see the flags of the proposed construction from the street, and even across the street from one of my neighbor's front yards, I could see the flags for the proposed construction. With all due respect, it is concerning to me that the new owner does not seem to have an interest in being part of this community, but rather wants to set a precedent opposite of what our community values and work so hard to achieve. We're a community here that all respects and abides by these rules. Many are very upset, and we're kind of surprised, to be honest. I repeat, this is setting a precedent, okay? Although we are busy people, and many of us are unable to be here, we talk, we vote, and we are watching you. The public, as you referred to, Councilmember Najarian, the people who you represent and who worked for so long with city leaders to establish guidelines for historic districts. All the neighbors in the surrounding area are not happy with this, but it was a long time that it took to establish these guidelines by which we all respect and adhere. Please do not grant this appeal, and also reverse the exceptions that were allowed in April. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is by a caller, Bruce Devine. Bruce, you're on air. You have 3 minutes. Bruce Devine. Okay, our next caller is Francesca Smith. Francesca, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Francesca Smith. I'm an architectural historian with more than 40 years of experience in California and nationwide. I thought the first speaker did a good job. It was unfortunate that council had to stop him. I will add that I was born in a historic district that was established in the 1930s in a pre-revolutionary house. My mother was an immigrant, by the way. It has been said that immigrants don't like historic districts. Growing up in that pre-revolutionary house, it had the original windows. It had the original glass everywhere possible. Nobody ever went through a window. There were no injuries. I was a very small kid. We then moved to a mid-century modern National Register historic district with floor-to-ceiling windows. Again, no problems. Kids, dogs, they weren't tempered, and it's not allowed in that historic district to replace the windows. Windows are described in the Glendale Historic District Guidelines as character-defining features. These wood windows are character-defining features. The energy difference would be negligible. These windows need paint, probably repair. Some may need to be replaced. They're not encouraged in historic district guidelines or the Secretary of the Interior standards. It's in page, I think, 24 of our historic district guidelines. The homeowners are being allowed to replace most of the windows in this project, and it allows a large addition. I believe the front-facing windows need to stay the same. There are ways, if they're so concerned with energy, they could use quarter-inch low-E glass. They could replace the glass with thermal. They could use thermal curtains. Sunshine is a terrible problem, of course. Simulated grids are not considered acceptable in historic districts anywhere I know other than in Glendale. Normally, doors and windows that are lower than current code are retrofitted by putting low bars inside on the inside of the window. Glass in these retrofits or in these replacement windows is far thinner than the original windows, resulting in a cheap convex or concave appearance. I appreciate the staff's position on this. Also in the historic district guidelines on page 19, the first words are original porch forms should be preserved. This original porch would not be preserved. Normally in historic preservation, you might add an interior railing. I would not allow children on that porch as was described by the neighbor. I think that this is a very helpful conversation because council.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will try Bruce Devine again. Bruce, you're on air. You have 3 minutes. Okay, thank you.
All right. Do my colleagues have further questions?
And Madam Mayor, do you want to allow the applicant slash appellant opportunity to rebut any of the?
I have one.
Do you want to take the applicant first, or your question?
I have one question for staff. So in terms of the enclosed, we saw these other homes where we can now assume that these changes done to the balcony were not conforming with the original style. But I feel as though I've seen these enclosures before. I recollect that even on the home on Everett, which council rightfully came down really hard on the individual for demolishing illegally resource, there was a closed, an area that appeared to be open at one time that was enclosed. And just, in traveling and looking at homes in different parts of the country, I mean, it seems like at a certain time in California and elsewhere, there were these sunrooms, these rooms with like netted windows, with mosquito nets. I mean, is it really that out of character with these homes to have these style enclosures?
It is on the front facade. And we also generally don't use previous retrofits of other properties to guide decisions for how to think about what's appropriate on the subject properties that we're looking at. So it seems like that would be a move backwards to kind of say, oh, they did this after the fact at all these other properties, so let's just let that happen here.
So here's another question I have. Someone was to take a historic home and add solar panels to it. What does that count as?
The state doesn't allow us to do design review unless it's a Mills Act property.
Okay, and what if someone purchased an electric car and wants to put an outdoor charging cable onto the historic home like this
We
one?
allow that to happen.
Sorry?
We allow that to happen.
So I mean, changes are allowed as long as they serve a purpose and there's.
Yeah, and as you heard, we're having a meeting on Thursday night, a community forum, as well as an HPC hearing. And we tell people at these meetings that we let change happen in historic districts.
And I appreciate that.
We're not opposed to it, but we have to do that in kind of a conscious way based on the guidelines and kind of how these houses and neighborhoods developed over time.
Sure. I mean, I do have to disagree with some of the folks in the neighborhood who feel this may be very over the top. I think it's pretty reasonable, I think, accommodations. I mean, you know, I get it. You know, I wish everything could be perfect, and that was an interesting term I learned today, a thematic home. But I feel that, you know, in a lot of places, including national resources, recently I was up in San Francisco, you see modifications made to historic homes to keep up with the times. Thanks.
Okay.
Did you have anything you'd like to comment before we close the hearing?
How many minutes?
There was also the question about.
How many minutes would
It's
you
a quick
need?
question. There was also a question about those, there were two front-facing windows in that balcony. I don't know if you guys noticed. They were small casement windows. They were actually closet windows, and they served no historic character, so that was one of the things that was proposed to be closed off as well, too.
What do you mean by closet window?
They're windows, they're windows inside the closet. Those are closets, and they're small windows that face the balcony to the street. It's kind of awkward, but we can go back to.
Council would like to see those.
I'd like, so there, if you can see those two small windows, those are.
Which ones?
Can I move this cursor? How do you?
Oh.
Those are, one's window is to the closet to this bedroom, and that window is for the closet to that bedroom. And they serve no purpose, and just, everything's just wrong with this picture, so. I hope we make the right decision.
Obviously,
We
some
can
folks would
include-
disagree, but I think that there's been a lot of things that have been done to this home.
I just
To
wanna
your
make-
credit, that look, I think, fine. I mean, I do like the fact that the awning is being removed. I think the awning looks very out of place and other features. Thank you.
Thank you,
Do you
Mayor
have any more?
Kasaki. And I just want to say, I'm just trying to preserve the character and stay within line and true to style as much as possible. So that is my proposal, and that would be the best solution if we can all vote and agree on. Council,
Thank you.
thank you.
All right.
To say something.
Well, if I close the hearing, do we still get to ask questions for staff?
You could leave the hearing open and see if you have questions, and then
All right.
close it for deliberation.
Since the subject of the closet windows came up, those are character-defining features of the exterior of the house now. If the balcony were to be enclosed, that would suddenly become interior space, which we have no purview over for historic district properties. So not only could those be closed, and I'm not saying the owner would do anything beyond that, but someone could actually blow that wall out. And then if a future owner said, oh, I don't like this enclosed balcony, I want to have an open balcony, an exterior feature of the existing house would be gone. Not that it couldn't be rebuilt, but it's just an unanticipated consequence. If we enclose that area, those features become interior features.
Okay. Yes, we're going to close the hearing. Do I have, I mean, I'll just, I mean, I can kick it off and say, I think this is a great way of honoring history and still making room for future. I've been very vocal about all the, what I find as unnecessary steps for a house that is not registered as historic. I brought this forth when we were having conversations around historic districts. You can still preserve the beauty of the neighborhood and keep things intact while giving room, especially to young families, to be able to build their dream homes and make it something that works for them. God knows the current housing market still kind of shackles many of us from actually being able to purchase a home and to be able to make the necessary changes you want to fit your family needs or whatever needs you may have. I think given just looking at the recommendations, I would be okay with both approving the windows and enclosing. And Mr. Platt, I think your reference and comments about those closet windows or what could and what could not happen reminds me of an Armenian tale of the Kikos, where there's this young man that continuously thinks about the what ifs of the future that continue to lead to a doomsday. And so I wouldn't agree with your comments there. But I mean, that's where I'm at. I'd obviously like to hear what my colleagues think. Again, this is not a registered historic home. And I think through this process, I just learned about the Verdugo woodlands. So I would like to see both information on the meeting, as well as there were several requests that I had initiated that the council had approved at the time of things that would have to be part of any signature gathering, any information, any pamphlets, and all of that. And so this is my official request from staff to see all of that material. So if you can, I think it'd be great if you shared it with all of us. But yeah, thank you. Would like to go?
I can.
Sure, go ahead.
I can go. So I'll start by saying it's a beautiful home, and Mr. Okopi and I got, you don't need to come up, but I did get a text from one of your neighbors who I happen to know, and she put in a good word for you. She said, I don't know anything about this historic stuff. Basically, I'm paraphrasing, but so she said, I can't speak to that, but I can say that he's a very nice neighbor. So, you know, for what it's worth. I guess, you know, the way I look at it, HPC did give the applicant, I won't speak directly, I'll just speak generically, did give the applicant, you know, most of what he asked for. Understandably, they have concerns for the, you know, the character defining features that are visible from the public right of way. You know, I think that as far as the windows go, I could, you know, be convinced to, you know, allow an alternative. I think, you know, as long as it's close as possible to what we have now. I do understand, you know, wanting the dual pane. I understand, you know, the energy efficiency benefits. I mean, I'd rather not, but that's something I could be persuaded to agree to. As far as the balcony, I just think it's, you know, and I'm not a historic preservationist, but I reached out to my commissioner. I think is very level-headed. He wasn't at the meeting, but he did look at it, and you know, he felt pretty strongly that this just does not fit the Spanish colonial revival style, and it would be very much a detraction from what this home should be. So I would definitely not support removing that condition. You know, just the last thing I would say is, you know, I understand the concerns about historic districts, but you know, with all due respect, I mean, you bought the house last year. This has been a historic district for what, 15 years, or no, maybe like 13 years. Oh, okay, so I was wrong, but for a long time. So, you know, you did buy into a district that that you knew full well was, you know, was a historic overlay. You know, in my case, I bought a house before it was a historic district, so I guess I could argue, you know, somehow, well, I didn't know about it, although I did know about it, and I supported it. But I think there is a bit of a difference, you know, when somebody has come in and bought a house in an established historic district. I think it puts certain responsibilities on you. And so I think, you know, that's the thing. I would not go along with enclosing the porch. I could be convinced on the windows. If there's a consensus around that, I would join it.
Right. Who's next?
I can go next. I think that when historic districts are being established or the ordinance was being put in place, we tried to put the additions mostly in the back so it won't be visible from the public right of way. So historic preservation is mostly, sometimes people ask if this is a historic property, why is there an addition in the back which is a different design, for example, or different style? And the reason is that we try to preserve based on the national code or historic preservation, whatever is visible from the public right of way. As far as the windows go, I agree. I think it could be an in-kind, you know, material and window that even if you get close to it, you can't tell the difference that much. And I think we're being, you know, they asked for 1,012 square foot addition. They got that. They asked for 377 square foot addition to the existing two-car garage. They were accommodated. I think they're getting the majority of the design and the project that they wanted. But as far as the porch, I agree. There are houses in those areas that the porch were enclosed, but they don't look right. They look very off, like the photos that you showed us here today. And I drive by those neighborhoods, and you know, I ride my bike once in a while in there, and I see those. They look really out of place. And even if this is outside the historic district and front of the property, you want to enclose the porch. By looking at this windows, the side by side, the one that is enclosed and the one that isn't, it just looks like an afterthought. It doesn't look right, the design of the house. I sat on design review board, as I said, for 4 years, and I chaired it for 2 years. It was a big fist fight at that time on many of the issues, and I think this is one of the reasons. I don't think enclosing that porch is going to make or break the house, because it's being already 3,500 square feet with the addition. And also the windows for the closets. We used to have those windows in our closets, the old homes that we had. It's interesting those days, because of the AC units were not available everywhere. So they put these windows inside the closet so you can air your closet, basically. You would open the window and you would air it out. It was a nice feature at that time. And that's all they could do at that time. So I'm okay with the windows being in kind, working closely with staff to make sure it matches perfectly. But as far as the porch goes, I cannot support enclosing the porch. So that's where I.
Right. Councilmember Najarian or Kasakian, whoever wants to go.
Well, I'll keep it short. I would give him relief from the condition number 4. So let him go ahead and try the aluminum clad wood or the wood clad aluminum, whatever that description is. The balcony up top, the porch does look a little bit goofy, and you know, I could envision something a little better there, maybe some canvas roll downs and roll ups to give a little more sun protection, but I would not eliminate condition number 1. So I'll give them the windows, but I won't agree to the enclosing of the balcony.
So can I pose a question since we've heard some of the comments? On the porch and the balcony, if we do not approve the enclosure, because that's where it seems like we're going, what are the options for the applicant to be able to put like a railing or something that then they can actually use? Because I do recognize that this is like too low for anybody.
Yeah, well, we've actually dealt with this on several other properties over the years. You could put a railing on top of the stucco wall. Even better is if you put something on the inside face of the wall that comes up, or on the floor just behind the wall. And what we've done on other properties is you just keep it as simple as possible. Just a metal handrail, kind of like you would see on a stair, but obviously horizontal. And we'd work with building and safety to make sure we're meeting code with that. But we've done it a few times and it's pretty easy and it's not super visible.
Okay.
And they have the railing, the balcony on the right-hand side. They can just match that, style, if you will. It's very simple and elegant, if you will.
Yeah,
It's not
that would be a good
too
way
elaborate,
for us
so
to go,
They can
definitely.
have something on top of the wall or whatever.
Could I call the applicant back? Yeah, could I call the applicant back?
question? Yeah,
Yeah, I
that's
do. Would any of those things that Mr. Platt is recommending work for you, or you would like to see?
If we could see some samples, absolutely. Again, if it addresses the height issue, I'm completely okay. I'll do my best to utilize the space, but one of the other things that we're not taking into consideration is it's already, as you see, it's got below the roof, it's got stucco, and the opening is already so small, it's going to just condense the space, and it might even look more funky and even more awkward if we put more railing and just kind of.
Did you want to remove the roof that they placed after?
One of the recommendations, actually, in one of the letters that I read from a former HPC commissioner, they had recommended something similar to this design, maybe exposing the rafters, and I can pass this around. One copy of this. Maybe we can attempt to, because I don't want to completely remove that roof, if maybe we can attempt to expose the roof rafters, it'll actually function more like a balcony. Like this, you don't even want to go in there. You don't even want to sit, my head almost touches this top of this balcony. If we go back to a few slides, you'll see some.
So did the original not have?
I don't believe it even had a overhang from what I understand or what I learned. And then I don't want to open it because then it will open up a can of worms and just, I don't know what it will look like. It's just, I'm trying to find
I'm
middle
just trying
ground
to,
here too.
so what I'm trying
Thank
to,
you.
the reason I'm asking these questions is because this is your home.
Yes.
And I want to find a way for you to be able to have something that you do want. And I don't mind spending time on this now because this is your life's, this is your house, so.
If it could function as an actual balcony, do we still need those small windows there? Is my other question.
You can't touch those small windows.
I'm sorry,
You can't touch those small windows.
So they've got to stay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does my designer have any suggestions? Maybe you could.
If I may, Madam Mayor, so the challenge here right now is trying to design the project on the fly. I think if you leave the condition as, the HPC gave it and then give direction to staff to work with the applicant, it's probably the best way at this point to try to address your concerns and their concerns. Otherwise, we're going to be here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Kasakian.
Yeah, sure, thank you.
Go ahead.
I want to hear what my colleagues had to say. You know, it's interesting because I was coming from a completely reverse perspective, which is for me, I was much more okay with the enclosure of the balcony, especially if it remained in the character of the home, versus changing of all the windows, especially with comments about how, you know, you can find such windows and et cetera. I mean, honestly, staff kind of convinced me of the window issue. I still, look, as you were talking about your children and as you were talking about the home, and as a parent myself, I had, and with the visual of the measuring tape to the height of that balcony, I was probably having the same nightmarish concerns as you are having, and you and your wife are talking about in designing what you can do with this home that you want to live in. By the way, I do appreciate that you are preserving as much of this beautiful home as possible, restoring it in some respects. Of course, you're making additions to it, but you know, we have to be honest with ourselves. Modern families and modern lifestyles demand more space than some of the smaller homes that we have, and that's why we have guidelines and rules as to how people can reasonably and appropriately add to homes. You know, one of the speakers perhaps didn't intend it to make it sound that way, but you know, led in with, you know, developers flipping homes. Look, when people do things that are egregious, this council has shown that we are ready to hold them accountable, as we did on the home that was demolished. This is not one of those, and let's be clear. And you know, there are each case by case basis is unique. I'm still fine with enclosure, with the caveat that if you were to leave those windows in the closet, that when someone takes a tour of your home and says, hey, what's this? You can say, well, you know what? As Councilmember Garpetian explained at one point, historically we used to air out, you know, whatever, our closets or whatever it may be. I mean, I think that would be a fair compromise, but I don't know if my colleagues are supportive of that. But I personally support a tasteful, appropriate, stylistically appropriate enclosure, because at the end of the day, again, you're going to be raising a young family in this home. And again, something has to happen. I don't know if the rail is a solution, but I encourage you to consider whatever. In terms of the document that you just passed around, if staff is okay with rafters, visible rafters, or to make it a more functional balcony, I would support that as well. But again, I may be in the minority today.
Thank you. Do you have a balcony in the back in your addition on the second floor?
I will have one, yes.
In the back of the house, the addition has a balcony?
Yes.
Okay, you can secure it any way you're securing the balconies in the back. I mean, this is, if you enclose this, just looking at it again, I mean, if you enclose this balcony in the front, because of the roof is so low, it'll be more claustrophobic than having a little railing on top of that wall to make it code compliant, so no one can go, you know, fall off of that.
He was referring to like a reading nook or something that he mentioned, yeah.
May I?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Edgar Marcus, and I'm actually the actual applicant and my client. So the other option I'm proposing is completely covering the balcony and just leaving the middle window, so it looks consistent with the rest of the design, and actually exposing the rafters, so that way interior space is more utilized and we don't have issue with the railings. So it's like stucco on the sides and just the middle window stays. Are you, is the historic, sorry.
Yeah, we are designing.
I just have a suggestion, with all due respect. Edgar, thank you. I think the best suggestion.
I'm so sorry, if I may. What is the direction that we can give today to work out the details with staff moving forward? Because I recognize we're going again into design. So,
Sure.
Can you
So
please guide us?
if the council's inclined on the balcony issue to uphold HPC, I mean, then it would just be to direct staff to work with the applicant on a solution that, you know, can be approved at the staff level. I'm not sure, Mr. Calvert, if you have any other ideas.
May I make a suggestion? Just, I think, not enclosing the balcony and that wall, which is 32 or 33 inches, just bring it to today's
Code.
code, and that's it, because if they have a balcony in the back, that balcony has the same issue, right? If you have a small child and you're building a balcony in the back, how are you securing that? So it's the same way this could be done, and I think we can't design it on the spot, but closing the balcony, I think the design is not very attractive, so you can just bring it up to code, and I work with staff to make it work.
I trust Mr. Platt's recommendation and suggestion. I think maybe if we can agree on the windows, and if Mr. Platt can help me with the design ideas he has before in the back of the house, which I truly appreciate. I did forget to mention it's been a pleasure and honor working with these two gentlemen. Mr. Eric G. was very diligent, and Mr. Platt has also been very helpful in making sure that we met the criteria and design in the back to be conform with the historic preservation. So I think if we can agree on replacing the windows, and if Mr. Platt maybe can guide me and give me some better solutions, I believe he has a good eye. Maybe we can come to some kind of resolution that will function and be aesthetically pleasing to all. So if we could agree to that, maybe circle back
Are
on
you
that
okay with
design.
Is everyone okay with that?
When you say, I don't understand when you say work with Mr.
Whatever. If I could
Right.
just
Go ahead.
quickly clarify, I think what we can do is, I hear there were 3 votes to not enclose the balcony.
Right.
We can raise a railing, very minimalist railing, so there's safety issues, and we could work with Lermont and his architect to possibly explore getting a rafter situation where there's now kind of a flat stucco ceiling under the balcony. It's not original, so we're not making it less original, and it would look better.
Okay.
That could be a nice compromise.
Okay, I'm
Okay.
okay with that.
Will you make the motion?
I'll make the motion with those conditions.
I'll second it.
All right, roll call?
Oh, I'm sorry,
Oh.
I just want to get clarification. So it would be, you would be modifying the one condition related to the windows, and that would be to allow them to be, what was in the
Wood clad.
application, or there'd be aluminum clad wood windows? The aluminum clad wood windows that were part of the original application.
Right.
And then the condition regarding the balcony would not be enclosed, but it will allow a railing and, that complies with code and the rafters.
Complies with code, and just exercise the option of having open rafters versus a solid roof.
Okay, subject to staff review.
Applies with updated codes, not the,
Right,
yes,
right.
okay, all right. All right, okay,
I second.
all
That
right,
was the motion, the second, okay.
roll call?
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Asatryan.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
all.
Thank you.
All right, next item?
Next item is hearing B, community development regarding ordinance amending Title 30 of the Glendale Municipal Code, 1995, case number PZ-0010-2024, relating generally to standards and processes for drive-through establishments and miscellaneous zoning code cleanups. 1, ordinance for introduction.
All right, I'll open the hearing.
This one,
Right.
yeah, Mayor, council member, this is that he, our principal planner, will present this item for your consideration.
All right, good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council, and thank you. Tonight I will be going through the proposed amendments to the zoning code related to drive-through establishments. By way of background, September 2022, council enacted a moratorium on drive-throughs. That moratorium has been extended twice and is set to expire at the end of next month. The moratorium was enacted in response to a growing number of applications for drive-through establishments in the city, which included modifications to existing drive-throughs as well as new construction, and concerns regarding safety, aesthetics, and environmental impacts associated with drive-throughs. The primary issues included queuing that was spilling over into streets and blocking traffic lanes, blocking sidewalks, and impeding pedestrian circulation on site and in the surrounding area. During the moratorium, staff has reviewed the existing zoning standards as well as the approval processes that we currently have in place. We researched other cities' requirements and practices. We researched several cities, including Pasadena, Burbank. We looked at Long Beach, Huntington Beach, Santa Clarita, and Arcadia, just to name a few. We also prepared an inventory of all of our existing drive-through establishments, and CDD's mobility section, along with Public Works Traffic Engineering, engaged a consultant to examine trip generation rates and queuing lines. They looked at approximately, I believe, 15 or 16 existing drive-through locations in the city for restaurants, as well as, I believe, it was a total of 6 banks and pharmacies. So staff is proposing zoning code amendments for drive-throughs in 2 phases. Tonight, we have phase 1 before you. It includes creating definitions for drive-through establishments, amending the land use charts to permit drive-throughs as an accessory use. We are proposing to prohibit new drive-throughs in certain zones and establish a CUP process for new and existing drive-throughs. The project is exempt from CEQA because the proposed amendments include defining drive-throughs as an accessory use, which is consistent with current practice, and establishing a CUP requirement for new and existing drive-throughs, which gives staff the opportunity to analyze potential impacts that would be specific to an existing or new operation and impose conditions of approval that would mitigate those potential impacts. Phase 2 will be coming back to you, and it includes creating zoning development standards specifically for drive-throughs, and will focus on site planning and overall design. By way, or as far as current zoning standards, they are minimal. We do not have a definition of what a drive-through establishment is. It's just treated as part of a restaurant use or a bank or pharmacy. The development standards are also limited insofar as there are minimal standards for drive-through waiting lanes in our parking chapter, including minimum distances to an ordering device as well as queuing length. And currently, drive-throughs are prohibited in our mixed-use and transit-oriented zones, including the DSP. Currently, we have 39 drive-throughs in the city. The highest concentration of drive-throughs is going to be in the C2 and C3 commercial zones, and the most common use would be a fast food restaurant. Of the restaurants, currently there are 6 that are coffee shops that are with drive-throughs in the city. Coffee shops are not defined separately, and they're typically considered either a counter service restaurant or fast food restaurant, and that's contingent on the operation and how many seats that they have. This map is an illustration of how the drive-throughs are dispersed throughout the city in the different zones. So the amendments include creating definitions for drive-through establishments, and we're proposing 2 definitions, one for restaurant, one for non-restaurant. So non-restaurant would be your bank or your pharmacy. It could potentially also include a retail store or supermarket. And then a definition specifically for restaurant, and it would include all 3 types of restaurants, but the most common that we would have would be a fast food restaurant. The amendments also include establishing drive-throughs as an accessory use in the land use charts throughout the various zones in the city. So the charts will be amended to identify zones where new drive-throughs will be allowed, and it establishes a CUP requirement both for new and existing drive-throughs. This table provides a breakdown of existing establishments and their zoning designations. Staff is proposing to limit where new drive-through establishments are allowed, and we're proposing to limit them to the C2 and C3 zones, which is where the highest concentration are, as well as the CH zone, which is commercial hillside, and that would be along Foothill Boulevard. We are proposing to prohibit them in the C1 zone, which is a neighborhood commercial zone. Good examples are, Kenneth Village or Adams Square. Those are zone C1, and they're typically small pockets, and they're designed to serve the surrounding neighborhood. CA would be the commercial auto zone, which is the brand boulevard of cars, and the intent of that zone is really to promote the dealerships, as well as the CR zone is where we're also proposing to prohibit drive-throughs. That would be commercial retail, and that's essentially the Montrose Shopping Park. And there's currently one bank in that location. So the proposed amendments include establishing a CUP requirement both for new and existing drive-through facilities. CUPs are a public hearing process. They go before the planning hearing officer, and there's required findings that have to be made. Through the CUP process, we will be allowed or have the ability to analyze different characteristics of these drive-throughs. That includes the business operation, site conditions, traffic problems that are incidental to the use, impacts on surrounding land uses, and including residential, as well as the potential of the facility to be harmful to the peace, health, safety, and general welfare. All drive-through establishments, whether they're restaurant or non-restaurant, will be subject to the same findings as a normal CUP. And for drive-throughs specifically, we are imposing, or for restaurants, we're imposing 3 additional required findings. The additional findings will analyze whether there's adequate queuing on site to prevent impacts to pedestrians and adjacent traffic flow, and this will require applicants to provide a queuing analysis and a traffic study that would then also be reviewed by the Director of Public Works Traffic. The findings will also, we'll look at if there's existing plans for litter cleanup, because that's also a common problem, as well as noise and light impacts, and making sure that they're contained on the site. And we'll also be looking at the compatibility with the surrounding businesses. Through this CUP process, staff expects improvements to the existing drive-throughs located throughout the city because, again, this will give us the ability to analyze them and impose conditions that could potentially mitigate negative impacts that are either occurring or would occur for a new drive-through. So again, we are proposing to limit some of the zones where drive-throughs would be allowed. As it relates to those existing drive-through establishments that would be considered legal non-conforming, the proposed amendments will require that all existing establishments go through the CUP process. We are recommending that the CUP be obtained within 5 years. That gives people, a good window of time to come in and apply. And again, the CUP gives us the ability to analyze those site conditions, including the queuing analysis, and impose conditions of approval, whereas today we don't really have that ability. There's also some miscellaneous code cleanups being proposed. None of them are necessarily related to drive-throughs. They're just typos or updating outdated code section references. So again, this is phase 1. This will come back to you. Phase 2 would be the next step. And staff, along with the city's consultant team, including our traffic consultant that we have a contract with, will continue to work on phase 2 of the ordinance that will include the drive-through design standards that would first go back to Planning Commission and then will come back to City Council. Some of the items we're looking into have to do with minimum lot size, queuing lengths, depending on the type of operation, menu board and ordering device locations, which may include some amendments to our sign code that we're looking into, as well as landscape buffers. These future changes will serve to enhance the CUP process that we're also proposing. We are looking for direction from council as far as anything they'd like to see for the phase 2, as well as how existing establishments should be treated as opposed to the new establishments. For a lot of the existing, because they're so different, it could be difficult for them to meet all of these specific standards. These amendments were recently reviewed by Planning Commission back in July. There were 3 commissioners present. During deliberations, the commissioners had questions mainly regarding proposed CUP requirement for the existing establishments. Both Commissioners Chirocchian and Fuentes commented that the requirement should not impose a hardship for existing operations. They did vote unanimously to recommend adoption of the ordinance. The one change that they recommended had to do with the time frame for existing establishments. Staff originally proposed a 3-year time frame, but they recommended increasing that to 5, and we have incorporated that into the draft ordinance. One thing I'd want to bring to your attention, I believe you all got a copy of the email. During our Planning Commission meeting last week on August 7th, Commissioner Fuentes did comment during the board member comments portion of the hearing that upon reconsidering the matter for the drive-thrus after our July hearing, she wanted to change her vote. There were 3 commissioners present at this meeting. A vote was taken among the 3 commissioners to bring the item back to PC for their consideration, but the motion did not pass. The final vote was 2 opposed and 1 in favor of bringing the item back. Again,
Vista, that was on the issue of the existing businesses only, correct?
correct. That was the primary concern from Commissioner Fuentes' email. We also received a comment letter, which you all have a copy of, from the In-N-Out establishment. Staff is recommending City Council adopt the proposed amendments as presented. We're available for any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you. How many speakers do we have?
We have 2 speaker cards on this item.
And you did open the hearing?
I did open the
Okay.
hearing. Do we want to take the speakers before our own questions, or?
Sure.
All right.
Our first speaker is Alec Watrosov.
Hello, my name is Alec Bartrosov. Thank you to our lovely urban planning professionals who did the work on this. The reason why this came up, I don't think this context was given earlier on, is that there was a Starbucks that was proposed on Glendale and Orange Grove. And the issue that came up with that proposed project was that the applicant was doing their own analysis for queuing capacity. It was very much done to fit the needs of that property to make it work for themselves. But as you've seen in the city, the new Starbucks and the existing Starbucks have really created a queuing backlog and issue that's spilling over into the street, into our communities. And nobody wants to live next to a drive-thru where there's cars that are queuing and exhausting fumes into our communities. I live just a few doors away from an existing drive-thru, and it's not something that I would like for anybody to be subjected to. So I was hoping there would be a question about which zones are these new facilities are being allowed, because quite frankly, the places where we're not allowing them, let's say Montrose Shopping Park or Kenneth Village, the reason why we're not allowing them should be the same reason why we're not allowing them anywhere else in the city. So why is it that certain communities that have the brunt of the existing drive-thrus are the ones that are going to get even more drive-thrus? And I think that, you know, we've had enough. There's enough drive-thrus, especially in lower income communities in South Glendale, where most of them are, where we don't want more of them. And we've talked about congestion, we talk about traffic, we talk about what causes congestion. This is one of those land uses that creates the largest amount of trips. So if we're all concerned about easing congestion, about not encouraging more people to drive and clog our roads, this is not a land use type that we want to be encouraging in our city. Otherwise, you're subscribing to more cars, more traffic, more congestion, whether or not you've got the bike lanes. So I'm hoping that we can move forward with an approach that restricts the number of drive-thrus in the city, keep the existing ones as they are, that's fine, they're grandfathered, but new ones should be seriously looked at and see who is impacted by these new projects. Are they happening in South Glendale? Or are they going to be in the Verdugo Woodlands where some of you live, or other places where it's a little bit more sensitive for folks that live in more affluent communities? So something to think about, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ken Stahl.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm Ken Stahl on behalf of In-N-Out Burgers. I am the author of the comment letter that was mentioned earlier. In-N-Out, as you probably know, operates a drive-through restaurant at 310 North Harvey Drive. It's operated there for the past almost 25 years. So I'm coming tonight to express some concerns about the new proposed amendments, particularly as they relate to pre-existing establishments such as the In-N-Out restaurant. Before I express those concerns, I just want to say and make sure this is very clear that In-N-Out really appreciates the opportunity to serve the community. Again, having been there for almost 25 years, this is a very successful and popular location, and that's one of the reasons why In-N-Out is so concerned about the possible effects of this ordinance in potentially shutting down or severely damaging the ability of In-N-Out to serve the community at this location any further. So just 3 quick points about the ordinance and the proposal to apply it retroactively to existing businesses. The first is the notice that we received about these amendments, and particularly as they apply to pre-existing businesses, was very general. There was no indication that this was going to be applied against existing businesses until a few days ago. We literally are learning about this on the fly. So we've had very little notice, very little opportunity to evaluate the effects this is going to have on our property rights, and there's been no real consultation with city staff about how these amendments are going to affect pre-existing businesses. So at the very least, we think a continuance is appropriate, but really these amendments shouldn't be applied retroactively to pre-existing businesses for the reasons I'm going to mention. Number one is businesses like In-N-Out have established property rights. They have established expectations that need to be respected under the U.S. Constitution's Takings Clause. In the case of the In-N-Out restaurant on Harvey Drive, it's been there for almost 25 years. There's a lease that's continuing for the next decade. It's a substantial investment in the community. And so to apply these CUP standards in a way that could eliminate its ability to continue an operation or severely damage it would be a unconstitutional taking under the Takings Clause. The last point I want to just mention quickly again is staff is proposing that this be processed without any environmental review under CEQA. We don't think that's appropriate, again, as applied to existing businesses, because if, as we fear, the result here may be more vacancies as a result of the CUP process being applied to pre-existing businesses, there's a fair argument that that will result in urban decay. The California courts have recognized that urban decay is a significant environmental impact that should be evaluated under the California Environmental Quality Act. So we urge you to reconsider this action and exempt existing drive-through restaurants from the proposed amendments. Thank you very much.
Right, is that it? All right, Councilmember Brotman, I think you.
Yeah, I have a few questions. So, first of all, since at least one of the things that gave rise to this 2 years ago, or more than 2 years ago, was this proposed project on Glendale Avenue, on the east side of Glendale Avenue. My understanding is if it were on the west side, it would be disallowed, but because it's across the street, it's allowed. Can you tell us, like, is that location C2 or C3?
I believe it's C2, possibly C3, so this would allow drive-through in that location, but what it will do is also impose a conditional use permit requirement where we didn't have one to begin with, and that's...
I understand, yeah. But is there a way we can see, because we can't really tell from the maps, like where do we have C2 and C3? CH, I guess I understand, but I'd like to have a better sense of where we're saying we're gonna be allowing these under a CUP process. Is that something you could show us?
I'm not sure if we have the ability to pull up the maps. C2, large portions of Glen Oaks Boulevard are C2, where they have commercial uses. There's a small pocket of C1 there. C3 would be Colorado Boulevard, portions of Broadway. Glendale Avenue, Pacific Avenue. I believe north of Glen Oaks would be C2. I'd have to double check. I'm not sure if there's a way to pull up the map on here.
Okay,
So,
but primarily, it's primarily South Glendale?
let me pull up the map on my laptop.
Okay,
I don't wanna
well,
give
I'll
you
ask
wrong
some other
information.
questions. Just a procedural question. Is this a 4-vote situation?
Yes.
Okay. We talk about the CUP, mitigating potential impacts. There are two things that probably, concern me a lot. One of them is VMT, right? And I would certainly like us to, that's a potential impact because I think drive-throughs generally, induce demand. They create new car trips that wouldn't otherwise take place. So they, to my mind, are not compatible with where we're going with our climate action plan, with our pedestrian plan. Well, pedestrian is a slightly different issue, but anyway, that's something I would like to see us consider in the CUP to put in, maybe a condition that it doesn't increase VMT. And I guess the question is like, can we do that? Before you answer that question, the other thing I'm kind of interested to see whether we can do is impose a condition that there would be no new curb cuts associated with these drive-throughs, like they would be allowed if there's an alley that you could come in, but we wouldn't be creating a new curb cut, which would then create, more, I guess would be, harmful to our goals of creating more walkable pedestrian urban environment. Because I know every time we have a curb cut, that's more opportunity for somebody to get hit, just less appealing from a pedestrian perspective. So those are two things I would like to understand whether they can be included in the CUP, what would be the process for that?
Councilmember Brotman, if I may ask a question, when you say no new curb cuts, do you mean existing locations when we're applying the CUP to those?
No, I'm sorry, I'm talking about new. I'm talking about new, yeah, existing, the curb cut is there. I'm talking about new establishments, no new curb cuts. Yeah.
It's something we can look at. I don't know that we want to necessarily impose that no new curb cuts could be proposed for all drive-throughs, because it could be that whatever site they're taking over, moving the curb cut or the driveway entrance would actually help with traffic flow, just depending on what's going on. As part of the second phase with the design standards, that is something that we'll also be looking at. And we will look at the driveway locations as well as the drive-through entrance locations with the CUP process as well. That would be part of the analysis. Right now, we don't have a lot we can say about that, but through the CUP, we can.
Okay, but we could consider those conditions. It could be, if there's an existing curb cut and you're moving it, you're not adding, it's kind of net addition of curb cuts in areas where we want to encourage pedestrian activity.
No,
it doesn't work. It's inconsistent with what we're trying to achieve.
Yeah, and that's something we would look at each site as they come in for their CUPs. If they're proposing, let's say it's a new drive-through and they're proposing a curb cut in a location that, based off our review and traffic's review, is not appropriate, but they don't want to change it for whatever reason, that's a condition that we can place on the CUP to require them to adjust their curb cuts. This CUP process really is going to give us the ability to analyze what's going on and also impose conditions that we don't have the ability to do right now.
Right, okay. I just want to make sure that those are being considered when we come back, I guess, with what these findings are that we're going to be seeking.
With the findings, and again, we'll be looking at that with the second phase as well as with the design standards and where it's appropriate to put the drive-through openings and off what type of streets.
Okay, and then if I could just continue, I have just a couple more. One for Mr. Garcia, since we heard this argument about unconstitutional taking of property rights. Do you want to say something about that? Or?
I was going to ask at some point to have Ms. Van Muyden address all the comments made by the speaker, so maybe we could do that after all the questions are done.
We can do that later. And then, I think that's basically it. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, who's next? Does anyone have questions, comments?
And if you want me to have Ms. Van Muyden address the points
Yeah,
now
let's
before.
address those, then we can make comments or questions.
evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. You heard from Ken Stahl representing In-N-Out Burger, and he raised 3 issues having to do with notice, takings, and CEQA. So I'll go through those in order. First of all, he alleged that the notice that was provided was too general and that they did not know that it would affect pre-existing businesses. However, the letter does admit that they received personal notice, which was part of the outreach effort that was undertaken to ensure that the existing businesses were not only notified of the meeting, but also of the nature of the regulations being proposed, which, if you review Exhibit 1, are fairly straightforward and easy to understand in terms of it not being a comprehensively rewritten ordinance, but various pieces that can be examined on a fairly rapid basis. So our contention is that the notice was adequate. It is within the council's jurisdiction to respond to the request for a continuance for them to take further look at it. That, again, is up to the council. Secondly, on the takings clause, it is existing businesses, they do have a vested interest, a vested right to be in that location, operate in that location. Obviously, this particular In-N-Out has been there for an extended period of time. But this ordinance is not recommending the elimination of the existing uses. So when you look at takings, you're looking at whether or not there would be a substantial diminution of an economically viable interest and whether that interest would be eliminated. And that is not what is being proposed here. What is being proposed is that there would be exercise of the city's police power to impose conditions that have to do with health and safety issues that are substantial and legitimate for purposes of the public safety, the aesthetics, and many of the factors that were described by the planner. So those are legitimate interests, and again, takings would come up within a context of elimination of the use itself, and that's not what is being suggested here. With respect to CEQA, the suggested changes are minor changes to existing regulations that in and of themselves do not create a significant impact on the environment. However, with respect to the amortization period, within the 5-year period, existing uses would need to come back and go through the CUP process. And it's during that process, which is the discretionary review, that the impacts of their particular use and based on the studies that would be under the queuing studies and other studies that would be undertaken that are applicable to those existing uses, that the specific impacts under CEQA would be examined. So with respect to this change, it is appropriately considered as an under the exemption factors that were included in the report. I can answer questions.
You completely lost me on your last one. Can you?
On the CEQA?
Yes. Can you do it also in terms where, if I'm not an attorney, I can understand it?
Absolutely, absolutely. So environmental review here, what's in front of you is under an exemption, because these are minor changes to existing regulations and it fits into an exemption category, meaning that no additional or deeper study needs to be taken at this time. However, in the future, if you adopt this ordinance, it would require the existing uses to come back and apply for, within the 5-year period, to apply for a conditional use permit. That would be under a discretionary review, okay? And as part of that review, CEQA would be undertaken to examine what impact, if any, the conditions that would be placed on these uses, what environmental impact they might have. So there's sort of a 2-step process. This process is subject to subject to a minor modification to existing land use standards exemption. In the future, when the existing uses come back for CUP, if you adopt the ordinance as proposed, at that point, those existing uses seeking that CUP to comply with this ordinance, they would need to go through CEQA for purposes of getting that permit issued. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Yeah, sorry for the confusing
Can I ask a follow-up
explanation.
question to that?
The last statement, so in order to get the CUP, they have to go through the CEQA?
Yes, because it is a
Each location?
yeah, each applicant would need to go through CEQA because it is a discretionary action, individual discretionary action. That is the trigger.
But that applies to existing locations too?
Yes.
Yeah, within 5 years,
That's correct.
they
Okay.
would have to apply for the CUP.
Correct. Now, it could be that they're exempt, or it's a negative declaration, or one of the other, mechanisms. But yeah, you would, as a discretionary action, that would require some level of secret review.
And city attorney's correct. It could be that they would also be exempt. It would depend on the impacts that are analyzed relative to the queuing studies and other studies that may be necessary, and the imposition of conditions.
Okay. Can you walk me through what that CEQA process would look like, the timeline and costs?
Well, that, again, I'm sorry, I'm going to give you a lawyerly answer. That would depend on the nature of the impact related to that particular location and the CUP being applied for. So it could be an exemption, which would be the quickest process. If there are additional impacts that need to be mitigated, it could be a more in-depth review, and the next stage would be a negative declaration or a mitigated negative declaration. The most extensive review, of course, is the environmental impact report, and that's where you have significant impacts.
You're losing me.
I'm sorry.
I just
Trying to do a little both
I'm gonna ask-
explanation
okay,
and
so if I-
education.
Okay, but it depends, but.
Yes.
I don't, so, say the In-N-Out on Harvey versus the Jack in the Box on Colorado.
We do an
They-
initial
they-
study.
Within 5 years,
Yes.
they have to come back and apply for a CUP.
Yes.
Okay. All of them have to go through a CEQA process.
Mm-hmm.
When you talk about an exemption, are you saying that staff can exempt them from getting CEQA, or?
It's built into the CEQA process. So CEQA allows for an exemption if it qualifies for one. So there are lists of types of projects that would qualify for an exemption. And that's where there's no significant impact. There's no need to mitigate environmental impact. So there are defined categories of exemptions that it could fall into. So that would be the first bucket of CEQA review would be, yeah, you don't need to go further. There are no significant impacts here. You fit
All right,
into a
for that
category.
first step, are there costs?
CEQA exemptions, there's no additional cost. It's done as part of the application review. It doesn't add any time to the application process, and typically existing establishments, there is a CEQA exemption for it. When it would become an issue is if we get a report back that does show significant impacts. That is not something we do anticipate, but we won't know until they come in and we review the analysis that they provide.
Okay, and the zones that you're recommending, or the areas that you're recommending, do they fall into a study that's already been done for that area, and what would?
We don't necessarily have
Trigger.
studies done by areas. The consultant, and we haven't finalized that report, but we are working with the consultant, and they've looked at, I want to say it's 14 or 15 existing restaurant establishments, most of them in Glendale, and then 6 banks and pharmacy locations. So they've looked at those, they've done analysis of those. We do have some information, and then we would still require applicants to provide that queuing analysis as well, and we would compare it to what we do have on file.
When you say you have to get the applicants to, I mean, what is the time frame and cost of that, the analysis that they have to submit?
I mean, it would depend on who they hire and the individual's abilities. I couldn't really comment on that.
Can anybody comment on that? The reason I'm asking these very specific questions is because on the surface, it looks like, oh, there can be an exemption or whatnot. And then someone says like, there's analysis that just needs to be like done and submitted, and for existing, it doesn't have to, and then it turns out that analysis requires for them to go through this process that adds a big chunk of bills, and then it extends the period in which that, like, they have to actually put resources into this to be able to get the CUP.
I understand.
Is that, am
Yeah.
I,
It is
so,
possible.
so I'm looking
possible, yes.
for, some sort of answer, like, no, what you're picturing is some like extreme thing that wouldn't happen, or the sites that we do have right now wouldn't fall into that. And I think, aren't we doing, so for the general plan as an example, that the land use element that was up for discussion today, right? You guys are gonna be going, don't we already have like reports when it comes to CEQA, part of other plans based on the area?
Part of the CEQA process would be looking at existing plans, typically for compatibility with existing plans. But the analysis undertaken under CEQA would be an examination of the project as proposed.
Okay. Yes.
So, I mean, we didn't play this out the whole way. Let's say CEQA is prepared, a CEQA analysis is prepared, and there are significant and unavoidable, unmitigable effects. If council doesn't want that business, we won't find the statement of overriding concerns, and that business would go out of business, correct?
Unless they modified their, it's possible for a plan to be
I
modified
mean,
to
we're talking
eliminate.
worst case here, we were talking
Worst case.
cost and time, but in the end, if you've got a bunch of people here that don't want In-N-Out, and we say that In-N-Out's impacts can't be mitigated, we can say, well, that's too bad. We don't care.
That would be within the discretion of the council to not approve a statement of overriding
Yeah,
considerations.
just so we're clear, it wouldn't be saying we don't care, it would be saying the environmental impacts, the council would, or whoever would be finding that the environmental impacts outweigh whatever societal and economic benefits that the particular business might bring. But as we're sitting here, it seems like that would be, in your own words, an extreme example.
Let's look at, on one hand, it's an exemption. On the other hand, it goes through the whole thing, and it's a rejection of the balancing of the impacts.
It's anticipated that most of the impacts from these types of uses we'd be able to find mitigation measures for them. So it's unlikely to end up in that worst-case scenario, but it's not inconceivable.
Well, the big line of cars at In-N-Out, I mean, there aren't too many ways to mitigate that, and
that's part of what the CEQA process does, is help us explore ways to mitigate those effects and work with an applicant to do that.
Right, and just the intent, I think, of the CUP requirement for the existing businesses is not to make it difficult for them to continue or prevent them from continuing, but just to allow the city to address some of those negative secondary effects and find ways to mitigate them to allow them to continue. And I'm saying, that's just, it's the proposal that's before you. You don't have to accept it. You don't have to agree to it. It's just something as an option for the council to consider.
So that portion would be just for the applying something retroactively, right? Pre-existing.
Correct. It would be applying it to pre-existing businesses.
Existing, okay. I do have a question on, I think Alec made a good point about, allowing it in places that already have it versus other communities that you don't. Can you just walk me through your process and coming?
Sure. So, a lot of we have a lot of mixed use zones in the city, and something like a drive-through kind of goes against the intent of those zones, where it's mainly to promote pedestrian activity. The C2 and C3 zones, they currently have our highest concentration, and that's part of what we looked at when we were trying to decide where it would be appropriate to allow these to continue. Just to go back to Councilmember Brotman's question also about where these zones are located, we do have significant portions of C2 and C3 in South Glendale, but we do also have it north of the freeway. Large pockets of Glen Oaks Boulevard, portions of Central, portions of Pacific, and portions of Brand north of the freeway. There's also portions in far north Glendale that are C2 and C3. So this wouldn't be just allowing them in the South Glendale area. And through that CUP process, we still will have the ability to look at compatibility with surrounding uses. One thing we can explore also with the second phase, you know, and I believe some cities.
Whose phone is that? What is going on?
Somebody's phone, I think.
Someone left.
Let's answer it. Let's
Can we Maybe she's looking for her phone. I don't know if Miss Movsesian's still outside, but. If she is watching, thank you for bringing laughter to a very heavy moment. Okay.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought with that, though. So through the CUP process, part of what we would look at is surrounding businesses and the surrounding neighborhood to assess compatibility. One thing that we can look at with the second phase, and that we have seen in some cities' ordinances, not a lot, they do have restrictions when it comes to drive-throughs near other drive-throughs. It's something we can explore with the second phase at council's direction to limit that as well.
Councilmember Carpetian?
Yes. So we had a moratorium and it was extended and it's expiring. Is that what it is right now?
Correct. It's set to expire at the end of September.
So this has been like 2 years of moratorium or 1 year?
We're concluding the second year.
So the second year will expire in
September.
September of this year, yes.
So prior to the moratorium, how many applications did we have for drive-thrus?
I'd have to double check my notes. I believe there had been 5 over the course of a few years, including one new establishment that went through DRB and was returned for redesign, and that would have been the Starbucks down on the 200 block of South Glendale. The other ones were primarily tenant improvements where you had a drive-through going into an existing drive-through. A lot of them were fast food restaurants going to a Starbucks or something similar. That was the bulk of it, and that's kind of where some of the concerns have started.
So you didn't have this massive, this mass of applications coming in for drive-thrus in different parts of the town, like 20 or 30 of them or 15 of them. You had like 3 or 4 or 5 within the last few years. Basically.
Correct.
Okay. So besides the 1 or 2 uses, I don't want to single out In-N-Out or Starbucks, because there are other uses in Glendale, like 7-Elevens that generate a lot of traffic. They're not drive-thrus. But if you go to the one, close to City Hall, the one on Chevy Chase and Glendale, wherever they are, that type of use generates a lot of traffic, and oftentimes you want to pull in, you can't, because people are there and they're older developments and they don't have enough parking spaces. So it's not just, I think these 2 uses, the Starbucks and In-N-Out, are the victim of their own success, basically. They're very successful. I think this notion of we're trying to put everything in South Glendale is really a flawed. It's false. The 2 locations, and I don't eat fast food. I want to go on the record and say I'm not a big fan of fast foods, but people have a choice, and they have to have a choice. So the ones that we have an issue of, like the one on Foothill, the drive-through goes around the block. It comes out, the queuing it's a small location, but it's been there for a very long time. Or the one on
Harvey Drive, I've never been there. I don't know what the problems are, but I can see the lights. When I exit that Harvey Drive, I can see the lights in and out parking lot. But people still go there because they want to use their facility. They want to use the food. It's not that we're adding to the VMT because there's a Starbucks in Glendale or there's a In-N-Out in Glendale. If you want to know what the problems are going to be in the future, it's very simple to understand. Just call a few of the drive-through restaurants or fast foods and tell them, send us your criteria. Where would you go in any city? They tell you, right now they all have standards that has to be met. They tell you the lot size has to be this much, the square footage, the number of parking, the queuing. They give you a generic site plan, and then let's look at our C2 and C3 and even C1, CH, and see how many sites can accommodate those. I don't see that many sites that people will put a drive-through in if they have a larger site, except maybe one. But instead of developing a housing or affordable housing. As far as C1 on Honolulu, west of La Crescenta Avenue, it's a C1. If they have a big site and they want to put a drive-through, I don't know why we don't want to allow it, because that's a wide street, there's not much traffic there. In Montrose, drive-throughs are all over the city. It's not only concentrated in South Glendale. It is in North Glendale. See how many of them are on Glen Oaks Boulevard. Montrose has drive-throughs up there. I don't know if it's part of the Shopping Park Association, but they have drive-throughs out there. And I know that they've been trying to get a use similar to Bob's Big Boy in Montrose Shopping Park for forever, because it was one of the pillars of this, the main tenants of or started here in Glendale. They wanted to get that. And if they want drive-through, and most businesses today, even Denny's, they started looking at drive-throughs. Because COVID time, that was considered essential. Now it's we're trying to treat them like they're the evil use that generate more traffic and more vehicle miles traveled. As far as our own standards, I don't know, is it page, I don't know what page is this on, or 4 or 5. We do have some standards in place already, right? The queuing is 60 feet from the ordering device, and it's 60 to 200 feet. So if they're shorter than that, they can't have a drive-through there. It's prohibited in the mixed use, in DSP, and transit TOZ areas, basically. So you have those. I think just coming up with this, especially for the existing locations, because we had an issue with one use that wanted to go on Glendale Avenue, and we put a moratorium in because of that use, I think that's very wrong. And trying to penalize every existing tenant or property owner who has a drive-through, push them through a CUP process that requires CEQA, even in 3 to 5 years, I'm not in favor of that. I don't think, and we should see what the problems are. I mean, is it the problem, the queuing? What are the problems that we have here? And between all of this, I never had one phone call from anybody, any of the residents, and say, look, what are these drive-thrus? I hate them. I don't like them. They have a curb cut. They generate traffic and they smell bad. Of course, it's a fast food. The smell is there. You cannot get rid of it. And they've been there for a long time. And if I go live close by them, I choose to go live close by them, right? So it's as far as the existing locations go, I'm not in favor of it at all. As far as creating a criteria, we have to create that criteria first, the standards that we want, then come back and say, let's amend the code, and then go look at it. You can't say, they need a CUP now, but we don't know what is part of that CUP. We have to find out what the
terms and conditions of the CUP would be or would be required, then go after that. All these locations that are existing, they're all over the city. It's not concentrated in one versus the other, and don't think we want to really, pull the city apart on this issue as well. I mean, I don't think that the fast food restaurant, it's a business. They will look at their criteria, they will look at the locations, if it works for them or not. I don't think they say, oh, let's put it in South Glendale because we wanna just oppress some people down in South Glendale because of the economic issues. If it's a good location in North Glendale, they will go there as well. So, and that's all I have to say at this time. I'm not in favor of imposing a CUP on existing locations at all.
Sure.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to ask my colleague, Councilmember Garpetian, a question. So if we were to take out the existing locations, grandfather existing locations, would you be okay with a CUP process for new drive-through locations?
Yes, but not backwards. I mean, if we want to create a CUP, we have to understand what the terms of that CUP is going to be. What are the conditions that we're going to implement in that CUP? Otherwise, if they come back and say, you need to have a queuing of 200 feet, no location will comply with that. You can then, that's a moratorium for a long time. There are, as I mentioned, I can provide some of them. I'm sure the staff can get a hold of them too. There are standards with drive-through restaurants, and again, I'm not a big fan of drive-thrus. I don't use them because I can't order and wait in line, whatever. It's a personality issue, but there are standards that you look at and see, okay, this is the standards on many of these, I don't know, Dairy Queen, Starbucks, Burger King, or what have you. And if they're close to each other, then you see this is the standards that we have to implement. Otherwise, if you come up and say, we want to have a very long drive-through queuing for 20 cars and then have this many parkings because of your retail space is 3,000 square feet, then no one would qualify to put drive-thrus anywhere. And I don't think that's right. I think I want to get some more information before I vote for any of this.
Okay, and just to clarify, if we said, okay on, let's say, CUPs for new establishments, that is only giving you direction to go and then develop the criteria and then come back to us?
I will let Vista answer that portion really quick on how you'll come back, but I will say that we're not going to set up a criteria that's going to very, very specific numbers now. I mean, the idea here behind a conditional use permit is that we're looking at it from a contextual perspective. If they're choosing a site that's near maybe a road with not as much capacity or closer to single-family residential or whatever use that may be there, right? Another drive-through. We're not going to have very, very specific criteria and numbers associated with that. We need to look at it in the contextual perspective. Some things might, absolutely will, but we're trying to figure out what that threshold is that kind of tips this over where it's no longer compatible. The idea behind that conditional use permit is to be compatible.
Okay, and if it's denied, they could always be appealed to us.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
I have a question of the definition. I know that's one of the things you're going to do. Is a gas station a drive-through?
No, gas stations have their own definitions. They also have their own set of standards in our zoning code.
Is a car wash a drive-through?
It is not same as a gas station. It has just certain standards they have to meet, and they're defined separately.
Is the Altadena Dairy a drive-through?
That is a drive-through. It was originally permitted as a drive-through.
The Walgreens?
Walgreens Pharmacy is a drive-through. The Altadena, the Walgreens or CVS's of the world, the Wells Fargo's of the world, those would be considered a non-restaurant drive-through. They would also be required to go through the CUP process unless council, decides not to require that. But that is what we are proposing.
Are there temporary drive-throughs?
Not that I'm aware of.
During COVID, remember we had the big drive-through at several locations where people can get their kits or get tested.
During COVID, I do remember I frequented them. So.
Councilmember Najarian, during COVID, there were special circumstances that were allowed for those kind of activities to take place during that time. The emergency order, if you will.
If that were to occur again, would that be I don't know, what other sort of stuff
It
is
would-
there?
it would be that would be an emergency order that's placed. and
Correct.
All of those things were operating under that emergency order.
I think what I'm hearing against the drive-throughs is, it's not so much of the use, it's just because the assumption is that generate more car traffic and people drive to drive-throughs, and in order to get food or their medication or what have you, versus the use itself. I think either if it's a restaurant or it's a pharmacy that has a drive-through, or any other use, or a coffee shop, I think it's not the use, it's the idea that generates, people drive there to buy food or buy coffee, and I think that's the angle, and that is the problem.
How about drive-ups, like Bob's Big Boy in Burbank? Is that a drive-through?
I believe we would consider that a drive-through. I've only been to that Bob's Big Boy one time,
I'm
so.
just thinking
I'm
of
not
all these different things we do.
I mean,
In the
you
car.
have you have the zones and the, what is it, page 4? Where is it, 362 of 704? Councilman Jordan, if you want to take a look at that. So we have two bank, yeah.
Which page?
So page 362 of 704 has the list of the quantity and the uses.
See, even in C2, that's a great point. In C2 zone, you have only 2 because there was not,
You have, no, C2 you have 11.
C2 has 11. C1, there's 2 establishments.
What are
That's the,
these?
This is C2.
not C1, I'm sorry, C1.
Correct.
C1, you have only 2, and you're recommending just eliminating C1 and not allowing it. All these years, they only had 2 in C1 because it's not the right place for it. So, in C3, you have 10. You don't have that many. I mean, when you look at it,
Here, if you go one page back. All right, do you see the chart? Fast food restaurant, 26.
yeah,
Total 39.
39 total. And they're in different zones, like, it's not like in C3, you have like 40 of them in C3, it's only 10.
All right, so
CH1, CH2.
what is staff looking for today?
well, we are looking for introduction of the ordinance. It sounds like there are changes being requested, which we can absolutely look into. We just would want, clear direction on, and a consensus. I'm hearing, let's allow them in C1 and CR. I'm hearing a lot of different things. So just some clear direction, and we can always come back, but the moratorium would expire.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like you're ready to introduce an ordinance. You want to provide some direction and provide direction
How
for the
long do
stuff.
you need?
I have to, it kind of is going to depend on the direction we get. If we have to go back to planning commission, it could add a few more months.
Do you have to go to planning commission, or you can just bring it back to us?
I think it's going to depend on the direction we get today. If there's substantial changes, we may have to take it back to planning commission. We also we're bringing, ADUs next week, and that has a strict timeline as well. And that will have to take priority because we've committed to a timeline to the state on that. So just off the top of my head, depending on the types of changes for this portion, it would be at least a few months. And some of that's going to depend on if we have to go back to planning commission.
Right, so if you were adding zones where it's going to be prohibited, or you're adding development standards that were not considered by the planning commission, they would have to be taken back.
I think if we're seeking clear direction, it would be the question of zones, existing and/or new, and how you would like to approach that. If you'd like to remove the existing and just deal with new, and then a commentary on the criteria itself of the CUP. Those 3 things, unless there's something else that you'd like to add to that, seem like the most important, and then we would be able to determine whether or not we have to go back to PC.
Well, I have Councilmember Kasakian hasn't spoken, but I have a suggestion for how we can move
I mean,
forward.
I personally, I think that businesses that have been operating, even though there have been some minor issues with current drive-throughs, and I personally feel like most of them have been mitigated. I live not too far from one that was creating some issues for neighbors, but we worked with neighbors. We it was a KFC that turned into a Starbucks drive-through, and I know the Starbucks drive-throughs cause most of the consternation. I'm fine with this process for new drive-throughs, but for the ones that have been operating and have existed in the community, I don't want to make a more onerous and difficult process for those. Definitely for new drive-throughs, I would support it.
If I may, just some options for the existing establishments. We could look into maybe not requiring them, off the bat for existing establishments, but as they come in either for, site improvements or modifications to their existing drive-through and or a change of use. It's not going to be as common with the change of use. Usually it goes fast food to fast food or counter service to counter service, but we can add that. So it could be that those are the things that would then trigger that CUP requirement for the existing establishments. They don't come in often, so it's not everybody's going to have to do this immediately, but that would also then just give us over time the mechanism to impose conditions on those existing establishments in addition to the new.
I
would only say, sorry, Madam Mayor,
Yeah.
but in terms of, look, that would seem fine if they come in for a modification or a change of use to probably look at what the operations impacts are. But here's what I would say, like during COVID, when everyone was utilizing drive-throughs, both for, drive-through tests for COVID, as well as to pick up food, when these establishments weren't able to operate, we saw a significant impact. I mean, we saw lines of cars. Now you don't see that impact as much, except for maybe if there's a new shiny bauble that everyone's excited about. Something that comes to mind is the Raising Cane's issue in Burbank. I don't know if anyone followed that or if they have kids who are obsessed with Raising Cane's. But even that now has somewhat subsided, and there was measures put in place to kind of minimize the impact on the neighborhood. It all gets ramped up and then it subsides. The reality of it is the issue of the drive-throughs is the impact of the cars, right? That's what everyone worries about, along with, neighbors worrying about trash in their neighboring areas or et cetera. And there are ways to address it, as we have with some of the establishments. But, I was born then, but I'm not old enough to remember when there was queues for purchasing gas. And gas stations, which we've identified are not drive-throughs, cause serious impacts with cars queuing up around blocks for miles waiting for their turn to purchase gas when they were allowed to. I mean, what do you do then? Do we just react? I mean, look, for the existing businesses, I'm fine letting them be. New ones, sure. It's not the most desirable use in certain areas, but definitely the new ones that come in, if there's a new proposal, they should go through the entire exercise. Previous ones, let them be.
All right.
So if I could make a proposal,
This is for introduction anyway, right?
Yeah.
So changes could come.
Right, but
No, but we got to
I'll just-
give direction.
right, if the changes are such that they're going to require us to either go back to planning commission or do more.
Or Mr. Kasakian's proposal to exempt.
Yeah, again, that's,
Does that need to go back, or?
no, probably not. yeah.
okay. So that's, if I might, I mean, I can, get on board if we can have a consensus that we exempt existing unless there's a change of use or some other modification. CUP for new establishments.
Okay.
And just stick with the zones that you mentioned, the C2, C3, and CH. If there are four of us that are okay going in that direction, let's just introduce it like that. And I don't know, but I don't know if there is consensus around that.
I'm good with that.
Just, can I ask a question? Because part of this will be the second phase as well, which we're still working on. So just based off the conversation tonight, with those development standards, for those we'll also focus on the new establishments. We can look at existing. We do have provisions for the gas stations, for the car washes. Currently, when they do expand, we do look at all of those specific standards in the code to see if they comply. And essentially what you do is you get them to comply with as much as they can comply with, and then there's an administrative exception process that they go through. So we can look in that as well.
So I would be, that's where you lose me.
Sorry.
I'm not, I think part of the thought process here, for me, is we've been going through a process of cleaning up codes and trying to make things easier on one end, and then keep adding things to the books on the other end. And so, leaving these like exemptions, waivers, it turns again into creating a system where one person gets it, the other doesn't. And so, at least for me, I wouldn't want any of the existing. And I wouldn't want them to have, I don't want anything to be triggered just because they decided to come through and make a change.
Okay, so you would just want the CUPs and those standards for new establishments, is what I mean?
Correct.
Okay.
Can you tell us what kind of standards are you talking about for the new ones? Because you don't have that many applications that you think, look, this is too many applications coming in. We have so many lots. We have so many locations. It's going to ruin these neighborhoods. When you say compatibility, it's very, very subjective, and it's like proving pain. If I tell you my hand hurts, you can't prove otherwise. It's compatibility is the same thing. How are you going to prove that it's compatible or not, for example? But I want to know, why are we, is it become, the intention behind it is because these locations generate car traffic? I'm not for it at all. I think that's what I'm hearing right now, that they create traffic, they create this, that. People want to drive. If you prohibit it here, they will drive somewhere else and buy that food. So you even generate more traffic. I don't know what kind of standards are you talking about within the CUP. It could be the way that you won't allow any other drive-thrus in Glendale, either the Starbucks or In-N-Out or any other fast food. It could be very difficult to change things in the future. So I don't see why even this is here, because no one is complaining. I haven't heard. This is the first time that I heard people are, one person complained or two people are complaining about.
People were complaining that this item actually came because people were complaining for that
Who was
Starbucks
complaining?
in Glendale, the neighbors that were living in that area.
We had several locations where traffic overflow, queuing, trash, things of that nature is what catalyzed the conversation. Council asked us to look into this, and that's exactly why we're here tonight. Seems that we have a couple alternatives on the table that we can look into. To answer your prior question, those conditions and things we look at would be things like queuing, some of the factors that might contribute to the queuing. I think you had mentioned, where the location the menu boards are, where those things are staggered, can decide where things kind of stack up. And just other measures in terms of screening visibility of the drive-through itself. There's an aesthetic element that is, we've often heard from the community as well, that could look better. So those are all kind of pieces that make that up.
Okay.
So where are we at?
I thought that, where there's general consensus on having CUP process for new ones and grandfathering in old ones or existing ones.
Correct.
And you were suggesting that when an old establishment comes in for a change use or perhaps change of ownership, that possibly triggers.
I think, were you talking about bringing that for the second page?
We can't require it when it's change of ownership.
Not ownership, but use.
We can require it when it's a change of use. We
Yes.
can also require it when it's an expansion of an existing use.
Sure.
And/or we could potentially modification to the site. So I want to move my drive-through window, or I want to
Okay.
reorient my drive-through.
I think that's fair. That's reasonable. No, everyone, folks. change of, or
If someone wants to, so someone comes in to change a window, or their location of their windows is a perfect example, and then they're telling me that the CUP process allows for them, or the location of the window.
The drive-through, the order, the pickup window could be
Okay,
an
it was going to be on the
example.
left, now it's going to be on the right.
Well, what we would look
And now you're
at,
going to make them go through CEQA?
well, so if someone, in that example, again, it's very rare that these come through the door, but in that example, when they're moving that window, we would look at the existing standards that we do have currently about the window location. But what I'm recommending is that we still then use that to impose the CUP requirement, because again, a lot of these existing establishments, we do need to analyze and mitigate impacts. But if the council feels that we shouldn't do that for existing establishments, we can definitely incorporate that into the ordinance. That's not a problem.
Okay, and that's fine. If that's what's holding us up, we can nix that as well. Grandfather in old, existing establishment, CUP for any new establishment.
And then prohibited in what zones? C2, C3, and CH?
We're proposing C1, CR, and CA to prohibit them where they're currently allowed, unless, you'd like to continue to allow new businesses in those zones with the CUP.
I would like to just follow staff's recommendation on that, and just allow them in the three that you've indicated, the C2, C3, and CH.
Okay.
I can live with grandfathering existing, if that's what it takes to get the consensus.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Okay for now, but I reserve my right to.
Sure, fair enough. As do I.
Okay.
Councilman Kasaki, you want to introduce it with those?
I'm happy to introduce it.
Okay.
Is staff clear?
yes,
Yes.
and then so just for the second phase, when we come back, we'll focus on new establishments only for development standards. We won't even look at the existing, which should make it a little easier for us as well.
And you could look at some of these, some of these things that I raised about CUPs and curb cuts, that can be part of that?
We can look at the curb cuts, thinking about proximity.
VMT I meant, did I say CUP? VMT.
VMT,
Yes,
We
we
can
can.
look at, yes.
We will be able to, excuse me, sorry.
Okay.
As part of that second phase, you want the staff to look more deeply at that issue of CUPs for expanded use or change of use, or you just want us to leave that alone?
No,
I just want-
think
okay,
we're saying,
I just wanna make sure
we're
it's clear.
just pushing that.
That's fine.
Honestly, I
away.
think everyone has.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right.
Just been introduced, I guess that's.
All right. It's been introduced, we're good, okay. Oh, closing the hearing. Thank you to staff. And I'm sorry for making you stay until 2 in the morning last time. And not having the item heard. All right,
Hopefully it won't happen next week.
all right. Next item?
Next item is reports information, a City of Glendale draft climate action and adaptation plan.
We moved that item.
It is moved.
Yeah, we pulled it.
In the afternoon.
Yeah.
So item 12, discussion of council member future agenda requests is next.
Do you want to continue that item?
No,
I
it's
think
fine, let's just do it.
Is that?
that's your request. Well, let's have it read into the record, I guess. I think the idea,
I'll be fast with my
Okay.
statements.
Could I read it into the record?
Sure, please.
A, Councilmember Najarian's request to agendize a discussion of a policy for removing items from the agenda after it has been published. Move from July 30th council meeting.
So I'm just, I don't care what happened previously, but I think we need to have a set policy, whether we create our own or whether we go by Robert's Rules of Order. If something's on the agenda, we need to make a decision if that's something the mayor's prerogative to remove it, or it has to come before council to vote to continue it. And that's just as simple as that, just to tighten up our procedures.
I'm fine with having a discussion on that, as long as, we have to, I believe it's appropriate to defer or give some of that authority to also the city manager or city attorney as they review reports. They may catch things that they may prompt them to hold off on something. So,
I have no objection to discussing those,
yeah.
those possibilities also, just so we, so we have a framework as to what it is, because I'm not sure as to what it is. And just be good if we.
Sure,
set up-
I would support that discussion.
Me too.
Needs a motion, second?
I'll move it.
Second.
All right, roll call.
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Karpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Asatryan.
Yes.
And unfortunately, I need
yes,
to
I
go.
know.
I've got an issue at home.
Sure. Next item?
Next item is oral communications. Discussion is limited to items not a part of this agenda. Each speaker is allowed 5 minutes. Council may question or respond to the speaker, but there will be no debate or decision. The city manager may refer the matter to the appropriate department for investigation and report. We have several speaker cards. Our first speaker card is by Andre Ordebekian.
Not if it matters at this time, but thank you very much, Madam Mayor, council members, city staff. I want to address the outreach that I've been involved in since 1992. That's 32 years ago. And so clarify some of the stuff that Councilmember Brotman has brought up. But first and foremost, I'm going to read this. And I want to address also the A-frame issue that you brought up, that I was an advocate to bring it in, and city passed it, LA County passed it, and that's what they okayed it. I don't know why you're going back to it, because it's already been approved. And then also the solar issue that you brought up, and I want to bring something that I was part of that outreach as well, and that got scrapped. So anyway, this is what I have to say. Any project that will have a tremendous impact on people's livelihood needs to be transparent enough so people will understand it fully. The outreach that has been given to the public for the bike lanes does not mention the removal of parking stalls, street lanes, along with the addition of concrete buffers, yet it talks about beautification and traffic calming measures without exercising any other alternative to that matter, like lighted crosswalk, appropriate signage, more police enforcements, or adequate public transportation. People's participation is extremely important. People should have a say in this matter because it can negatively impact them. The City of Glendale is a nonpartisan entity. Personal agendas have no place here. The day that anybody takes this position, that's the day that you become public servants. That means you're here for everyone else's convenience, not the other way around. Having said that, in 1992, there was a project that raised $1.4 million by Montrose Shopping Park Association and City of Glendale to build a two-story parking structure in parking lot number 7, which it was published in Glendale News Press. They destroyed that restaurant, Oodles restaurant in there, to build that things, and never took place. So that thing was scrapped. Fast forward to mid-2000s. City of Glendale approached us with, and I was involved with every one of these outreach, as he mentioned that I wasn't. So mid-2000s, they came to us with a 2020 plan that it was implemented by City of Glendale. Traffic calming measures, mixed-use housing, which the association mentioned, we do not want a mixed-use housing. It will create a chaos. It will put all of those small businesses out of business because they cannot afford the rents that they're paying. Nobody pays those high rents over there. And the parking issue. At the time, I met with council member Mayor R. Najarian, and we had an extensive talk about the parking issue we had in City of Glendale. And he told me that I have to go through a certain protocols. And he says, if you don't get any result, which till today, I'm part of the parking task force with City of Montrose and City of Glendale's staff. So he says, if it doesn't happen, they will look into do this. Fast forward another year and a half ago, which Montrose Shopping Park Association was informed to be participating in an outreach with Glendale Water and Power and City of Glendale for rehabilitation of parking lot number 3, that you're looking at changing the zones on it, that they were trying to implement electric chargers, 12 units in there, plus fixing up the parking lot. And Mayor Asatarian, they were planning on doing solar canopies, which you mentioned early on, and which it lights the whole parking lot, which we desperately need. And try to put all those things in there. We agreed to, instead of putting 12 stalls in there, electrical charging stations, make it to 3, and then they're gonna fix all the things. We're gonna put, the association was glad, they were participating so many of those meetings. And then after a year, I got an email, not even anything. I got an email from that, oh, the project was scrapped. So I don't understand what happened. Are they trying to give the lot to somebody else? You were supposed to put the canopies there, the solar panels in there, add the parking structures in there. What happened? So now, and then we go back to the biking lane projects, which Mr. Calvert mentioned that I have not participated in. I got the email, and he knows better. You need to show up to our board meeting. You need to come up with, first and foremost, we're our business owners there. And we're all volunteers. Nobody gets paid. So I think it's got to be in your purview to be able to approach us saying that there's a project like this is coming to you. Do you want to participate in this? And how can we make it, you know, participation is very important. This is one of the things that you guys need to allow people to chime in. And if your city staff is not capable of, I'm sorry. Thank you very much for listening. I appreciate that.
Our next speaker is Tamara Movsesian.
It's այս բրծերուp չկա, հավացայվեիր 3 րոպե խոսայի, շուտ կթողեի կգնայի։ Հիմի ավելի երկար պտի լսես էլ այդ։
I asked to speak for 3 minutes in the...
Արտացրեք շավացուցը։
I asked to...
Արդեն 6 րոպեի վրա է, չէ՞ դրած։ Oh, I'm sorry, 10 րոպե, okay.
Թարգմանիչը ավելի երկար է թարգմանում, քան խոսանը։
Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I asked to speak for 3 minutes in the beginning. I wasn't given the chance, so now I'm going to speak for a longer time.
Ելեն, մենք քեզ դրել ենք, որ դու City Castle Paper, որ դու ծառայես ժողովրդին, ոչ թե հակառակը։ Դու այս 2 տարվա ընթացքում արդեն 2 անգամ գրացիր Հայաստան եկար, 3-րդ անգամ գրում ես սեպտեմբերին։ Գրեդելի բնակիչները ուզում են իմանալ, ինչ օգուտ ես տվել դու։ Գրեդելին ինչ օգուտ ես տվել դու Հայաստանին քո ճամփորդությունների ընթացքում, որովհետև քո ճամփորդությունները վճարում է Castle taxpayer-ները, այո, դու քո սեփական փողով ես գնում։
Ոչ, այո։ Ոչ, երբեք մի կոպեկ քաղաքապետարանից չի գնացել։ Այո։
Ամբողջ գլեդելի։ Դու երկրորդ անգամ գնացիր ֆեդերալ կառավարության փողերով, դա taxpayer-ների փողն է։ Հեքիաթ մի պատմի։ Ես երեկվա երեխան չեմ։ Հա։ Պետք է դու բացատրություն տաս։ Ինչ օգուտ ես տալիս գլեդելին, ինչ օգուտ ես տալիս Հայաստանին եւ հետագայում ինչ օգուտ ես տալու գլեդելին, ինչ օգուտ ես տալու Հայաստանին։ Դու ապօրինի ես նշանակում։ Գալիս են 4 հոգի ապօրինի նշանակված մարդիկ նստած սպասում են քո դու ապօրինի ես տալու իրենց, լսելու ես իրենց հարցերը լուծես։ Դու առաջին մարդուն ընդունում ես ժամը 2-ի փոխարեն 2:25 րոպե, շնովդ հանդերձ։ Ով է շան հետ ապօրինի նշանակած մարդկանց ընդունում։ Մարդկա շնից վախենում է։ Մարդկա շան բազից
Տիկին Մովսեսյան,
Մարդկա շնից
Տիկին Մովսեսյան, թող ինքը անգլերեն
Չէ, առաջա, կներես, ես կխոսամ ինքը գրում է։ Կա մարդ, որ շնից ունի կրոնական ինչ-որ
Can you stop the clock for a second? Okay. So we're going to give her Տիկին Թամարա, դուք կուզեք, որ դուք ամբողջովին խոսեք վերջացնես, հետո ինքը թարգմանի։
խնդրել եմ, որ ինքը գրի, հետո ասի։
Շատ լավ.
Հա.
So
Իմ 5 րոպե
she's requested that she speak
Voilà,
5
ես
minutes
շուշտ եմ
first,
խոսում։
and then he
Հա.
he will translate, okay? Go ahead. Համեցեք։
Այդ շուտդ ոչ էլ սպորտի շուտա, որ քեզ անհրաժեշտ է, որ դու շնորհ լինես։ Փառք Աստծո, թու, հիվանդ չես։ Թու։ Հիվի, հարցերի դու ասեցին ունես communication-ի ու philosophy-ի կարծում եմ բադի ավարտական ո՞նց է։
Bachelor's degree.
Գրի։ Բակալավրի ավարտական։ Ճիշտ է։ Հիմի քեզ քո դասատուները չես սովորացրել ոնց է պետք մարդ ընդունել։ Հա։ Հետո էլ վերջում իմ խոսքս կիսան, դու ասում ես դու սուս արա, ես պետք է խոսամ։ Ես եկել եմ քեզ ասեմ իմ պրոբլեմները, որ դու լուծես այդ պրոբլեմները։ Դու ասում ես չէ, դու սսկվի, ձետ մի հանի, ես պետք է խոսամ։ Հա, ժամանակից շուտ է, դու ուրիշ ապոյնտմենտ ունես, թողում գնում ես։ Դա ինչ շնորհք է։ Ես չեմ հասկանում։ Այդ ձևով ինձ ոչ մի council member չի ընդունել այս 20 տարվա ընթացքում։ Անգամ խեղճ Դրեյմոնը ասեց ես ոչ մի ճաշ չունեմ։ Ամեն հարցերը լուծում է City Manager-ը։ Երբ որ City Manager-ը Ջոն Ջեյմսն էր, դու չէի Ռուբիկ։ Ասեցի լավ, դե որ չես կարա ոչ մի բան անես, քեզ ինչ ասեն։ Այդ խեղճ մարդն դες պատասխանեց։ Հիմի ես եւ Գրեդելի բնակիչները ուզում են, որ դու հաշվետվություն տաս։
Տիկին
Քո
Մովսեսյան։
ճամփորդությունների
Տիկին
մասին
Մովսեսյան։
բրտարանամ։ Մի
So
վարկել
is
եմ
her-
բացել։ Քո ճամփորդությունների մասին։
Is her 5 minutes
ու
speaking
ընդհանրապես
speaking
քո
Թամարա, ձեր 5
վարքագծի
րոպեն
մասին։
վերջացած է։
Հարբանի։
I will do my best to capture everything that Dikin Tamara said.
So before you translate, how are we? She made a bunch of accusations just now that are simply not true. So,
Well,
at
after-
what point do I get to?
Madam Mayor, you can respond briefly. Remember that under the Brown Act, you can only briefly
Okay.
respond.
All right, go ahead.
You have been elected as a member of this dais to serve the populace, not the opposite. In the past 2 years, you went to Armenia twice, and that was supported and paid by the taxpayer monies. We want to know what benefit do you bring to Glendale and or to Armenia via these travels? And then the second time you went, you used federal funds that are also taxpayer funded. And then how is this going to in the future assist Glendale or Armenia? Next is whenever I had an appointment and I came to you to solve the problems, if someone had an appointment at 2 o'clock, you accepted them in at 2:15, and you always greeted them with your dog alongside you. What if someone is scared of dogs? What if someone's allergic to the dogs, or if they have religious restrictions due to the dog's presence? I know that this dog is not an emotional support animal, and thankfully you're not sick and you do not require an emotional support animal. I know you have a bachelor's degree in philosophy, but didn't they teach you how to greet people whenever they come to your office? Finally, I've come to you presenting my issues, but you don't let me speak. You always interrupt me, and you do not help me fix my issues. And no one has ever treated me like this from the previous council, and all my issues are always diverted to the city manager for further assistance. Finally, I want you to provide proof of all your expenditures and what funds were used for your travel to Armenia. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Next, public comment is, I think Romello Enagi is no longer here. Following her is Maria. Sorry, my mic wasn't on. Maria Kubian is next.
Good evening, everyone. For the viewing public, it's past midnight now. I'm a mother. I have children that I need to put to bed, but I'm staying here because I have some very important words to say to the people of Glendale. You may not have noticed on the TV screen, but Councilmember Dan Brotman got up and left just as oral communications was about to begin, just as I was going to respond to his attacks against me, a private citizen who's sitting in the chamber today. I want to start off by asking the city attorney and council members with consciousness and a conscience to rebuke and censure council member Dan Brotman for what he did to me today. And there's plenty to go on what he's done in the past, whether it's eating chips into the microphone that's live, whether it's getting up and walking out when the person he knows about to speak is speaking against him. And as we see today, he spoke and he was against the code of conduct. Mr. Garcia, I ask you to please perhaps refresh these council members what that code says, because he's violated. He's created distrust and he's been disrespectful to a member of this community who's here to speak. Well, what can we say? This is the reign of terror that has come from Ms. Asatrian's mayorship. It's brought distrust and irreparable damage to this city. He attacked me today, Mr. Brotman. He's not here to answer, but you have no idea how much my family has done for this community. I'm a military family. I have members of my family in the police, in the medical field. We've helped people beyond the borders in Haiti, in Armenia, and Artsakh. We've helped soldiers, wounded soldiers. We've built hospitals. We've given selfless dedication to this community. Mr. Brotman, we're here. I would say, Mr. Brotman, you're from New York. I have a family member who is a first responder on 9/11 for the World Trade Center, but he's not here. Mr. Kasakian, you mentioned the late Zavin Khanjan. I worked with him with the AMAA, and my mother created the Orphan Care Committee to help the orphan children. This is the family I come from, and this is how Mr. Brotman uses his time to dox a community member, tried to insult me and attack me. But I'm here for the community to know that Artie, Ellen, and Dan, you have hijacked the city and you're steering it off the progressive cliff. You have weaponized every part of Glendale. Let's start with the invocation. An invocation that should have started with uniting words in the past now has become kind of like a moment to shame people into remembering every day, every week that we are on Tongva land. There's nothing wrong with that, but let's have an event for that. Instead of using a passive-aggressive way to make people feel ashamed for being in the city. Let's talk about the Commission on the Status of Women that's been hijacked. Hijacked by someone who now runs Planned Parenthood, who's using it as a quasi-legislative commission to discuss regional and state and national laws, progressive laws, I should add. Let's keep going about the bike plan. I heard council members tonight laughing and scoffing at people who sent in thousands of letters, right? Maybe there was a mistake in the subject line. You guys laughed. You questioned their true intentions. They disregarded your voices. Mr. Kasakian, you mentioned, well, you guys should have spoken up earlier. We gave you a chance. Gee, I wish you had that attitude when the GUSD parents came up here begging you to support them against the pornography and the indoctrination that was happening in the GUSD. They came out early, and they came out strong. But you didn't want to hear them then. How about the Verdugo Woodlands HOA? Mr. Brotman's got his progressive group there. They want to make that entire area now a historic district. Historic, which is actually the modern word now of redlining. Armenians come into this community because they want to improve houses. By redlining this district, you're basically trying to push Armenians out of this area. Let's not fool anyone, right? That's the Verdugo. Everyone wake up. And let's go on to what you're trying to do to the church. Parking lot here, St. Gregory's Church. The developer has come to the priest with the plans in hand, explaining that there's going to be a 3-building project being put there, and he's only going to have 60 parking. Where were we informed? That's a developer with plans. These are progressives. They're trying to build low-income housing, and Mr. Brotman wants it to for racial reasons.
Do you have more speakers?
We have one more speaker online. Joe is on air. Joe, you have 5 minutes. Joe?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm calling, first-time caller. Mainly I'm calling to kind of give some suggestions and maybe get some feedback on maybe my suggestions are not correct. It's mainly, one is, for example, like this whole bike plan action. Have we ever thought about maybe putting it on like a ballot to vote on? I don't know if that's something we can look into, just to kind of block out all the noise. People could go in private and just kind of give their opinion on it, whether they want it or not. That was just one thing I thought of, but the main reason I'm calling is because about the drive-thrus, and how we need to make some amendments because some aesthetic reasons, traffic, safety, etc. But I feel like there's more like aesthetically unpleasant views and safety issues and traffic with these street vendors. I urge you guys maybe to look into that and kind of see if we could do something about these street vendors, because it is an eyesore. It does cause traffic, and it is kind of unsafe because they're not being regulated. I love In-N-Out, and they're kind of being penalized when for the past 25 years they've been paying taxes, providing jobs for people in the community. So they've been doing a benefit when these street vendors really haven't. And my last suggestion, which is more of like a plea, is to all these Instagram pages to stop posting either side. I don't care. It just makes people kind of hesitant to speak and kind of scared to speak their minds. And so that's why I'm here over the phone calling. Don't want to end up on one of these pages bashed. So I just plea that people kind of just respect people's free speech and just so they could speak without any repercussions. Thank you.
Good point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for calling in.
All right.
Excuse me, on the issue of the vendors, when is that coming back?
The 27th, in the afternoon.
So for the person who called in on the afternoon session of the city council, on the 27th, we're going to be addressing that issue of the vendors. That is a big concern to many of us.
I think speaking of just future agenda items, I know that our My Glendale page was posting agendas at some point and then it stopped. I haven't seen it. And so I think it would be helpful. Future agenda.
Yes, they've been posting it. I don't know what happened, if they stopped, but...
I haven't seen them because I usually would just share theirs. I was initially posting on my own. Then I saw the city was posting them, so I was like, okay, I don't have to do my own. I would just share the cities, and then I haven't seen it.
I'll check with city
so.
clerk's office.
Okay, thank you. Is that it?
I have a question before we...
We have a new business. Oh.
I have a question. So are you going to request that commission appointment issue to be placed on the agenda? Because this is when she asked.
No, I already asked for it earlier.
It'll be on item number 12 on the agenda, new council member requests.
So we're going to vote on it next week? So if you want to agendize it or not? Okay.
I
got
already
it.
did.
All right, thank you.
New business.
New business? I move that the claim for damages of State Farm Mutual Insurance Company, ASO Rigoberto Ruiz, claim number 24-0209, be and hereby is approved for the sum of $14,706.69. The Director of Finance is authorized to issue a warrant in said sum for delivery by the city attorney upon the receipt of a properly executed release.
Right?
Second.
Roll call?
Council members Brotman, Garpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Asatryan.
Yes. All right, and do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All right.